Recht. Well, we'll get to it then. Single region survivor on a Sunday, because the weekly one-shot ended so soon I felt that there's plenty of time for a much more fulfilling experience. And that experience for us is, of course, an interloper run. Yeah. And it is set over in the Trash Canyon. A very intimidating region. It is probably the most vertically altering place. There are extreme highs and very deep peaks. Very high peaks and very deep troughs in Ash Canyon. And at a glance you think, yeah, no way are we meant to be going up there. Yeah, you are. First time I came into Ash Canyon was during the Dark Walker run. Very intimidating place, but a very bountiful place. It looks really remote. Hell, it says advanced players, climbers paradise, da-da-da. But it's actually particularly welcoming. You could well, I reckon this is a great place for single region survivor if you know the layout. I'm somewhat familiar, but not super familiar with Ash Canyon. And for the record, we have done, in order, Mystery Lake, Black Rock, Broken Railroad, Forlorn Muskeg, and Mountain Town. Really chewing our way through these. Wonder what's going to be next. Anyway, Ash Canyon, let's get going. I believe we played as Commander Shepard last time, so this time we'll play as Commander Shepard. No feats ever. SRS, Ash Canyon. It's not fair to keep calling it Trash Canyon, but it's just such a double funny. Ash into trash, and the idea of a trash can. It's brilliant. Okay, let's see if we can figure out where we're spawning and what our conditions are. Is it going to be light or dark, windy, snowy, still? It is dawn or dusk, dawn or dusk. Dawn! That means it's extremely cold. That's not great. I'm at the foot of a rope. Okay. Yeah, grab some mushrooms just straight off the bat. Gonna grab quite a few sticks. And I'm gonna try and suss out where in the world I am. I'm gonna drop a stick, because that's gonna tell me where north is. Drop one stick. And apparently that is north. Okay. Well, let's try and look out and see where we are. This is not the spawn I'm used to in Ash Canyon. Not at all. So if that's north and that's south, then I think we're at the very far south of the map. Let me think, if that's north and that's there. Can I get down to there? I have an idea. Oh, I think I get it. There's like a building over there. We're actually in a good position in being high up. Oh, there's stuff I could explore over there. Dare I do it? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Let's explore while we're here. I'm pretty sure I know where to get to shelter quite quickly from here. But for now, we'll take the opportunity of being in an awkward upper area, which I think would be a fair bit of work to get back to. And maybe there's something to loot around here. How does that tell you north? So the amazing geomagnetic properties of the common stick and the Aurora that's been blasting the area means that all the sticks are magnetized to point to a position called stick north. Because all sticks point in the same direction. In fact, all objects point in the same direction if dropped. And you can use that to ascertain where north is. A far more survivally way would be to think where the sun is rising and setting. And I have now been told that the sun rises in the east, and told to remember that due to the phrase, the land of the rising sun. Is this a cave, or does this leave the area? It's a cave. Well, we'll grab the firewood. Can't go wrong with firewood. There's sod all else here, though. Still kind of getting my bearings, but I think I know where I am. I'm at the far south of Ash Canyon, which means I'm close to the transition zone to Timberwolf, which obviously I can't use. I thought that might have been it. But that means it's over in this direction. Of course it wouldn't be up here. This is elevated. Don't be a dum-dum, Jake. Right, how fast is that hypothermia building up? Not fast at all. Okay. Okay. We can avoid this climb. Grab the rose hips. I always love to grab tea ingredients. They're very light. Yeah, I'm certain this... Oh god, yeah. One of the reasons I'm not too keen on coming up here too quickly is because I'm not well equipped for going way out of my way. Hold that thought, hold that thought. that frostbite is a concern. I do not want to get frostbite, but I do kind of want to explore this while the going is good. Because I think I'm in a relatively easy position to get to Climber's area and Climber's Cave. Climber's Cave also has some goodies, but I need to keep a close eye on that frostbite. I mean, if I get frostbite, I get frostbite. It's not a huge deal. 10% loss of max health is not the end of the world, but I'd just rather not have it, you know? It feels like a mark of shame on a single region survivor run to be burdened with frostbite. Alright, climbing across here. Is the transition zone then kind of below me? No, I think it's still over to a bit. Is this supposed to be based in Canada? Yes, we are in the far-flung magical realm of Canada. I am all but certain there is stuff to explore here, but I feel I'm such a timer thanks to frostbite and hypothermic risk. Double frostbite risk, as if one wasn't bad enough. So I'm getting frostbite on my hands and on my head due to lack of protective clothing. Yeah, screw it. I'm not happy with doing this whilst I'm so unprotected. I should be making my way down to where I think I can take some shelter. Which you might think would be Angler's Den, but no, I'd rather go to some place that's called... I forget its name, but we'll find out when we get closer to it. Come on, through we go, Shepherd. I'm forsaking Climber's Cave for this, I think. Oh, dead corpse. The instinct is always to... Hang on, did I just circle back to where I spawned? I think I did. Probably not my smartest thing to do, but... a big part of the game is exploration, and I rather like that. Alright, yeah, that frostbite risk is taking no prisoners. Let's get down from here. There are a lot of wolves in Ash Canyon. They are thankfully not timber wolves, despite our proximity to Timberwolf Mountain, which hilariously enough also does not contain timber wolves. I think it does in story mode, but I never got that far in story mode before getting turned off by it. I could have done with some stones, which would be good for distracting foul beasts. Oh yeah, follow the footprints, find another survivor. It's the last thing I want to find out in this desolate place. Someone else to compete with for resources. You know, a struggle with a wolf early on would be quite miserable because I don't have bandages to heal myself up with. I'd have to tear up my socks and use them to plug the holes in my neck from being bitten. And when we played Mountain Town, we did get bitten in the neck. Oh, I hear something. Is that a moose? Oh, dear lord, it is a moose. That's even worse than a wolf. Well, they're less... Well, they don't stalk you, I suppose. Oh, that frostbite risk is getting out of hand. We gotta get moving. Ooh, but there are cattails. How can I keep moving when there are cattails abound? Buongiorno! Have you played the Unholy War on the PlayStation 1? I have not, Algorial. I have not even heard of this unholy war. You're gonna have to fill me in on the details. Is it possible to kill a moose? Yes. Is it possible to kill a moose in a single region survivor run in Ash Canyon? Almost definitely not. You'd have to luck out and find a distress pistol and at least 2 flare shells, and you'd have to shoot it twice in the face and hope that that kills it. Which it probably wouldn't, and you can't make a moose bleed, so don't count on taking it out over time. Right, I gotta take these 3 cattails and go. This is already getting too greedy for words. My frostbite risk is getting really high, because it's pretty much the coldest time of day. Minus 21 in the air, it's snowing, and it's breezing a bit. Alright, 1 more cattail. Couldn't kill me, right? Now, I want to get up there, which is normally a rope climb. However, professional... Oh, I can't resist the cattails. Professional boulderer Commander Shepherd has never needed a rope in her life and will not start with those needs now. I forget which side I want to go up. I've done this before. Oh god, that frostbite risk is intimidating. I'll go up this way, it seems to give me more height. So avoiding rope climbing is all about gaining as much height as possible and then continuing to use the height that you have gained and kind of hug the wall like this. And you will get sprains, that of course is the downside. But we're going to be resting off our sprains anyway. Okay, that was the wrong place to start. Oh god, get a move on, Shepherd. You are not doing too well. So if you just keep gripping onto the walls, you can generally, come on Shepherd, don't let me down here. Don't embarrass me in front of the Twitch viewers. Make your way up enough that you don't need to use the rope climby area. Or am I about to find that I'm making a fool of myself and indeed have lost so much height that I'm not able to do that? Feels like that's exactly what is happening. I'm quite certain that's exactly what happened. I didn't get enough height. And that frostbite risk is growing high. Either that or I didn't start in the right area. Right, come on. Maximum height. Starting to wonder if I'm not up in the right area here. Thought I was more right the first time. This is what happens when you don't prepare for these kinds of things, Jake. Upsa-daisy, Shepherd. Oh yeah, I think I had a lot more height to gain here and I didn't get it. Alright, over we go. Second time a charm. Yeah, I knew something was wrong when I felt really low down. Upsa-daisy, Shep. Upsa-daisy. Oh, getting up onto here is a good sign. Oh, that frostbite risk is getting pretty terminal right now. It's okay. It's alright, Shep. No, well, it was alright. Oh right, I snapped my leg, so I can't run anymore. But that looks promising. There we go. Right, get up and in, Shepherd, before that frostbite hits, because it's right around the corner. So with that, although I snapped most of my bits, I was able to get up here without needing to rope climb. Which is good, because there's no rope here. You gotta place the rope. And the wind is picking up. I think first thing I'm doing when I get in is I'm taking a 4-hour nap to warm up and cure my various afflictions. Although I will quickly check around the back of this place. Anything worth my time?
That smarts a bit.
Coal bin. Yoink, coal and tinder. Alright, is it warm in here? Probably not. Absolutely not. But with combat pants on, there we go. Now we're actually warming up. That's right, wearing trousers can alleviate frostbite from your digits. There is dog food, firewood, matches. I'm quite certain these matches are guaranteed, so let's check off matches off the list. Plenty of food, which is good. Although you don't need me to tell you that. We're so high up, perfect opportunity for charcoal mapping. Well, I do now have charcoal. A decent amount of food. The trousers were a great find. Combat pants are just phenomenal. All the better that these are new. Look at that, 2 degrees plus half a degree of windproof temperature bonus. Also, if I had a sewing kit, I'd be able to turn these curtains into... Ooh, hello.
I think I can use this.
I think I will take you and deploy you, actually. Sewing Premier is pretty much just fuel at this point. So I do want to sleep, but I really want the curtains. I think I will take one batch of curtains for... I'm a little too close to the danger zone. I'll take my 4-hour nap first. I need to take it regardless. Pinnacle Peaches would solve a few problems, but I'll hold on to those for now. There were 12 matches in that box. There are always 12 matches in a box. 20 matches in a set of cardboard matches, but those don't spawn on Interloper. That did not cure my frostbite risk. That is something that could be considered a bit of a problem where I'm going. I don't want to waste too much time waiting here, but that frostbite risk is just going to grow once I leave, and without a sewing kit, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Let's see, I'm not tired at all. I will get thirsty soon. It's a bit of a trek, but I might go to Miner's Folly. However, how bad is the weather outside? I might actually just make a fire, grab some torches, and alleviate frostbite a bit more.
I'd eat snow if the hypothermia wouldn't kill me.
You know what? I will make a fire here, prepare some water and stuff, because I think... Wait, do I even have... Oh yeah, I've still only got one little can, don't I? That is a problem, but a problem that I will deal with. Let's hope that 60% starting fire works out in my favor. I'm not worried about wasting matches, because I know that there are even more matches. There is a... well, I still don't want to just lose them like that. There is a set of matches over in the Angler's Den, and there should be some matches over in the Gold Mine. That makes for 36 matches. I got more than a match a day. I can definitely waste some fire here. There we go. Do I want to use my coal? I actually do. I want to warm up quite a lot here, so let's just do that warming up and make water. And whilst the water is being made, I shall prepare a bandage. I don't want to take hydration damage, that's pretty bad. Twice as bad as being tired or starving. 2 bits of rose hips, please. And with that, my water... Oh, I don't have enough for 2 bits. Well then, 1 bit. Being next to this lovely warm fire is destroying my frostbite, which is wonderful. Getting thirsty, getting real thirsty. So Commander Shepard just chugs that water immediately. And we're going to make some more while we can. How I wish I had something else to make water in, but I... Oh!
Wonder if the owner's around.
Look at that. So easy to miss. How often are you going to be at an angle to see those little fishies over there? But it's something I really like about the game. Little things hidden in the corners there. I love feeling like a little loot goblin and doing that. I have precious little else to make, and I already have plenty of tinder, so I guess I would just have a quick look around. Oh right, more curtains to tear down. Can't go wrong with tearing down curtains. I know a certain Canadian who's obsessed with doing this. Alright, the day is wearing on. I will add a little bit more fuel to the fire. Actually quite a bit, because I want to pull torches. Pull torches, grab water, and move on, I think. I certainly think 8 minutes until boiled. Well, very well then. Let's grab some torches. I hope it's not windy as sin out there, but my frostbite should be able to hold until I get to the next bit of shelter. Throw on the primer, it's heavy. Yeah, but I'm very light right now, even with all these torches I grab. This isn't going to be enough water for later, but whatever. 2 minutes till ready. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Let's go. Look at that. Frostbite risk is practically gone. And let's hope that it's not horrifically windy. It's horrifically windy, so I don't think this fire is long for the world. I will quickly check over in this direction, and I will have no problem running. Dare I deploy this rope here? I will. Hey, the rope is staying. That's kind of cool.
God, I could eat a horse.
Sweet, okay. That will allow me to get up and down there without having to use my little shortcut, which, if I'm not tired at all, I'd rather use the rope. It's going to be faster in real term and not break my poor little limbs, and you never know when I want to get back up here. Ash Canyon is a very vertical place. There is a burnt out fishing hut down there that I swear I found stuff in before. Yeah, actually it's very tempting to go down there, but no, we're going to go to Miner's Folly first. In fact, we're going to beeline for the gold mine, I reckon. Seems like the right thing to do. There's some fat loot to be had, and we will have it early. Also, Jesus Crivens, this is quite the climb, isn't it? It's not too bad, because I'm not really tired, but it's a hell of a climb. I'm not worried about tree beards. Well, I will be later on if I get infected, but I'm not worried right now. Can Shepherd take a break on this ledge? Thank God. Stick, firewood, stick. Just wait for a little breather here, Shepherd. Jings, this weather is foul. And thank God it's the warmest time of day, otherwise I would already be flirting with hypothermic risk. Alright, finish up, Shep. Up and at 'em. Look what that did to my fatigue meter in the bottom left, though. I am exhausted from climbing that. Now, I like to talk down Shepherd's physical prowess, but yeah, I would probably also be knackered, if not unable to make that climb myself. Despite my aptitude at DDR, I am not a Herculean exemplar of physical fitness. The reason I can keep going in DDR is because I have very good mental determination. The layman might call it spite. I should have made some tea before I got on the move. It would have been nice to preserve my body temperature a bit better. There is an option to stop and make tea along the way, of course. You know, it's quite a tempting idea, actually. I'll go somewhere that I am sheltered from the wind and do exactly that, because there's still a bit of a journey left to go here. Right, fortunately we just used the torch, so it's no big deal. I would be dead trying that climb, says Marvin. Yeah, try it with, what is it, 14, 16 kilos on our back? Yeah, it'd be hardcore.
Come on, little fire. Come on.
He just loves to almost get your fire done and then say, whoops, no fire for you, LOL. Right, don't need too much, just a few sticks on you. And let's get ourselves that rosehip tea, because rosehip tea gives more heat. And whilst that is doing its thing, I'm going to check on my frostbite risk. Oh, it's fine, it's easily managed right now. Tear apart this for a crummy stick, and we got to get moving. I want to keep my fire because there's a nasty bear that loves to block the way I'm going. Although I can't remember if he's before or after Miner's Folly. Probably after, but let's not take the risk, shall we? Risk taking seems like not a great idea. I'm going to harvest this torch because it's a bit crummy. And I have time to pass anyway.
Gotta warm up soon.
Happy UK Father's Day. Yeah, I like the Durex card for that. To those who use our competitors' products. Happy Father's Day. It is tempting to throw that sewing premiere on, but I'll keep it. I should have used the book actually to start the fire back then, because that has an increased chance of starting if you use a book. This game fully backs book burning. You know what? I want another torch, and I have the sticks, so there you go. I want another torch, because it's only going to cost me one stick. Add fuel, one stick, take torch, go. Now let's keep going onwards to Miner's Folly. There are, I think, a building, one or two burnt out buildings, and another building And in a region that has extremely few man-made features, buildings are great loot sources. At least of manufactured goods. God, it's grimbo down there. And down there is a real place for you to go and explore, and we will be down there later. It never really comes up, so I don't know why I feel the need to keep defending myself on this, but I don't do mapping much in the Long Dark. I don't particularly enjoy it. But if I can find the Vista points and the Polaroids, of which there are 2 in Ash Canyon, I will endeavour to map the area. I don't know where the possible Polaroids are, and I have no problem with people chiming in on their locations if I'm close to them, because I would love to get them. There's something satisfying about a full map, it's just the act of mapping. Not exactly my favourite. Alright, come on, we gotta go. Oh, I don't want to run too much though, I'm knackered from that climb. I like the fact that the game always has you thinking about these things. Do I run? Do I not? Do I care about warmth more or stamina more? What about my food? Lots of little things to think about. Keeps you on your toes. Well, it keeps me on my toes. I would definitely have these rabbits for breakfast, lunch and dinner if I had any stones with which to catch them. But I'm like Goebbels. I have no stones. Perhaps... well, there's almost always stones nearby. What's over here? Spray paint. I could take a nap in this shelter. I won't. Damn, there's got to be some stones. There's always stones in this game. Can't believe of all the things I have not yet found, it would be stones. And I can't throw sticks at rabbits to knock them out. I'm not too cold, so I'm actually going to spend a bit of time just seeing if I can't find some bleeding stones to grab these rabbits with. If I can get a move on rabbit pelts and maybe even chow on them a bit, that would be nice. I'm liking this stoneless run. Is a no torch run possible? Absolutely. I don't do it though because it would be very, very wasteful on my matches, having to start a fire all the time, using my precious matches. On top of that, the torch just gives you nice safety, and
I could eat anything.
The temperature bonus from it is not insignificant. This is a bridge that I believe would take me over to Climber's area. A nice place to be, but not my destination right now, especially not while it's still light out. I am not at all going where I want to go. I just want some bleeding stones to throw at these bleeding rabbits, but who would have thought there'd be nice stones? Just checking that there's nothing dropped around this side. Yeah, tempting to go over there. Really tempting, actually. Too tempting for words. I'm going to head over there. I'm not freezing that badly just yet, and I'll have plenty of time to sleep in Miner's Folly.
I feel numb.
I think. I hope. You should play Pathologic 2, Jake. It's all the same food, energy, survival, city sandbox, extra dope of plague chants lying around. Granted, it has a story. Why'd you have to say the S word? Nice thing about this game is you can turn off the story and play survival. I really shouldn't be here. Shouldn't be here when I wanted to go to Miner's Folly, but here I am. This is greed. This is barefaced greed. Hey, maybe I'll find some stones. Plenty of saplings, which you would normally be very happy about finding, but not now. There's a very quick way down to the climber area down there, which again has Climber's Cave, which I forsook earlier and will forsake again. Holy moly, game. For once I am begging for stones. I'm just not finding any. I guess those rabbits are going to be surviving today. There's a rope that leads down the way, which does not interest me right now. The last thing that poor Commander Shepard needs right now is more rope climbing. Warming up bonus is gone, and I have squandered the opportunity of being here and found nothing. Doesn't... oh, I thought that was a stone. Doesn't mean there is nothing, it's just I don't feel like I have the time to comb every square inch here. One idea would be to map this area. That would certainly show up a lot of things, but no, let's...
I'm free.
There is absolutely nothing stopping us from coming back here later. Let's be humble with our sticks and go. Food is not a problem because I picked loads of cattails and grabbed some dog food earlier. In fact, we have multiple days worth of food on us right now. Water is more of a pressing issue, but because I have matches, I can make a fire and make water. Sleep will be a pressing issue if I don't get some soon, but we'll get plenty of sleep over in Miner's Folly. Doesn't mean I need to actually navigate my way there, but I think it's in that general direction. Ash Canyon is great. I just love I love the whole place. Far more than Mountain Town, that's for sure. Come on, there we go. If you select your new torch too quickly, Commander Shepard gets all thumbs and can't actually pick it up. You can ignore the story, makes the game easier. Story forces you to be better. Ha! I don't need forcing to be better. I feel like I've heard the name Pathologic too, so I've probably seen it before and... Well, maybe a recommendation is just what I've been needing. I will forget about it by the end of the stream though, but if you bother me about it afterwards, I will certainly look into the game. Right. This really doesn't look like the way forward. It absolutely doesn't look like the way forward. Still really doesn't look like it. I think I took a wrong turn somewhere. Poor Commander Shepard is getting tired, hungry, thirsty, and is already freezing cold. Yeah, I think I took a wrong turn down to here where I wanted to go up and over there. But that is fine, right? Exploration's part of the game. Would be no fun if we just knew where to go all the time. That said, it's also no fun if you don't initially know where to go. Fumbling around, not knowing where matches is, and just waiting until you die of freezing is not fun. So I think this game is at its best when you have intermediate knowledge. And I certainly have intermediate knowledge by now. That said, I still want to mod the game to make it harder. Fewer resources, much fewer resources. Especially the manufactured things like matches. This is looking more promising. Still no stones though. What's up with that? And whether there are cattails there or not, I'm not waiting around to find out. Okay, I am losing quite a bit of condition though, so I'd like to keep moving. I can't run too much though because Commander Shepard is getting extremely tired. New mod, rabbits throw stones at you. What, and they come over after knocking you concussed and they will decide whether or not to break your neck. I think Kitty would like that mod. Little cave over here. Am I going to be warm in this cave? Holy, look at the size of these miniature rose hips. That's adorable. Surely you can't make a tea out of those, Shepard. Come to your senses. If I'm warm in here, which I am, I'm actually going to take the opportunity to make a bit of water. Because I'm fairly certain I'm close to Miner's Folly, and I just want the opportunity to warm up and not take too much damage. There is an aggressive rabbit mod. Is it up to date, though? There are lots of mods for Long Dark, but many of them are out of date because of the frequent updates that we're having right now. Come on, this is still cold. A few sticks on you will turn things around. Take the opportunity to make some water. Maybe put on more sticks because I have rather a lot of them. That'll get me temperature bonus, good enough for making the rose hips that I found. And probably pulling more torches. Hey Jake, long time scrub and lurker ascending for the first time. And loving the State of Decay 2 lately. Cheers. Oh, you and me both. That game, I'm enjoying it a whole heap. These tin of sardines could make me sick. They're a risky thing to eat, so I doubt I will. And I don't want to bash open my pinnacle peaches, but you know what, I might do it anyway. I want the warming up bonus from noshing on these things. So even though I lost 25%, I think that's the most you can lose on smashing a tin open. They'll be ready, this will be boiled. Do I want to even more water? Yeah, not really, I have enough to barely survive. And the pinnacle peaches will give me some as well. But what I'd rather do is keep moving while the weather is good and the temperature is certainly good. So let's load up on torches and keep on moving, because we did warm up a fair bit, and this tin of Pinnacle Peaches is going to aid me even more in the warming up matters. I'm probably going to get heavy from all these torches because I'm so incredibly tired. But heaviness won't be such a problem in Ash Canyon because there's a technical backpack which gives you a staggering plus 5 kilos carry capacity. Nay questions asked. Oh, what a terrible torch. Right, just chug those. Look at that. Warmth, water, food. Yeah, it's almost as good as coffee. But coffee is better. Coffee gives all 4 bonuses. As in, it gives heat, fatigue, loss, hydration, and food, whilst also giving the warming up bonus, which the peaches did, and also gives you a reduced stamina depletion bonus. Coffee is so good in this game, and I'm glad Commander Shepard has to drink it instead of me, because I abhor coffee so much. In fact, I was on Zotel or something like that. Last time I was streaming, we were talking about chocolate, and someone recommended me a place to buy chocolate from Germany online. And I did, but I got this, like, you know, a pack of loads of their different kinds of small bars so I could try them out. But one of the downsides is if you buy something like that, you're inevitably going to get some stuff you don't like. And sure enough, there was some chocolate mixed in there. Oh, of course there was chocolate. There was coffee mixed in there. God, I hate coffee, so I don't know. Give that one away to someone.
Don't rest, dude. I'm gonna faint.
No coffee or alcohol for 4 years now. Well, no coffee sounds amazing. No alcohol, I wouldn't have a problem with that, but I probably would miss a nice glass of whiskey. Okay, right. A bridge is a very good sign. Oh, that's a very bad sign. It's an Aurora. Okay, well, let's hope to hell we don't run into anything like a bear. God, we'd die? Well, maybe. Maybe. We'd certainly lose some clothes. I'd hate to lose those nice combat pants I got. Oh God, let's not get stuck on these. These planks aren't even secured by anything. I don't know why Shepard is tolerating this. I like to check the edge of here because one time I did find something at the transition to the bridge. I forget if it was matches or a hammer. Whatever it was, it was so good it made me think, right, I need to check these from now on. Alright, this area is Miner's Folly, but where in the world are the houses? I want to find one soon, because the last thing I want is to be cornered by a wolf over here. An Aurora wolf at that, and I have nothing with which to protect myself. You can't beat them with your fiery torch. Ah, okay, well, we're here, that's good. I'm still grabbing every stick. There's no such thing as too many sticks. Alright, so I'm going to loot these and then get inside one of them. Probably start a fire and get making water and such, but not before I loot all the nothing that's here. Jesus, okay.
I can't feel my hands.
There's the house. Should have a Memento cache here. I'll be away, raid my catch. Okay, that's the Angler's Cabin catch. Very nice to get this before we end up in Angler's Cat. Whoa! Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Oh, I lost my fire. Ah well, it happens. It's just a match. We have plenty of access to matches. Wow, there's a lot of nothing in here, isn't there? More nothing than you can shake a stick at. Scrap metal might still come in handy. This somehow qualifies as a workbench, even though it has no tools on it. Wood, and believe it or not, I am taking the charcoal. Nothing in the supply bin, more wood. Anything here? There's a dead man with a bag of potato crisps for me. Ketchup ones at that. I do like some ketchup crisps. I had some yesterday, in fact, whilst thinking about this game. Still getting cold, still taking cold damage. I don't like that. I will go indoors. Sprain risk from being so obscenely tired, of course. That's just planks. I don't have a hatchet or a hammer with which to break them. And the weather's picking up, not in a good way. Okay, I can see, courtesy of the Aurora, but I think I still want a fire going. Again, I'm going to be very wasteful with matches because I know I have so many of them available. Oh, this place sucks. Mining log? It's gold. We're going deeper. Okay, good for you. I'm not going to bother picking up papers. They're just a heavy form of tinder. I will grab a couple of books, better for starting fires with. Tomato soup, dog food, tin opener. Now we're talking. I've actually surprised myself with how much I like tin openers in this game. Because I don't have access to a knife or a hatchet, it's my only way to really grab empty tins off of things that I have. I grab a couple more books, check my weight. It's a little unacceptably high, so I'm going to drop both of you, and I'm going to move over. Not here, this place kind of sucks. I'm going to go over to the other building here. I hope this wind isn't too strong. It sounded windy from inside. It may or may not be. Let's get moving regardless. Oh, well.
I'm too cold to think.
This is going to be like 4 matches gone on the first day. But up there is a far better house, I think. I will sleep a very long time tonight, so I don't worry about my health too badly. I'd just still rather not be losing it.
I'm so hungry.
We're about to take 3 out of 4 kinds of negative hits here. Cold, tired, hungry, but at least we're partially satiated for water. Quick ring around the rosy before we go inside. Absolutely nothing, okay. Well, I hope we're at least warm in here. Hey, I might not need that fire after all. And I don't need the tin opener either. We actually found a... an empty can. There's a fireplace, so I can make... Oh god, am I warm in here or not? Make up your mind, Shepherd. Tell you what, Shep, just take a wee bit in there to warm up a touch and we'll loot this place. Painkillers.
I am too tired to think straight.
I'll wait until morning to do in-depth looting. For now, I'm just interested if there's something that's kind of game-changing in here. Plenty of cloth. Are these leather shoes better than my existing shoes? They are not, so we just leave them behind. Leave them on the chair very rudely. I'm gonna double check everything here and possibly even use that fire to the fireplace to make some food. Or no, not food, water. Definitely water. Okay, before I go to sleep, well, I was thinking about doing some repairs, but I will not. Let's eat up. Oh geez, much of this stuff does not make me want to eat it. Let's do the usual 5 cattail stalks, fill ourselves up on water and take 10 hours of sleep. I have a little bit of leftover water, so I don't feel too groggy in the morning. Okay, much better. And I still want another couple hours of sleep. So that sounds like an additional cattail stalk. And what's left of my water. And 2 more hours in you. Nobody expects long dark outside of the Thursday Zaxxon, but the weekly one-shot was too short and unfulfilling. I had to do it. There we go. Our health looks a lot better. And it's bright, but it's certainly not warm out there, so I wish to make quite a bit of water.
Eat soon.
And I want to... Oh, I suppose I can cook some food, can't I? This dusty old soup. And that is it, because you can't cook dog food. Might actually eat some dog food. Yeah, go on, Shepherd. Chow those calories right down. I hope I can find a hacksaw. If I can't, I'll be in trouble. I don't know if you can actually get food poisoning off of dog food. In the game, that is. I've certainly seen dog food absolutely riddled with maggots before, but then again I was brought up in a farmhouse. And I do mean the tinned stuff. Will this be your main base? Nah, main base is almost definitely going to be the Angler's Hut. Angler's Hut is much better positioned and easier to get to from just about anywhere. Plenty of resources around it as well. Alright, there we go. And since I have a billion sticks, I'm still not going to use them. I'd rather use reclaimed wood. And let's get that water flowing, because I'm very, very low on water. In fact, I have no water. Frostbite risk will go. I'll warm up nicely. And whilst this is going on, this is an ideal opportunity to... Ah, crap. I was going to fix my clothes or something, but I don't have anything with which to make my clothes because I haven't found a sewing kit. How much cloth do I have? 7 cloth. Let's make that 9 cloth. And let's further make that 11 cloth. Just because cloth is otherwise going to be hard to come by in this region, it feels like a good idea to get a healthy amount of it while the going is good. Yeah, I can think of no good reason not to. I have the option to make myself a fishing tackle sewing kit soon. I certainly have the scrap metal for it. But I think I need a workbench to craft that into a hook, don't I? Yeah, 3 hooks needs a workbench. And hey, there's a workbench nearby, but there's one in Angler's Hut, which is a much better place to be doing it. So, while my plentiful food is boiling, do I have any more tea ingredients to make? Yes, I do. I want my teas ready, because staying warm around here is otherwise going to be a bit challenging. Chug the water. There's no reason not to keep yourself fully hydrated unless you're planning some kind of meal-related thing, and right now I'm not. Let's have a quick look around in case I missed anything. Missed that firewood for one. Hey, there was a fireplace here I could have used. A whetstone. Fascinating, but I don't need it at all, so I'm going to leave it behind. There is no situation that I can think of that I could use that. There are no knives, no hatchets, and there's no forge with which to make an improvised knife or hatchet. Oh, that suitcase could have had something amazing in it, but it regrettably had absolutely nothing in it. Same with this trunk, it's actually been really light on the loot up here. Best thing I found were the cargo trousers, and make no mistake, they were, and are, really good. Alright, those are just about boiled. So whilst Commander Shepard is busy complaining, we need to think what we're about to do. The old bedroll under the bed is only good for harvesting for cloth, and to do that you need a knife, which we don't have. The only usable bedrolls are cloth bedrolls and bearskin bedroll. This should be good in the water, but there's an argument to be made for continuing to work while I'm here. Not that I know what I'd be working on. Tell you what, always good to have some tea ready, isn't it? So let's get that ready. I'm going to take a moment to check what the weather's like outside before I get moving again. How's the wind? It's hard to tell here. The wind is moderate to high. But my torches will survive. I'm just doing a quick check to see if there's anything worth my time around here. Tea ingredients, a backpack, a corpse, anything like that. I don't hear crows, so probably not a corpse. No, okay. Well, our journey today is going to be going to the gold mine, actually. It's quite a trek, but it's well worth it. The goods inside the gold mine are top tier. I could actually make my tomato soup, but I'm gonna hold on to you for later. I will drink my mushrooms and take the other with me, and I will have a torch out of you. Quick weight check. We're fine on that. Man, sod these sewing premieres. I'll be sure to dump them at a later date. Yeah, give me that. And let's just chug the racial tea. It's a bit of a waste of water, but I want the warming up bonus here and now. Take the rosehip, take the can. There's no point in having more than 2 cans around here. Toucan. My gamer senses were tingling, telling me I've missed something, but I need to keep moving. Hey, finally catching Jake and the boys in chat live. Does anyone know the secret to maintaining such a robust and authoritative figure when you marathon, such as DDR as Jake? A robust and authoritative figure when you marathon as much as DDR. Marathon as much DDR as Jake. I'm not sure how the authoritativeness and the Dance Dance Revolution come together.
Man, I could eat anything.
But know what you want and don't compromise on your principles, I suppose. I know it's hard to know what you want. And sometimes what you want changes. To be honest, I don't really understand the question. Right, so we're going to carry on this way. Ooh, there's more burnt out stuff. Burnt out stuff could be goodies. Could be stuff over there as well. In fact, there's a corpse over there. I don't want to tire myself out too much, but I'm still going to run over to get it. Because at this point I think heat is more important to me than my stamina. And we're only climbing down a massive rope, not up. Okay, it's not interesting to me. It's a corpse. Well, it's an animal corpse rather than a human corpse. Lots of large areas to check, and trust me, if I were better equipped, I would be combing over this, that, and everything, but I need to make it to the gold mine, and once I get through the gold mine, I should be considerably better equipped. Depends what's in there, I guess, but I'll have more matches, I will have the technical backpack, and there should be some goodies in there. Yeah, I've already burnt 4 matches, which is a lot of matches to burn in one day. Remember when I said I had more than 1 match per day in this run? Well, let's keep that number in mind. Where the hell are the stones? Do stones just not spawn this far up? Maybe I've walked past loads of them and been oblivious to a fault. Certainly plenty of crummy torches. Right, I've got to make an awkward walk around here in order to get to the gold mine, but I am poised and ready to do... Actually, do I? I think I'm already on the gold mine side of it. No, I'm in the northern cave area. So the question is, do I want to go through that northern cave or not? Also, Lord Barrington is around here. And he's probably on the other side of this, because we didn't see him over there, and this is his den. Or maybe he's just, like, gone on vacation elsewhere. That would be stupendous for us. As stupendous as it is unlikely. I'm gonna drink my tea. I want to maintain the warming up bonus. How am I supposed to catch these if you keep pumping out content, Jake? Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna take a holiday soon enough. I'll take a summer vacation, probably in early July. That'll be nice. Just spend some time down at the beach. Attempting to catch rays pitifully because red-haired and white-skinned Northern European, it's we don't get on with the sun. Not at all. I don't know if I feel admiration, disgust, or envy towards the locals around here with their incredibly olive skin. On the one hand, wow, they're not going to be frazzled by the sun so much. On the other hand, they kind of look like nasty, slapped old leather handbags. So I guess it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Is this really where I think I'm going? I thought that... this isn't actually what I thought it was. And that is why I think the cave is over here. Do I want to go through the cave? I'd be going through it and back again for no particularly good reason. I think I'm going to do it anyway. I mean, the day is early and I'm full of stamina and the cave might have some goodies. Kind of a waste of my warming up bonus, but I think if it's a cave and not a mine, I could start a fire inside it. And it is a cave. And I can start a fire. Great. So we're going to check this place. I don't know if it's going to have coal or not. I haven't, come to think of it, I haven't done Ash Canyon pretty thoroughly in a long time. What did I do in Ash Canyon in my outer Loper run? Maybe I just beelined for the technical backpack and got out. Well, that's okay. We can all learn about the place together. But I'm not kidding about that Polaroid. If you know where the Polaroid is, I am all ears. Well, there's a
This'll come in handy.
granola bar, which could make me sick. There's a corpse down there, which is tempting. Largely because it has guts. And I actually need some guts to make a makeshift sewing kit. And the sooner I get them, the sooner I can start drying them. But I think I'm going to focus guts when I'm in the angler's place, rather than right now. Yeah, I'm going to go up and down. Oh, jeez! I didn't think that was as bad as it was, but I ripped my clothes and bruised myself coming down. I think I bruised my combat pants. Those things were as new when I found them. There we go. Not too bad. Half a degree of warmth on you. Stones! Stones and coal. Ooh, nice combo. Those rabbits won't know what hit them, but I'll tell them. It was a stone. A stone hurled by the great and mighty Commander Shepard. The great and literally starving Commander Shepard. This isn't even a very ruined deer carcass. Quick weight check. 26 kilos. You don't, Shepard. You are fine. Quit your moaning. Still quite a bit of a trek to get to the gold mine. I maybe shouldn't be wasting so much time in this cave, but since I don't intend on coming back to this cave, it seemed like a good idea to go through it. I might end up coming back to this cave, though. You never know. Oh yeah, I'm certainly not going through that waterfall. No point in getting myself all wet when I'm so nice and warm right now. Look at that. That's still the warming up bonus. I could start a fire, make some more teas. Especially with all this burnable stuff I'm finding. I'm being somewhat careful not to run, though. I have plenty of awakeness, and I will be sleeping inside the gold mine, but that doesn't mean I should be wasteful with what I have, because if I get too heavy, I won't be able to descend the rope. Now, you don't need to descend the rope. You can billy goat down to the gold mine area, but I don't feel confident in doing that. I've done it before, but yeah. Somebody in Mountain Town stream told me that Hinterland loved to add invisible death walls, and that kind of gave me the fright, because there'd be nothing quite as horrific as billy goating my way with confidence down to the gold mine and then just suddenly be hit with "you have died." I know that I would feel unsatisfied and sour. Well, you guys make the cliff faces. Maybe what you need to do is add a sheer ice wall into the game, something that you cannot get around. Can I climb back up this? No, I don't think so. I have to go up this rope. It's a shame to tire myself out climbing yet more rope, but up's a daisy. Rope climbing ruins your fatigue. Thankfully, that was a very short climb. There's a snow-covered slope, specifically designed to billy goat. It's not dangerous. Right. Rope climbing in pitch blackness, don't worry. We were holding the torch in our teeth. Do I want to make some tea, though? I would like the warming up bonus of the way forward, but actually I might be able to make it fine. It's not that far to go. It's like, I don't know, between 2 and 4 bridges, and with Lord Barrington not on the prowl, I have less to worry about than normal. Although it does make me wonder, where is the bear? I don't think he normally crosses these bridges. Maybe he was prowling around Miner's Folly and I just didn't notice him. He was behind the buildings or something. That's what I'll choose to believe. But our health is good, the starvation is intended. Basically all is going quite well. Starting at dawn wasn't too bad. Ooh, right, I want you.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
And that is making me heavy. That's alright, Shepherd can survive this. I'll carry this rope and then deploy it at the gold mine area. He's in the woods doing what bears do. That's quite funny. I need to be careful not to sprain myself, I suppose. Last thing I'd want to do is not be able to climb ropes due to a sprain. When I first played Interloper blindly, and I was spawning in Ash Canyon, I was roaming around here with no idea where I was or what I was doing. And one thing that tickled me pink, which is to say it amused me, was that somebody plotted the route that I took, and it, oh my god, it's like a drunk, demented squirrel. Squiggling around, almost making it to the gold mine, just to jump off the ledge and go back down to square one at the bottom. Because, hey, I didn't know what to do, I figured I'd just go down. It was great. I feel like it was Crickney who mapped it, but I could well be wrong. You'll have to forgive me if I occasionally forget people's names that have contributed around here. I try, but I'm bad with names. I'm worse with faces, so it's a good thing you are just names. Take fish lips. He made this whole mod for Streets of Rogue. And I couldn't even remember his name when he made it. That was bad, but hey, I try. I also didn't play the mod for Streets of Rogue. I feel a little bit sorry about that, but whilst the game was good, I really just didn't feel the need to come back to it. I think it relied a bit too much on wacky humor. Alright, now hopefully you're not afraid of heights. As we all know, the best thing to do in a dangerous situation like this is always look down so you know exactly what you're stepping on. And kind of run in zigzags as well, it'll help you keep your balance. Sometimes you find the rope on here, and I swear I found something at the little bit down here, but it seems it's not happening today. Alright, Shepherd, continue on your way. We have a gold mine to loot. And we're going to be walking away with far less gold than advertised. Oh, it's Hannibal! Our favourite double-crosser Hannibal. How many Xenonaut soldiers did you kill today? Wasn't even mind-controlled, he just decided to shoot his fellow soldier. I am getting colder than I was hoping for here. Dare I stop for some tea? I think not. This weather feels like it's getting worse, not better, so it's probably better to power through it.
Someplace to escape this cold.
And plus, I think this is our way. Yep. Yeah, well, I think this is it. Why does it feel like it's not? Yeah, let's believe. I thought there was a climb interaction thing here rather than a not climb interaction thing. Okay, maybe I still have a ways to go. Polaroid locations, wooden lookout just before the gold mine. And outside the end of the gold mine. And Miner's Folly. I would have thought it would have been inside the suitcase in Miner's Folly, but I didn't find it there. I didn't see anything that could be looted around there, but these Polaroid locations can be treacherous to find. It's a bit premature, but let's switch out the torch. I feel like I'll forget if I don't. Gonna start taking hypothermic damage, and we're just gonna tell ourselves it's okay.
So cold.
If it's really bad, there is a cave before the climb down to the gold mine, which I will probably make use of. Hey, another one of these. Let's help out Hannibal a bit. Overcome those fears. Look! I bet 1 out of 20 humans would survive that fall. And they would not be considered the lucky ones. Whoa! Whoa! Yeah, I'm one of the assholes who on one of these things would grab the ropes and start shaking the whole thing. Because I would get thrill out of that. And I would justify it to myself as helping you overcome your fears. I love my life. Is there anything over here? Jake first to die. No, you see, First to aid, last to die. And I like to make sure I'm the first one to the aid. Okay, I'm weighing a ton here with everything I'm grabbing, and we're starting to get a bit tired. Not to mention extremely cold, and we're still frostbite open on our hands and head. We have not found anything to cover up those. We just found combat pants, which are great, but we don't put them on our head. Do you see those bridges in China? With the glass floor? No, I try not to look at anything from China. Okay, this little outposty bit here, I swear this is going to be a Vista location. Wolfjaw Overlook, which may necessitate coming back here. I checked it out because sometimes there's a corpse on it, I believe. I feel like I've seen a corpse on it, but I feel like this has been a very corpse-dry run. This is more like it, though. This is the way up to the gold mine. Looking good. Should have checked my thingamajigger. Yeah, that. Oh, it feels like it's about to blizzard. My poor torch. Right, that's a pretty good sign to put down a fire here for a little bit. We're very well sheltered right now. Command Gagazette.
On, little fire.
Commander Shepard may pass. Bucket of tea may pass. Lily Ritter no pass. Don't know, I couldn't think of any other name on the fly other than Lily Ritter.
Okay.
Right, I'm going to throw on one bit of coal for some much needed heat out of this thing. And that might still be insufficient, so I'm going to put on another bit of coal. And I hope to God this wind doesn't change direction, but we are almost completely sheltered here. And I am surprisingly not out of water, so make me some rose hips, make me some regular water, and we're going to camp down here for a little bit. I'm also going to chew on one cat tail, unless there's something better to eat. You know what, actually there's this dusty old soup. I'm going to eat this soup. Calories and water. Although the water is a little wasted on me if I am going to drink some tea, but I think together it'll be okay. Anything else worth cooking around here? Not really. Most of the food I'm finding is really low quality, which is bad for stomach... not stomach, what's it called? There's a word for what I'm trying to say and it's not coming to mind. The word is food poisoning. Thank you. Thank you, brain. Give me the tea and make me some tea. And let's just chug this soup right now. Yum, yum, yum. While I'm at it, gotta be careful. Sometimes you do the climb animation. See that? It prompts for climb instead of harvest. Bit of a pain in the bum when it does that. More rose hips. More rose hips, more better. Good. Make a bit more water. I don't think I'm gonna wait out the whole storm here, but it is an idea. That way I could preserve my my torch, because I do need a torch to go through the mine. And that would mean spending yet another match. Which I'm decidedly uncomfortable about, despite earlier saying I'm going to be wasteful with matches. Actually doing it and being wasteful with matches is making me feel a bit off. 9 minutes, 13 minutes. Still more rose hips to be made. And there's plenty of time on that fire because we're outdoor in the freezing cold. It's going to last extra long. Burning through my water, but that's okay. I don't think I have anything else worth my time to make. I'm going to make a bit more bandages just in case I really get mauled badly. Plus it just gives me something to do to pass the time here until my rose hips are ready. And let's just make 2 more bits of water before we move on. Blizzard or no blizzard, we gotta move. While you're doing that, there's a little bit of me tempted to go and check out what's over here. So check it out I shall. I should have ditched the rope or something before I did this, I'm too heavy. Goodbye warming up bonus. Blizzard also degrades the condition of your clothes, something to keep in mind. And there is my favourite, absolutely nothing. I think, yeah, when I was bumbling around here, I got to this point and then I went down from there. Instead of just taking this turn and going up to the glorious mine. Mistakes were made that day. Are we including DLC areas? The only DLC area worth considering for this is the Forsaken Airfield, and my answer is we'll maybe do it. I don't like the region, but it would add a bit of completeness. I wouldn't do the transfer paths because it's just a pathetic region. It's kind of like the ravine. You wouldn't expect anyone to do the ravine on this challenge. At least I hope you wouldn't. I think I'm just going to pull torches and move. There's no telling how long this storm is going to last. So, get you melted. Get you fully boiled. Come to me. Oh crap, I took... Yeah... I don't really want to wait on that. Alright, let's hope that we never accidentally pick up this water. Because it looks identical to... The only way to tell is seeing that little unsafe bit there. Give me that, give me that. Give me... 3 torches doesn't feel sufficient. How heavy am I? Oh jeez, that's grim. Can we get one more out of you? Yeah, we can. Swell. Now let's get out of here. And don't burn yourself in that fire, Shepherd. I was concerned that the heat cutscene would make her just step in that fire and burn, but oh well. Up's the daisy. And our torch is gone. Okay. No warming up bonus for Shepherd, so get moving. Which could prove to be a terrible mistake, because I still need to deploy that rope. Well, it's okay, a little bit of cold damage shouldn't kill anyone. There we go. Yeah, I'll even take the fur firewood. But my shepherd's getting real heavy now, and tired. And this storm is something fierce.
Damn it. So hungry.
Put up with it, Shepherd. You ate a tin of dog food this morning. Surely that'll keep you going. I need to triage some of my goods when I head down into the mine. It'd be too heavy to... Well, depends if I want to... Depends if I want to goat it down or not. Look for the snow-covered slope. I confirm it is safe.
I can't feel my feet.
Alright, if we've got a cave here, then we're right next to the... oh god, that temperature's grim. We're right next to the coal mine then. A quick check in here. Notice how incredibly slow I am. And there's coal and firewood. Well, that makes this a...
I've never felt so cold in my life.
And it's going to be a difficult triage with all this good stuff on me. Just how heavy am I? You know what, I bet it's mostly this fur firewood and these freaking books. And drop that book as well. And deploying the rope will suddenly make me nice and limber. Now I want to use the rope here. It just feels off to not do it. And I love fur firewood, so dropping the fur firewood felt scandalous, but I have lots and lots of sticks, so it's okay. Goodness, this is grim. Did someone say that the Polaroid might be around here, by the way? I think they said it might be probably in like the outer area where the ruins are near the Words, Jake. Near the gold mine, there are some ruins. It might be there. Oh, a flare! Don't mind if I do. And let's make sure we're sheltered from the wind, please. Come on, come on, come on. Shelter me from the wind, yet deploy the mountain rope, please. Okay, there we go. This takes like 10 or 15 minutes, so it certainly hurts for my condition, but there we go. It's an incredibly, incredibly long rope. I'm pretty sure I've mountain goated down from here before. Doesn't fill one with confidence, seeing how steep this is. The rock part isn't safe. I have 100% gone down that way before. But let's try our luck on another side. This blizzard is certainly not doing me many favors. I hope it's warm enough inside that cave, despite my no doubt sodding wet clothes. Hey, that looks like a relatively safe, snowy part. I mean, I could just climb down the rope. I'd only have to drop a few things. Look at how safe this looks. Made to measure. Ah, wow. Wrist and ankle taken out from that. That was a longer drop than I thought. Whoa, okay, well, Shepherd is falling apart here, but that's okay. Shepherd is built to last.
I need some first aid soon.
The troubling thing is there's stuff to explore here. But I really want to get out of this blizzard. And let poor Shepherd rest for a bit. Oh yeah, Shepherd does not look so hot. And I can't run thanks to the sprains there. There we go, sometimes stuff inside here. Now is not our day. I would really quite like to check the stuff out over here, so despite the risks I'm going to.
It's a bit, but I'll make it.
Just torturing poor Shepherd for my own, I wouldn't say amusement, but I wouldn't not say it either. Got a lot of nothing in here. Sometimes there's a backpack over by the falls here.
That guy who
Just
drank his own pee doesn't seem so
quickly checking that I'm not dying from frostbite.
I need some first aid soon.
But we're certainly taking a ton of condition damage out here. Not to mention my clothes are getting wet and partially ruined. I've gone too far here. I think I've just gone the wrong bleeding way, haven't I?
It's a bit, but I'll make it.
Right, screw it. I'm not dying out here. Let's get into the...
That smarts a bit.
Right, there's the falls at least. Batarians are loving this stream, or they would if Shepherd hadn't killed them all. Yeah, my health is just dropping like a stone, and that frostbite risk is rising like a...
First aid soon.
Well, not a stone. Too much damage. Forget it. If the Polaroid is here, I can always come back for it later. Oh, but what if it is there? Wait, hang on. Where's the entrance to the mine?
It's a bit, but I'll make it.
Oh Jesus, yeah, where is the entrance? I thought it was next to this thing. Ah, here it is. Holy smokes, look at that frostbite risk again. You can do it, Shep. I'm sure it's... Well, it's not going to be warm in here, but hopefully it's warm enough. It is almost certainly not warm enough. And I doubt this is going to change matters. Oh, barely. Barely changes matters, but it does. Yeah, my clothes are sodding wet, but we'll get that fixed. I have some water to walk through, which is going to make Shepard unhappy, but when is she not? Right, matches.
This'll come in handy.
This is why I had no problem. No problem at all. Oh, and some lovely, warm and good shoes. I'm just going to ditch these shoes. They're no use to me. Well, that's not entirely true. I might be able to grab some leather off of them, which would be handy.
I could use this.
Soup, jerry can for surely a storm lantern that we will eventually have. More coal, and I do have some rope climbing to do once I'm out of here, so I can't just take everything that isn't bolted down. Yep, lovely cold water.
That smarts a bit.
Yeah, and it's made my shoes wet.
This is so cold. I just wanna like... I'm gonna need some first aid soon.
Yeah, Shepard's just full of nothing but complaints right now, but don't you worry, girlie. I'll get you sorted soon. I'll make a nice warm fire, melt out all my clothes, and get you a good long night of well-deserved sleep. And I might still double back for the stuff by the falls, just in case the Vista is there, or the Polaroid rather. Polaroid is the Polaroid, Vista is the location. And that god-awful Microsoft operating system. Where'd all this Mass Effect meaning get? So for one, the voice actor for both male and female Survivor in this game is the same voice actor for Commander Shepard, male and female. Jennifer Hale and probably Mark something or other. Sheesh. Shoes and socks completely soaked through. I could have taken them off, but
I'm freezing.
I didn't actually think they would get that wet. Scary music for the gold mine, but unlike many places, there isn't actually a risk of Aurora death here, at least not that I'm aware of. Still looking for SOD survivors? Not at this point. I think we're in the end game. Unless something really tragic happens, I don't think we need more.
That smarts a bit.
Right, crampons. Yes, please. There we go. A little bit of protection, but much lower risk of sprain. And we're going to start a fire largely to... Oh, I could use my accelerant. Yeah, why not?
So thirsty, I can't think straight.
Might as well just show the power that we have by using it. And then on goes the reclaimed wood and I suppose a bit of coal, because we're drowning in coal. And I shall take this opportunity to dry off my clothes. They dry faster when they're on the ground next to a fire. Accelerant, more coal, tomato soup, sardines. I don't need tinder plugs because I have loads and loads of cattails. I don't really need a recycled can, but this is a good opportunity to actually make more water, something I always recommend doing if you have a fire and nothing better to do. Because you will always benefit from more water.
Thank you.
Speaking of which, I should really drink. But is there any like salty stuff I want to eat beforehand? I like these crisps. Should I take a risk on the moldy beef jerky? Yeah, let's go on, live dangerously. Beef jerky lasts forever. Never heard of anyone getting sick from beef jerky. Right, there we go. Now we can slowly start regaining health, and we'll regain quite a lot in the bed, and... Backpack with me, chest pain, something about surgery, something about hunkering down. Well, thanks for the technical backpack. Now here's something, listen to this sound. And now... Listen to this sound. The sound of you opening your backpack changes when you grab the technical backpack. I didn't know that for quite some time. Right, all that is drying off. I'll just use the opportunity to look around and loot around. If TLD had a generate random map function, would you enjoy the game more or less? James, it would be a real challenge to randomly generate something even remotely close to this, because these are very well, lovingly handcrafted maps. But I think it would be good. Yeah, it's on the big assumption that they're well made. I think it'd be good, because it would reintroduce that buzz of exploring again.
I'm gonna need some first aid soon.
Right, dare I... No, I was thinking about just keeping this fire going for long enough to have it still going when I wake up. But no, that's stupid. I should just sleep for a good long time and then go out, grab the thing by the falls, which I am convinced is there. I don't even really need to drop much of anything. Alright, sod this premiere. In fact, super sod this premiere. I'm just gonna burn it, because I hate them so much. Then again, I had two. I probably should have read two, so I'd be better at my sewing skills, but yeah, too bad. Get you out of my face. It's a lot of coal, but I like coal. Aqua purification tablets are really, really bad, so I have to remember that I gotta hike out of here later on. Anything else worth considering? I'll just eat some cattails before I go to sleep tonight. I don't have tons of them though, so I can't just use the cattail crutch forever. Make a little more, make a little more. Still got an hour in you, so that's a good opportunity to prepare some more rose hips.
Eat anything right now.
Accidentally grabbed non-potable water. Yeah, I know. Hypothermia is gone, the frostbite is going, and all this other pain, frostbite and things will go away once I have a good sleep. I will get rid of my crappy torch, pull torches and sleep for 10 hours. Commander Shepard's going to get a bit cold walking in and out of here again, though, of that I'm almost certain. Do I even want to go back there? What are the odds of there being anything good on that area? Pretty low, right? But on the other hand, it feels a bit wrong to not check it. No, if I'm doing the Polaroid region, I'll be coming back here anyway, so I think I will leave it. No point killing ourselves over something like that. It's almost worth killing ourselves over awesome torches, though. Let's grab these. Grab you. Grab you. And yeah, quit your complaining, Shepherd. You'll be plenty well enough to carry it once we are well rested. 4% wet. Decent, worn. And let's just put everything on. And then have a very... Whoa, what am I doing wearing these things? Put these on. Come to think of it, I have a bit of time to pass anyway. See these worn running shoes? Well, you can't for some reason. They're not showing up on the UI. But the running shoes, I'm actually going to harvest them an hour and 15 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to do it regardless because I probably want to repair my decent trail boots, and to do so I'd need cured leather, and you're going to give me that cured leather. 2 of them, no less. There we go. The pain has gone away. The triple pain. The sprains will go away when I sleep. And let's make sure that we have enough calories in our belly. So I'm going to eat 4 cattails. Yeah, so the tablets do speed up making water if time is of the essence, but that's usually only the case at the very start of the game. And how often do you have these right at the start? Aqua purification tablets, that is. Right, sleep, 10 hours, definitely warm enough, so frostbite will go away, the sprains will go away. And then we will go away, because we've got places to be. I have a long way to climb down, and then I'm going to go to the Angler's Retreat, which will be our main base for the whole game. Or the whole run. It sounds like hell out there.
Can you eat trees?
It sounds like I don't want to be out there, and it sounds like a big waste of my light to use a torch to use a wood match to get out. But I have a lot of matches. It's just that match is dead the moment I set foot outside.
Man, I could use a drink.
Yeah, quit complaining, Shepherd. I'm trying to think. God, that does sound so grim. Is there anything I could do to pass my time reasonably here? No, not really. Absolutely not. I could make a torch, actually. A good, proper, full torch. I could eat some nasty food and play the food poisoning game. Let's go for it. Yeah, okay. Well, who knows? Maybe it'll clear out by the time we get back. Let's not worry about every little match. The sewing premiere wouldn't have helped. It's too dark to read. But yeah, maybe I shouldn't have burned it in a blind rage. Okay, yeah, I'll take the recycled can for the hell of it. The weight is actually not manageable. Goodbye charcoal. Still need to lose like 2 kilos. What am I carrying that's weighing me down so much? Pay no attention to my 10 kilos of sticks. Those are important, trust me. Get rid of these crappy things here, and I'll ditch some of the stones. And I'm sure once I drink and eat and whatever, we'll be fine to get out. In fact, I can just drink right now. Don't give up, Jake. I'm sure you can get food poisoning if you try really hard. Yeah, I'll just grab some raw bear steak and see what that does for me. Oh, I kept a couple of stones, right? Can't go without any stones. That'd be madness. I'll lose weight as I chuck torches on my way out. I'm pretty confident I can get down to Angler's cabin even in a storm, because it's pretty much just hug a wall to my left and I'll be okay. But I still need to navigate down the ropes. Marginally less confident in that in a storm. Oh, no, my torch. Almost lost my fire to that stone clipping. See, the stones are turning against me now. Their bloodlust for rabbits unsatiated, they then turn on me. Love the little noise that coal makes. Sounds remarkably coal-like as well, and I've handled loads of coal in my life. I still do. Well, actually, I guess not anymore. Last time I was back home, we still had a coal fire, but now... Oh, this torch is so dead. Now it's been replaced, sadly. Oh? Maybe... No, that is 100% a blizzard. Goodbye, torch. Oh, and it just turned to blow on us immediately. The moment we step out. This is a one-way journey out of the gold mine. You can't get back in that way, unless you use the fly ability. And since I can't see a damn thing, I'm just going to climb down. I'd rather not leave behind water if I can't. Yeah, jeez. Should have thought about this. What can I drop? What do I want to drop? How are you gonna act? How are you gonna hello act? Drop one of those. One of those, and that's all I'll give you. A clever person would have dropped sticks. So now we go down. A double drop of these. Immediate hypothermic risk, but we're pretty close to the angler's den. Well, not close at all, but it's a straight shot there once I've climbed down. Was that 4 empty tins? It was 4 empty tins. Never know when you need 4 empty tins. Dead body? No, not a dead body.
God, yeah, freezing.
Jeez, poor shepherd. Yeah, it is rough out here. You don't need 4 tin cans. Yeah, but they're really light. Poor shepherd, hungry, tired, still has a ways to go, and miserable weather. It's our second blizzard, and it's only been... has it been 24 hours or 48 hours? Anyway, feels really interloper here. Be careful. Oh, is that a cache? Hidden cache? Come on, goodies. The Polaroid. Good, and that's not just where I was, because I feel really bummed if that was the Wolfjaw Outreach Polaroid. Don't actually know where that is. It's a bit south of the Angler's Den, though, so it might be up on Climber's Peak. There are no 4 or 6 stove burners that I'm aware of here. In fact, are there any 4 stove burners? I don't think there are. Right, come on, Shep. We got places to go, and you gotta run, because it's grim out here. On the plus side, no wolves, because it's so horrifically grim. Pretty sure moose can spawn here, but we saw the moose earlier. It was out in the kind of burnt-out wood area looking place. Okay, I'll get a bit horribly damaged, but hopefully I'll get over to the Angler's Den, and I should have enough food and really everything to survive being there for a good while. Also, blizzard's letting up, so forget what I said about the wolves not being a risk, and the wolves will certainly now be a risk. With a bit of luck, they'll take a bit of time to spawn in. With a bit of not luck, they won't. It's alright, I'm armed to the teeth for them, though. They're gonna eat 2 stones on the schnoz and then get out of here. Oh, schnoz means nose. Kind of sounds like it might not. Be amazing if the moose just instantly spawned in front of me and crushed my ribs into jelly. Be amazing for someone, not me though. I'd be pretty bummed.
I'll die if I don't get some food soon.
So okay, Shepherd, priority right now is in getting you some warmth. And if you can wear yourself out to the point that you can sleep for a good long time in Angler's Place, then all the better. Have you tried this war of mine? No, I have not, but I've watched it being played and I kind of didn't appeal to me. It seemed a bit too heavy on the whole, oh, feel bad, and less on the, here's some enjoyable gameplay mechanics. Which does kind of make me think that Frostpunk might have been an absolute lucky break for 11-bit. At least in terms of my opinion, right? Clearly, I'm in the minority here. A lot of people talk about how amazing the storytelling and world building is in 11-bit games. I like mechanics. Frankly, I think a lot of the stuff they do is too silly to be taken that seriously.
Wait.
Well, where the hell did frostbite come from?
Warming up a bit.
I wasn't even aware I had frostbite risk. Oh, that sucks. Oh, damn, I had no idea. Oh well, that came out of nowhere for me. If I'd known I had frostbite risk, I would have stopped and warmed up. Ah, and we were so close to the base as well. Oh well, such is what happens. Because yeah, I could just get in here immediately and warm that away. Ah, right. Oh look, and there's some mittens to get rid of our frostbite risk, but no, it's too little and it's much too late. Oh, and there's a sewing kit. Right, there's a good enabler. And these wooden matches are always here. You got the risk when climbing. Ah, I didn't pay attention to it.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Oh well, it's nothing more than a 10% of your health debuff. It's no big deal. Those tools I don't think enable anything either, so I'm just going to leave them here. And I'll just grab what I can, do a stock take, and continue on my merry way.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
2 arrowheads, but I'm just going to leave them there because I have no use for arrowheads. What a messy, messy place to have as a base. Run out of excuses for keeping my mouth shut. The miners look down on me, but they keep digging. So I guess the angler knew what they were digging up. Ooh, I had no idea cooking pot could be here. That's kind of useful, but it's a bit of a shame that I only have the one stove here. I could make my fire outside. It's a little risky in a lot of ways, but it would allow me to do more cooking, and I would like more cooking. Yeah, frostbite is no big deal in the game, but I'd rather not have it, because there is no way at all of getting rid of it. Alright, just here.
So cold.
There we go. Yeah, just get it accelented. I want this up and operational immediately. And here's some coal and some more coal. That'll warm me up nicely. And we're going to have you make me water and you make me food. For now, you might think I don't really have any food to be making, and you're kind of right. But are you really? I'll make some rose hips for now. Don't know if I can prepare any. No, I haven't found any. Lovely and warm, lovely and warm. I'm gonna have some dusty tomato soup as well. Yeah, the speed at which I got that frostbite was terrifying. Well, no sense in worrying about it. We have at least survived 2 days, and we're doing okay-ish. As long as wind doesn't come and ruin this for me, which it could. Don't worry, I'll be using this for a bit more than soups and water in just a moment. Because what we have right here, we found the key for this in Miner's Folly, and we kind of done this whole region in reverse. For 5 fish. So much fish that we are unbelievably heavy. There we go, and we are definitely going to be cooking this stuff up. I'm just going to drink this right now. A few calories will be good for me for some health restoration. And it's water and it's cooking. Cooking skill is nice. So I endeavour to cook up all of these. My jerry can collect the oils. And I'll probably just spend my time cooking today because I want to have a good long night of sleep to regain some much needed health. Frostbite can only stack 5 times to take you to only 50% health, which is dangerously low because if you get the intestinal thingamajiggers, the... what are they called again? I forget, but the things in your intestines, they can reduce you by a further 40%, and in 10% you are in the real danger zone. Right, I'm still overburdened. I'm gonna guess by this massive amount of coal. And I suppose the sticks aren't helping, but what I can do is use this empty trunk for storage of stuff. Gonna keep 13 bits of my coal in it, and keep for you, and I'm gonna keep a huge amount of these sticks, because heavens knows I have a lot of sticks. I'll burn that probably right now-ish. I don't want to carry around my jerry can so much. I will use that scrap metal shortly, same said for the cloth. And the cured leather. And the 2 additional cans. Yeah, goodbye jerry can, I don't need you so much. How about the food? Count this as emergency food because tins are heavy. Even those, I'd rather eat them later on than now. I'll eat them at a time when I'm not afraid of the food poisoning, because right now food poisoning could hurt quite a bit. And would you look at that, I'm incredibly light now. Keep the can until you cook the fish. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. In fact, I even mentioned it probably about 40 seconds ago and did completely forget it. Thank you, Von Doogles. Don't know what I'd do without you. I'd eat cattails one at a time, that's what I'd do. I think I made that joke last time. Feels like something I said last time. Okay, the water's boiling away nicely, and these fish are going to be cooking up nicely. Got to be careful, if a wolf attacks me from this side, he won't see the fire and be spooked by it. He will attack me and not give half a hoot about this. Okay, okay. I'm gonna drink my Summit Soda as well. Calories aren't gonna be such a problem for a wee while, especially with all these fish. And I could actually hunker down here until I get better. Man, that frostbite actually hurts me quite a lot more mentally than anything else. I thought for sure I was fine. I had no idea I was in the middle of frostbite risk. Ah well. Ah well. And I was so close. Yeah, this is the base. I can't think of anywhere better to have as a base in Ash Canyon. It's relatively close to everything. The path up to Miner's Folly, the path up to the gold mine, the Moose area, well, what is normally the Moose area, it's not on this run. And it takes this path down south, which will take us out to, I think, Timberwolf Mountain. Yeah, that makes sense. As well as a bunch of fishing huts, and not to mention these billions of cattails along the way. Yeah, it's just a great central position. In fact, I think it's even central amongst the whole map. And up there's Climber area. Yeah, we can go up there, and we will go up there, because we've got some Vista mapping to do. You ever seen Survivor Fountain of Youth? Never heard of it. It's a Survivor worth a look. I'm not some Survivor game aficionado, I just really like the Long Dark. I haven't played Green Hell, for example, and that one gets brought up every now and then. Right, good old cattails. There is seldom a problem in Long Dark that cannot be handled by just having additional cattails. I also want to run around a fair bit more. It might be burning calories right now, but it also tires me out. And I need to be tired out for a good long sleep tonight, even though it's what I often term as the most useful time of day. Shove that on. 41 minutes, 8 minutes. We're going to get the 8 minutes one done. And then throw you on. 100% conditional, that is great. I'm going to leave my fish right there. Calories on you, 500. That's not so much, but the, I think it's a coho salmon. No, it's the smallmouth bass. But yeah, 1300 calories on you. 1300 on you, 1300, wow, this is just meal fit for a king, really. I don't stink, so I'm not too worried about animals here, plus I can run back to the fire and cow them with that. For now I just want to run around, gather what I can, and tire out Commander Shepard. I didn't go fishing. That fish is there in a Memento cache, and the key for it is always in Miner's Folly. And on top of that, I'm pretty sure it always spawns even on Interloper. I'm not 100% on that, because when I carried on the Outerloper run, every Memento key spawned, and it had all the goods, even the goods you'd find not on Interloper. I believe that has since been patched, so I'm running on outdated information. Right now I'm just spending the time whilst my fish cooks, grabbing all the cattails and tiring out Commander Shepard so we can have a good, long sleep. I am so bummed about that frostbite. It shouldn't make any meaningful change to the run, it just makes me feel a bit glum when I look down and see that red on my bar. But hey, I got double frostbite on the Outerloper run, and that was still a success, so let's not worry about that. It's just howling. I don't think it noticed me, but it can have a stone just to keep itself busy with.
Did I say I hate being cold? Because I really do.
I'm not interested in Shepard getting cold today. Well, colder than already. So I'm going to mosey my way back to that fire. Grabbing every cattail in sight. It is tinder, it is food, it is good.
Think about his food.
And cattails never go off. Never ever. You can leave them outside or inside for months on end, they will still be 100% condition. Oh Christ, I said I didn't want to get cold, and here I am getting cold. Cold and greedy.
I've never felt so cold in my life.
How much colder than one get? You got frostbite. You've already got a 100% achievement run. Yeah. It's kind of funny to me because Commander Shepard is wearing some lovely warm mittens right now. I'll also spend some time indoors before nighttime repairing up some of my clothes. It's just a good way to pass time during light hours. And then, well, actually I could probably sleep for 10 hours already, but I want to use the light time. Alright, that's great. Gimme, gimme. Cook and cook. Provided the fire doesn't go out, that should be fine. I wish all the fish didn't look the same once cooked. So, 300 odd, 1300 odd. Alright, so the big ones are under the wood, the small ones are out in the open. Eat the small ones first. Of course, these are both huge, aren't they? Right, well, while this is going on, couldn't hurt to repair some clothes. Actually, couldn't hurt to make some clothes, not least of all something for my head. So let's make an improvised head wrap. Huzzah! Now we're immune to frostbite, except we already have it. Oh wow, these thermal undies are in dire need of attention. 30 minutes to repair. I'd rather do something other than that if I can. 30 minutes to make this as well. I think I'll let my fire go out. I'll go inside, I'll make stuff until I'm very tired, and then I will sleep until tomorrow. Because poor Shepherd needs a whole lot of TLC for her body. I'm even going to eat. I will even feed Commander Shepherd enough to get through. Yeah, the crampons are mine. Wait, where are they? I don't recall taking those off. Well, I guess I did, otherwise they would have been on. Oh, since this is my base, I will actually take the opportunity to make a whole lot more water as well. So I'll just throw in another cedar here. And maybe do a little bit more prowling around for cattails. As I said, can't go wrong with more cattails. Don't know if I already checked over here as well. Evidently not. You took your boots. Oh, that's it. Taking off your boots takes off your crampons because for some unknown reason Commander Shepherd doesn't like sharpened metal digging into her feet. Maybe if I'd had those crampons I could have moved fast enough to get back without... No, stop thinking about the frostbite. The frostbite is a mark of honor that Shepherd is able to survive these harsh interloper environments. Hey, what's over there? Do you think there's anything in this? I'm not willing to smash it apart and check, but it does make one a little curious. And again, not worried about running around, especially when my calories are zeroed. Can't get lower than 0 in this game, thankfully. Except I think a fire can. I think if a fire is down to embers, it still counts down into the negative for its burn time, because sometimes you add a stick, and you don't even get all of the stick's burn time out of it. You get a significantly reduced amount. There we go. Good job tiring yourself out, Shep. I'm going to check over here, actually. There is always a tinner over here, and I want that tinner. I'm looking forward to Fristpunk 2, says Master Cobalt. Aye. Well, it's going to happen eventually, and I do hope that it's good. Right, you got some much needed charcoal for me? Give it to me. It's not much needed, far from it. But I do want that tomato soup, and I will head back with it. Whoa, well, Fido noticed me. I am a little bit in the danger zone for a wolf attack right now. In fact, more than a little, I'm in quite a lot of danger zone. No weapon with which to fight back. And quite low health. That looks about 25 health, maybe 30. 30 at a push. It's getting foggy here. It's okay, I will frighten off the wolf with my power of fire. Hopefully I didn't leave something on here that burnt, though. Almost. Very almost. You're a big one, though, right? Oh, I had fish on me. That's why it was stinking me out. Oh, he just gave up on me because I dropped the fish. He wasn't interested in me, he just wanted the fish. That's kind of disheartening in a way. Alright, chef. Throw a bit of wood onto here and make yourself that second head wrap. While the going is good, the good get going. Boiling. Put it on, and also... Oh, I put all my cloth away in there, didn't I? Ah well. Right, that should be me good on water for a wee while, because that's another 2.5 litres to my 2.5 litres. Even so, a little bit of cloth would go a long way for stitching up my thermies. Threw away more of it than I thought. It's starting to feel like I didn't take enough cloth with me. There was plenty of Miner's Folly and I didn't tear up every curtain. Should have remembered the teachings of the Baron. Right, 70 is a little risky. I'm going to eat it anyway. Paid off. You're 100%, 100%. 100% and 100%. Well, this is good. Yum, 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 shepherd. Just bite it all down. It's good for you. And fish doesn't cause much thirst when you eat it, thankfully. I don't agree with that. I mean, sometimes I get really thirsty eating fish. And let's repair our trousers. And it succeeds. Good, because otherwise I was going to regret having... chucked away the thingamajiggers, the compendiums for learning how to sew. You know what? The going is good. I'm going to keep this fire going. I'm going to keep making water. Maybe more than just water. But yeah, 2 litres of water in you. I'm going to make teas in you. And I'm going to cook up my banged up tomato soups. Why, you may ask? Because I want to level up my cooking to level 2. 10% more calories out of everything's rather nice. So... there we go. Am I going to repair these jeans? Should certainly repair my terrible shirt. But I'd probably get more bang for my buck after out of repairing this down vest. Oh crap, this thing might burn during that time. We'll soon see.
Lay down and have a little sleep right here.
Ooh, not quite. And you didn't either. So keep the water flowing. Shepherd is getting injured from tiredness now, but that's okay. It's very small, the amount of injury you take from being too tired. And I do want my water. So take a bit of reclaimed wood. Melting nicely. I shall repair... probably this. I can get a whole degree out of this thing if it's not mangled. There we go. Well, you'd never normally catch me caring about a down vest, but nay bad. We'll get our last bit of water out of you. This is what sticks are really good for. They make your fire duration very malleable. I still want these things to be repaired better. Wow, I haven't failed a single bit of mending. That's really, really good. Alright, another stick. Give me a torch out of that as well. Maybe when it's almost done. Yoink, 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 yoink. None too shabby. Calorific count is kinda low. I'm gonna leave these. They should be good for a good long time. That said, Commander Shepard's pretty hungry. I don't want to deal with a hangry shepherd. You know what? She deserves this. For the frostbite, I will fill her belly with delicious fish. Alright. A quick check on my items. I do not need 46 cattail heads. I will do with 8. 4 coal is fine. 10 sticks is fine. I don't need that much tea, but for some reason I can't select the tea. Can't select anything, actually. What's going on? There we go. UI kind of broke down on me there. The sardines are too risky to carry on me right now. Nobody needs 45 cattail stocks. I'll just carry... 14? 10? 12. I'll carry 12 on me. I'm sure I'll gather more where I'm going. And that's a whole lot of water. So let's just have our water sitting around on the workbench, where work is meant to be done. And this is great. Just stocking up a base. Element of survival. I'll keep that on me. And I'm already really light now. 18 kilos. Don't know why I'm carrying this fire. I totally don't need it, but I'll just let it burn out. I am torn on that jerry can, but I think I'm just going to leave it behind. It's too heavy to justify carting around, and I can come back here pretty willy-nilly. Only 2 bits of cloth. Yeah, take another couple bits of cloth. Maybe even take the cured leather and attempt to repair the boots. Yeah, that seems like a fine thing to do whilst it's still light. Also, yeah, I see that shooting guide, but that is useless to me. As are many of these books. Alright, in that case, I'll just salvage this torch whilst we're holding it. And I think I will try and repair my shoes. It's worth a shot, right? Don't fail me now, cured leather. We don't have much of you. I can't believe it. It's only 60% chance of succeeding, but we've done it every time. Right. Not much else I can think for poor Shepherd to do. I mean, there's always stuff to be done, but in the position that I'm at right now, it's time for a drink. Our belly is full and we are happy, and we are sleeping for 10 whole hours. Never saw a wolf eat fish, only land meat. I think they eat stuff that you drop as a decoy. Is that another? I thought I heard the wind pick up there. Right, I still want to sleep a little longer, so eat more, wait for daylight. We're not going to sleep for 10 hours. On Interloper, you just sleep until you can no longer sleep. The setting is actually called Rest as a Resource, I think. Where's the bed? How do I keep losing the bed? Right, if I'm looking at the trunk, then the bed is right here. I'm just going to wait until it's bright enough to work. Then I'm going to look over at my... There's the workbench. That means there's the drawer, which means there's the trunk. And I want the scrap metal out of the trunk. And the scrap metal is going to be turned into hooks. 3 hooks. Now I really need some guts. Wait, no, I have a sewing kit, don't I? Well, the sewing kit won't last forever, and I already used quite a bit of it, didn't I? Yeah, I used 30% of it already. I want these hooks so that I can make improvised sewing kits. Yeah, good, that justified my actions well. It's going to be very cold out there, and Shepard is still very injured, so the question is where we go and what we do with this. Because it's going to get real cold real fast, and there are wolves out there. What are we going to do? Well, there is the Vista point over here, the Ash Canyon Vista. It's quite the trek to get there, though. I mean, it's a real trek. I'm not even sure if I know 100% how to do that trek without going up through Minor Folly again. Which might not be the worst idea. If I go down south up through Minor Folly and then down to the climber area, that could be good for me. But I'm pretty sure there's another better way. It just kind of sucks to do it during early morning when it's unbelievably cold out there. It's really tempting just to hunker down for a day and get all of my health back. But hunkering down feels a bit cowardly, so let's get out there. Wherever out is. Oh, there's Leaf Cabin. That's right, it's this bright outside, but it's pitch black indoors. There are mods for that. Hey, do I want this charcoal? I'm not sure. Oh god, I am not going to enjoy how cold this journey is going to be and how much damage I'm going to take for it. So I should take every option that I can to start fires and keep the fire moving with me. In fact, why don't I just start a fire right now? Warmth. Okay, I'm going up to the climbers area. It's a long and arduous journey, so kind of ballsy to do it, but we're doing it. Better ways through Birch Territory, Tree Bridge, Climber Cave. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Because I'm pretty sure if I go in this direction there is birch to be had. Cue me discovering them actually going the wrong way, but I'm quite sure I'm going the right way. I almost need a fire already. In fact, I would actually benefit from a fire already. You know what, accelerant. Give it to me quickly. Probably a waste of my beautiful accelerant, but... Got my rosehip tea. And you know what? Cook you up as well. Barely gonna heat me up, but it's the rosehip tea that I'm after.
Jesus, it's cold.
I know it's cold, Shepard. Stop telling me how cold it is. Drink your rosehip tea and quit moaning. That'll make you get a little less cold over time. Ah, screw the tomato soup. Is that a corpse? Ooh, please tell me you've got a toque or something. Nope. A cotton toque wouldn't be much better than the improvised headgear that I have, but a wool toque would be amazing. I should run a lot. Tiredness doesn't matter, I'm very not tired. Don't know if I have my... Ooh, look at this. Don't know if I have many ropes to climb. Probably, since I'm going to climber area, but... Actually, that is a fair consideration, but I'm quite light, so surely that'll make it okay. Since I have fire, I don't need to worry about the wolves, unless they jump me from very close. Which can happen. Am I going the wrong way? This feels like a dead end. I thought this path turned around. I think I ended up going the wrong way somehow. Out of my way, pupper. Whoa, now they're getting dangerously close. Where did I end up? Oh, here we go, here's the path. I thought I went to do a dead end, but I could have sworn there's a path around here. Righto, righto.
Gotta warm up somehow.
This definitely doesn't feel like the wrong way, the right way. Where the heck am I? And what I really don't like is how incredibly cold I'm getting in the process. I think I went in at too low an area. I needed to come out and up and round a bit more. And I also think that continuing this journey whilst being this cold is very dangerous. what I should probably do is actually just go back to base and sleep for a bit, gain some warmth and a little bit of health.
If I don't warm
Is that wolf just kind of keeping up with me? He is spooked, but for how long? Oh yeah, I 100% see the mistake I've made now. Warmth. I might keep the fire going though. I've got plenty of sticks, so I can just keep the fire going inside the angler's place rather than make a new. Actually, yeah, no, I do want to rest up a bit. It'll be nice though, travelling in the warmer time of the day as well. Which I'm taking very unnecessary damage here, and it's not like I have herbal tea to help dispel that damage. I'll have birch tea later. Yeah, turned off way too early there. So what do you think the odds are we get our daily blizzard tomorrow? Or later on today, rather. Right, so yeah, rather than waste the match, I'm going to keep the fire going in here. Just set it for 2 hours, sleep for 2 hours, and then get out of here.
Come on, little fire. Wait, that didn't work.
Come on, Shep, you're better than that. We all know you're better than that. At least I'm warm in here. But that's where you can get a little too attached to your base, and then you go, oh, just stay here another day, stay here another day. You need to keep moving in this game. You need to keep exploring. That's how you get stronger. Get your pry bar, get your hacksaw, get your hammer, get your knife, get your hatchet.
Perfect.
All the tools you need to keep on grooving. So. Just slam on sticks until it's good for, well, rather a long time. And fill you with 2 liters, and then I'm going to sleep for 2 hours. Should be good for me. Yeah, this pot-bellied stove doesn't have a thermal clip, you know, Howie. There we go. Keep the water flowing into Shepherd's belly as well. And I'm actually going to get my warming up bonus before I leave, because it just disappears on you so quickly. Give me another batch of sticks, a reasonable batch. I will, I think, have my tomato soup nice and warm. I'll warm you 2 up, and I will also prepare myself my racial mushrooms.
I could eat anything.
They're still good for a while. You're going right into my belly. You'll warm me up. Take a torch. Wow, that's a crappy torch. Take another torch. Take out my most crappy torch and run with that for as long as I can. Now let's get going. And let's also hope that the weather isn't miserable. Alright, better luck second time. Although we're a bit more tired than last time, I think we'll be okay. Positive thinking. It's practically a superpower. It certainly is in Death Road to Canada. Yeah, you know, tinned soup really is a comfort, especially if you have something toasty and cheesy to go with it. Like some cheese on toast. Yeah, see, I pulled into there just thinking, ooh, it's the way to go, but no, it's the next left, the one that's closer to the falls. And it's also going to lead me over to birch bark, which is going to be pretty useful for healing up. Now I'm glad I have this flare on me, because there is a chance that a nasty bit of wind or something similar could spell the end to my protection against the wolves. But a flare will work, even in the wind. And that is your secret to staying alive. If you're being beset by wolves, especially timber wolves. As we saw when playing in Blackrock, a marine flare will destroy their morale. And you want to destroy that morale of theirs. Also, I don't want to be followed all the way over here, so if you want to come over here and get spooked, that's great. Just please run the way you came, not the way I'm going. Okay, thank you. It's a complete random shot which way they end up running away to. And if it's not random, then it's functionally random, because I don't know how to impact upon it. Right, so we can see some birch trees over there. Great opportunity to grab some much needed birch bark for healing. Not just healing, but keeping ourselves warm on the go. In fact, I might already, if I grab 2 of them, stop and make a birch bark tea. Because I want to be gaining health, not losing it on this journey. Sadly though, no sign of birch bark. Ash Canyon can have amazing, huge birch bark. I think there's some bug that makes their size very variable in Ash Canyon. Okay, many more birch trees over here, that's good. It's still an intimidating place to me, Ash Canyon. There are not many places to seek refuge in. Sure, there's Miner's Folly, and near Miner's Folly there's the first house we went into, but both of those are kind of isolated. You gotta go out of your way to get there, for one. If you're on the other side of the map, good luck with that. There is the Angler's Den, but there's not that much loot in there, so once you've picked it clean, you know, you gotta strike out to get more. And if you do really want to strike out, it's not like, say, Coastal Highway or Mystery Lake, where you can just take a jolly jape over in the afternoon and you'll be back in time for supper. Going anywhere in Ash Canyon is quite the commitment. You've got a long way to go, and you've got some very, very treacherous land to cover to do so. I'm going to put this fire down. I want my tea, and I want it now. If only it was worth more because it was larger. Well,
Come on,
yeah,
little fire.
sadly, it is not. There's a thought, Vundoogle. How about your weight showing on the GUI? How often have you had to stop and do a weight check? Right, let's throw a few on you. It's not that cold, but let's keep it that way. And, well, there's actually nothing worth putting in these right now, because I need to craft my... I can prepare some mushrooms, actually. And my soup. Do I care that much about my soups? I mean, I might as well. They're too heavy to really justify carrying around. Get those done whilst I craft myself some triple birch bark. Oh god, warming up bonus is gone. Mistakes may have been made. Just let me slurp that soup down. That'll warm me clean up. And then make some birchy barky. Make some double birchy barky. Actually, I want a few torches out of this, so I will grab this while the going is good. I don't want to feel like I'm imposing Vondoogles, especially when the game is being updated. You never know when an update just comes and trashes all of a modder's work on this. They do have frozen versions, but I also kind of want to play with the latest and best in the game. Tear this up for a much needed stick. Funny joke, it's not needed. Not at all. Give me that, and... yeah, here's a stick. 4 minutes, 1 minute. I'm actually going to take this, even though I don't need the warming up bonus that much out of it. I do want the healing bonus from it. Keeping ourselves satiated through the power of tea. And there we go. Let's keep moving. And I'm still interested in birch bark if we see it. There's one over there. 1 bit of birch bark tea heals you for 5 condition over the course of 2 hours. And it gives you the warming up bonus, and it gives you calories, and it gives you water, and it gives you warmth if it was heated at a fire. Birch bark is so good that you can live off of birch bark As in, birch bark is the only thing you eat. No granola bars, no venison, no bear, no wolf, not even a cattail, just birch. It's so powerful you can live off of it. And there's even more birch over there. Lucky me. Do I hear a challenge? It's called Birchman, and I'm not particularly interested in it. It's a little too one note. Yeah, look at that big old birchy bark. Someone's been to the gym? Look at the... Jings! What tree is it going to wrap around? Looks like it could be an Avorion spaceship. Yeah, I saw it, don't worry. Every bit of birch bark. You want it, you want it. Well, I certainly want it. Okay, I'll know I'm on the right track once I find the transition area to Timberwolf Mountain, because that's when I kind of need to curve up and over that hilly part. And then we're going over to Climber's area. I don't know if this map has a bedroll on it, but man would it be useful if it did. Because currently I always have to go back to the Elevated Hut, Miner's Folly, or Angler's Placey Place to sleep. Or if I feel particularly adventurous, I can go over to the gold mine. I do not feel that adventurous. Where does this lead?
I need anything right about now.
Does it lead anywhere? It leads down, and I am not interested in going down. I'm interested in going up. Something, something, I take the higher road and you take the low road. I'm also probably going to recharge my warming up bonus with another steamy hot bit of birch bark. I think the healing stacks, but I'm not actually all that sure. Oh, it does stack. Sweet. Okay. Well, great. That is really great. Say, we're all learning today. I don't know what lessons you're getting out of this. Probably something like always check if you've got frostbite risk or not. Not probably going the way doctors prescribe, but maybe this is a shortcut up to Climber's area. Ooh, it's starting to look a lot less like it is. No, I think this is a shortcut to being in the very, very wrong place. It's okay, the odds of getting sprains are pretty freaking minimal right now because I have crampons and I'm underweight. I'd even go so far as to say I'm quite underweight. Look at the size of that scrub brush. I swear they just put a random thing on just how big all of the assets are on this map. Lesson is I should try birch tree. I wouldn't mind trying some birch tea in real life.
Starving.
If I can source some. Actually starting to wonder where I am. Hope I haven't overshot here, but I haven't seen the transition to Timberwolf yet. And this is where some smartass says, you know, if you were mapping, you'd be able to see it. Yeah, no kidding. Wait, this feels right. Yeah, this feels good. Transition area is just over there, which means I do want to hug left. Maybe I shouldn't be running so much. I don't want to get tired if I do have to climb ropes. And what are the odds I have to climb ropes to get to a climbing area? I'd wager they're pretty high. And again, I don't have a bedroll to sleep in to heal up, and I'm not sure if there's... Ooh, there might be a... what do you call it? A snow shelter around here. Now that would be an interesting one. Snow shelters don't see enough use in this game, but I like any excuse to be using one. They give a staggering 15 degrees of warmth, and they cut away all wind chill. That's a pretty great deal. Until you realize they take calories, and I think 45 minutes to make. They cost 15 sticks and 5 cloth. And in a remote and unwelcoming region like Ash Canyon, 5 cloth is a lot. Even though we went around tearing down curtains over in Miner's Folly, I still find myself a little short on cloth. I also haven't grabbed these, have I? You know, if you were mapping, you'd be wasting so much time and heat. Oh yeah, that's why I don't map. Okay, it's actually really warm for us right now. It's only -3. A couple of those degrees are because of this torch we're holding. That's fine though. And even if I do get a sprain walking around here, we have the ability to fix it with our 4 bandages. So, corpses. That is a corpse for sure, but it's not a corpse I want. The corpses I want are rabbit corpse, because those I can disassemble inside Angler's Cavern. Cabin, not cavern. I don't want to have to stand around outside, make sure I have a fire going, make sure the wind doesn't pick up. Oh, there's just no end to the nightmare of dealing with outdoor harvesting corpses. Eyes peeled though. Hello, hello. The good Lord giveth me a useless bit of spray paint. Okay. Well. The game was generous enough to give me the 3 boxes of matches, but they were guaranteed matches, I think. I haven't found any chance-based matches. Is that birch bark? Where exactly is the birch tree around here? Well, I'm still taking it. I would never not take it. Interesting, the lean to which is semi-coated, not in the game when it's its own leaf bed. The lean to which is semi-coated by, you know, I shouldn't be reading that, I should be using my eyes to actually look for any useful resources around here. I'll just outsource my thinking. If only I could outsource my looking. Is this the way across? I feel like I haven't adequately explored this area. And I still want to maintain my warming up bonus while the going is good, so I'm going to put down another fire here. Burning through my cattails, I'm well aware of that, I just hope I don't use them all up. And I'm going to get another birch tea going. Lean-to is a type of survival shelter. Huh. They were, I think, talking about making one of those. But I struggle to see what it would achieve that the snow shelter does not already achieve. Have some rosehip tea ready for me. Here's a few sticks to keep you going, whilst I check out around here. This is where I go up here and just find there's nothing, but at least I'll be sure that there was nothing, rather than always have that nagging feeling that I didn't check. This would be a great place to map. Okay, the crows are over there. Those are the ones that are cawing at me as if to say, come here, and I will come there.
I've never been so hungry in my life.
Ruined torch, 2 minutes until ready, and what luck, it takes 2 minutes to salvage a torch. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I found a leaf bed here before, so I'm willing to believe that. Alright, give me that restored condition, please. I hope I'm not burning too much of my water for this. Oh, I am. Alright, Shepherd, let's keep on grooving. Wish I had coffee. And let's not fall down, I bet it's really scary to be walking over one of these things. I'm not sure I would do this. I mean, I like heights, but I would be so sure that that would just fall over and get me killed. Right, I believe Climber's Cave is around here. If it's not, then I am so lost. But I'm pretty sure I'm right. I remember the first time as I was playing this, it was like people telling me, hey, go to Climber's Cave, there should be good stuff there. So, where's that Climber's Cave? I don't want to lose my altitude that I've gained here. Oh no, this looks right. This whole plateau area here looks just right. Okay, goody goody. Let's not lose our fire. Coward, do a flip. I am a coward. Definitely. Right, Climber's Cave. Could have goodies, could have practically nothing. What do we think it's going to be? Cedar, cedar, a large rosehip thing, which still only gives one batch of rosehips. And there is matches. Okay, right. I don't feel bad about wasting all those matches earlier on now. Mainland tourist climbers ain't all they're moaning. No, isn't worth it. High meadow, bow out, gold mine, week overdue. Give me that. Ketchup crisps. Decent enough condition. A second sewing kit is wonderful. It means I don't need to waste guts on. Wow, it's really warm. Don't need to waste guts on making a hooky makeshift sewing kit. Still pretty grim. I would have liked a toque or something, but that's the luck of the draw. Well, no, what I really wanted was a bedroll. Right, should I do the big mountain climb? Yes, I should, because if I do that, it's going to give me an opportunity to head over to Miner's Folly and sleep, which I definitely should do, because I'm going to be pretty tired by the end of all this. Oh, but I really, 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 really want those rabbits. I haven't had any rabbity goods so far. The game knows this. And now the serendipitous bunnykins has brought its own leak. Well, that was pathetic by me. And this fire is not long for the world. How heavy am I? Pretty underweight. Even more so thanks to Technical Backpack helping me out. That was significantly less pathetic. Pet the bunny. Where's the other bunnykins? Come on, come on. I'm pretty sure we're safe from wolves up here. So surely the bunnykins are all out. Having little funny bunny get-togethers. Sure it's scarpered over here. I don't have tons of stamina to be wasting around here, so there we go. Don't make me work for this, my bunny friend. I didn't come here to work. Good shot. 2 out of 3. Snappy, snappy. Alright. Grab fire, make my way up the climbing area. Although it's kind of treacherous at this point. I hope it's not as... well, I just hope it's not that tall. If it is, I'm in for a bad time. Actually, it might be a double climb, which would be even worse. Ah, I've got an even better idea. I can do the climb tomorrow when I'm fresh-faced, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, because I can go and sleep in the elevated area. So what I'll do is I'll loot this area, I'll do that climb tomorrow, and I'll head down from here over to the... I keep forgetting the name of it, but I'm just calling it Elevated Hut. The first place I went to and slept in this whole run. I don't need more like him. It's also a good opportunity to carve up my bunnies over there, and I can leave them there to dry out. Homesteader's Respite, says Just Kill. Thank you. That's the name of the place. All my teas are cold, but teas are not limitless, so maybe I shouldn't be using them all so willy-nilly. Anything over here? Actually, if I know that I'm going to be moving around tomorrow, I can do a bit more running today. But I'm warm. Unbelievable how warm this is for Ash Canyon. 7 degrees. 7 degrees under, but still 7 degrees. Second Polaroid. Oh, that'd be so good if it were. Oh, hell yes! Alright, the vistas are getting done this run. Sweet. One up there, and the other back on the Wolf Ridge overlook. Excellent. Usually an isolated thing like that can have a Polaroid. That was the case in Forlorn Muskeg, and it is the case here. We're going to have almost the whole place mapped, which is going to feel good. Real good. Yeah, look at that. That's a climb and then another climb. I am not equipped for that today. I'll do it tomorrow. Polaroids give you a Vista location where if you do mapping, you unveil an enormous amount of the map. So much more, to the point where regular mapping is kind of useless in my opinion. I certainly don't like regular mapping, and this gives me another good reason not to like it. It's okay, the more tea ingredients I grab, the more agency I have in my free time, because I can spend my free time just making tea, even if it's dark. You can prepare tea in the dark, you can harvest materials in the dark, you can tear apart your clothes in the dark, but you cannot craft or repair in the dark. And even then, you can sharpen in the dark. And I'm not sure, but I think maybe you can repair your hacksaw in the dark. Not entirely sure on that one, truth be told. This is a large open area, and I'm not entirely sure I've found everything here. But I'll be going across it again probably tomorrow or whenever I'm done climbing up there. So I'm not too worried if there's something I've left behind. Besides, if there is, we'll get it from mapping up there on the Polaroid location. Ooh, a cave. All is well. Well, all is quite well. It's only day 4. Although we have a lot to eat, I wouldn't say that we've quite gotten anything even remotely resembling sufficiency on that part. Sure, I've got some fish backed up and a load of cattails, but I would like to have more of a setup for hunting and grabbing myself a load of venison steaks. Make this journey for one measly crumb of coal. Shepherd's going to sleep well tonight. She'll be back up to full health by tomorrow morning. With the caveat that it's not going to be full health, it's only going to be 90% because of our beloved frostbite. Come on now, Howie. Nobody knows what shaking a Polaroid picture is all about these days. Hey, is that true though? I thought instant cameras made a bit of a hipster-like comeback. Certainly recall seeing one not too long ago. Although I don't see the point, everybody carries a camera on them these days. That's why Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster just silently died. Feels like freezing. Well, that sounds quite balmy. Gonna take another quick look around here in case there's any more goods, although I'm running a touch low on torches. And I gotta remember these torches are vital for getting me safely over to where I want to go. I stink of rabbit. And I do want to hack these rabbits apart tonight, preferably after dark. Because there's another thing you can do in the dark. Harvest corpses. Speaking of corpses, I thought maybe there'd be one around here, but I spy with my little eye nothing. Okay, let's start making our way over to the Homesteader Respite. If I go around with a torch, the torch does multiple things. For one, I can freely set up a fire without having to waste a match. 2, it gives me about 2 degrees of warmth bonus, which does make quite a difference. It's the reason I've not been taking hypothermic risk on this journey. 3, it will deter wolves. Even if a wolf spots me and runs up to me, it will hesitate in attacking me because of the fire cowing it. To cow is a verb. It means to intimidate someone into inaction. During which I can chase them off by taking an aggressive action, like pretending to throw a stone at them. And I'm sure there's another reason, but I don't have it to hand. Those 3 reasons are already good enough. Any 2 of those reasons is already good enough. Can I safely get down from here? I have some misgivings about this route. Yeah, I got crampons on. That's helping me alleviate any risk of snapping my poor little delicate Canadian ankles. Whoa, they might be put to task here, though. Alright, Shep, let's go. Am I gonna regret coming down here? Probably. Looks a bit far, but down we go. Hey! A for aces. Oh my god, we're not done yet though, are we? Oh, jeez, oh, jeez. Let me down safely now. Into the jaws of Big Wolf. We're all in the pocket of Big Wolf around here. This could hurt a bit. Ooh, ho, ho, ho. Those crampons are working overtime, Shep. Alright, there we go. Now let's make our way to relative safety. And let's hope to God that the wind doesn't pick up, because these wolves know what I'm carrying. A lot of extremely delicious rabbit. I'm gonna go away and let me take my penultimate torch. Cattails tempting, but I will leave them for a future shepherd. I have enough food on me right now. And I got this rabbit, which I wouldn't mind cooking up. Maybe I'll cook it up tonight. Oh, Kitty can watch and enjoy some rabbit. How can you be called Kitty and not appreciate the devouring of rabbits? That's what cats do. Even though I set up the rope, I think I'll still take the shortcut. Hey, you want some of this? Yes, scat cat. Terrified of this torch. Alright, up and at him, Shep. Oh, right, actually, before I do that, I actually want to check out the fishing hut over there. Seldom do I go. But today I want to go. I've sometimes found some nice things in there. And I think that's my shortcut area. So let us please remember that I have 2 rabbits here. Oh god, they're freezing. That's not good. I don't want them frozen. Even so, I do want to check this place out. Bit of a wreck, but I mean, what isn't? And this run's not a wreck. It's going rather well. All these incredibly tempting cattails, but no, I shall pass. Quite a large area here, but as far as I'm aware, there's no fat loot. It's just cattails and I suppose some sticks. Enough torches for the final trek, or will you make a fire and harvest more? I will keep that option, but the final trek isn't very long. 1 whole bit of coal in a coal thingamajigger. And a scrolled message. Climb, start at the bottom, no better place. And, whoa, this was worth it. Oh my days, that's very worth it. I'm really wishing I'd grabbed this earlier on, but there we go. Storm lantern. We no longer need to waste torches to go through caves. Or mines, rather. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure there are only 2 mines, and we've been through both of them, so you live and learn. And I should definitely tick that off. Nice, Storm Lantern just sitting out in the open for a good old shepherd to have. We're definitely celebrating with some delicious rabbit meat tonight. Actually, these cattails are a good thing to pick up because I did burn a fair few of my tinder, didn't I? Yeah, it's a bad idea to be roaming around with 4 or fewer, because it just takes a bad chain of fire starting and then you are SOL. SOL, the last word is luck. I'm sure you can figure out what the other 2 words are. Final torch, final ascent. Let's go. It does not matter if I get any sprains or anything here. No big deal. See if I can remember the route. Up and at him, Shep. So as much verticality here as you can. This is more than I remember getting, but yeah. This is not the last time you will see a trick like this done in Single Region Survivor. I put a lot of work into a cunning plan for a certain other map that has yet to be rolled, but when it does, I'm gonna blow your mind. Well, I hope I will. That's the plan. The alternative is I completely fail on what I set out to do. That'd be funny in its own way. Funny and a bit sad. Almost there, almost there. And Shepherd is quite the boulderer. You gotta be careful to always be going towards the rock that you're climbing against. If you end up going back even a bit, whoa, whew, you'll end up just falling down there and unable to get back up. It's a game of slopes, this. Any slope that's just too much of an incline, Shepherd can't get up. Like this bit, yeah, no, not 1.5 foot of snow, I can't do that, so we gotta go up and over. No jump button in this game. But it's a good call. I do appreciate the reasoning behind that, and it does work out well for the game. Right, made it back. Pleased as punch. Now, I will make a fire. I hopefully still have plenty of burnables. Oh, I got this fir wood and 1 billion sticks. Okay, that's all good. Then let's get going. I think we've now spent at least a night in pretty much everywhere that that warrants it. Here, Miner's Folly, the
Come on, little fire. Come on.
gold mine. Oi, 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 oi. No one said you could fail. I don't have backup torches here. I don't think it's the ankles doing the work. It's the grippy hands, which are somehow gripping through the fleece mittens that I'm wearing. That's more like it. Now let's keep this good old fire going for quite some time. Yeah, why not? 3 hours should suffice. And these rabbits did not get fully frozen, so I can harvest them the way God intended. And we're going to have a lot of water and a little bit of water going while I do this. Give me that 1 kilo of meat. Yum, 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 yum. And this is good to do while I'm starving, because it normally takes calories to do this. 6 whole minutes till boiled. Well, I'll let you boil. And then I will cook this delicious bit of meat. Wait, what? Okay, well, that's a useless bit of meat. In fact, 10 calories. Yeah, sure. I'll just eat it here and now so Shepherd can have a little bit of a snack. Right, whilst you're doing that, I will rip apart the other bunny.
I thought I'd be dying from starvation.
Shepherd will continue to complain. I'll be ready in 8 minutes. It's not really long enough to do anything, is it? Let's prepare 2 bits of birch bark. And I have the capacity to make even more, which is great. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. 30 odd minutes. Cooking level 2, that's what I like to see. Now let's get these rabbit hides out. I need a lot more rabbit hides, and I don't know where to find more rabbits. Actually, maybe I'll find some by going up and around like I did before. We found rabbit before. I'll leave those in the chair so they're easy for me to find. They kind of blend in with the carpet.
Right now.
Come on, come on. There we go. Another 2 liters of water, please. It's going to necessitate a bit more time on the fire. And give me more guts, please. Should have been making water during this, shame on me. Always, always, always make more water. Let's see, still going fine, so give me your guts as well. Doing this by hand takes a long, long time. I wish I had a hacksaw, but I haven't found one. The Bunnykins has just gone away to the nether realm at this point. I feel a little uneasy. A few more sticks just to keep you going a bit. Last bit of gut off of you. Lovely. Okay, and now we can have our guts curing here. We can have our helps curing here. How much rabbit do we have? 400 odd. I'm just going to eat both. Yum, 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 yum. There we go, that's how good we treat shepherd. Very good. Boiling dry, and whilst the going is good, I certainly want more birch bark. Let them go, let me prepare the rest of my birch bark. I don't need to take it because I'm going to get all of my condition back tonight. But I certainly want it prepared. So I want to be able to drink it on the move. And we're going to start having a little bit of water here, just in case I end up stumbling back to this place in a very grim situation. I want to be able to bounce back. Might not be a bad idea to store some firewood as well. Not to mention, I'm going to leave 4 matches here. And I'm even going to put in a note. So, what's this place called again? Someone said something about a respite. What's this place called? Homesteaders. Homesteaders? Was in the... whatever. Notes. Homestead. Homestead house, let's go. Sticks. 2 gut. 2 rabbit pelt. Yeah, 2 guts, 2 rabbit. 4 matches. Water. That kind of... Oh, no, 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 don't. Oh, man, pressing escape just deleted it all. Homestead house. Sticks. 2 gut. 2 gut. 2 rabbit.
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't
4
seem
matches.
so crazy right now.
Enter. Oh, you have to hit done, that's it. If you don't hit done, it just all wipes away. Burning, burning. Let's keep the cooking going. Nothing else to cook. Why don't you make me some water? Can't go wrong with more water. Can't go wrong with more sticks. Can't go wrong with a little bit more mushroom.
So tired.
Yeah, we are getting really freakishly tired, aren't we? Oh right, I'm taking thirst damage as well. That's fine though, we can make it all back with sleep. 4 minutes till boiled. Oh, that's right, I'm almost out of torches as well. In that case, that'll do. Give us about 6 torches. Can always make more. Heavens knows there's a lot of things to burn in Ash Canyon. Sticks aplenty. Take you. Oh, take my final torch as well. And probably just put it out, because I don't think I need this fire any longer. Somebody said there should be a shirt by the bed, but I'm quite certain there is not. Oh, more curtains. Of course. I'm already really tired. I'll do those when I wake up. And I ate plenty of food. And I got this bag of crisps that I can eat in the morning, so... Drink plenty of water so we don't dehydrate through the night. Sleep for 10 hours. And we're going to be pleased as punch when we wake up. Yeah, Baron knows what I'm about here. Let's make sure we're not too thirsty. Whilst we tear apart these curtains with our bare hands. By the way, you should always do curtains with your bare hands. It's not worth the condition damage on your knife. There we go, feeling good. Of course the fire's all gone. Do I even want that charcoal? I already have too much charcoal. Could certainly do with improving the condition on my plaid shirt, and that's a good idea to do whilst it's early on in the day and therefore very... it's very something. Tell you what, I'll just drink for now. I don't mind the condition loss from my starvation, especially when I have 25 condition worth of healing from my teas. So we grabbed all the cloth, it's lovely and bright, so let's get to work on fixing this up. Normally I wouldn't entertain the thought of fixing such a low-tier item as this plaid shirt, especially since it looks really Canadian. But it's probably a good thing to do because I'm having a very, very hard time finding any clothes here. I can't believe I have still to fail any of my repair jobs, considering the odds of failure are really high. It's not worth fixing head wraps, no way, no how. I didn't want to fix you, but I will. Oh, it's not 60, it's 70% percent chance of success. Even so, just we are the messiah of fixing things, it seems. Maybe we're going to fix my jeans while the going is good. Finally, we finally failed. I might get level 2 mending at this rate, which is not something I'd often get just through mending. Oh, maybe not. It takes an obscene amount of mending to get that done. I almost wish I had the books to read on it. Right, I'm just going to fix everything. There's no good reason not to. I want to be as warm as I can. I might not even need a fire if I'm warm enough in my jeans and my combat pants going out there tonight. Although I do want to sleep a little bit. Maybe sleep a bit now and I can repair my combat trousers later. How long do they take to... I'll give it a shot for nothing. And it hits. Sweet. Alright, tell you what then. Eat your bag of crisps. Take a big long gulp of juice. And... oh man, I have waited a bit too long for this, haven't I? Let's sleep for as long as we can and see where that takes us. You should eat before you drink because you take thirst damage from eating crisps. Right, it's maybe not the best... no, whatever, we're going out. How are we doing on our supplies, by the way? Do I have too much water and stuff?
Soon.
Oh yeah, I didn't bring enough water. Didn't bring any water. Alright. Give water. Give water. So I'm not leaving that much behind, but I still want to be well satiated for this. It's a little tempting to take the pelts with me. Having to come back here for them seems like a bit of a drag. And they don't stink. Right, I actually need to think about the journey that I'm making here. I want to go all the way up to the Ash Canyon Vista. That means going along and across and climbing up, and I can always sleep back down in Miner's Folly. Yeah, I'll leave these here. It's not a big trek to go and get them. And I have food by way of cattails. This is... I can't actually tell if this is a blizzard or not. It might just be a cold, snowy, miserable day. But it's only 9 degrees because it's the hottest time of day, sunset. Oh, right, yeah, crikey, this climbing is going to knacker Shepherd. Well, nothing saying I can't rest up at Miner's Folly before I go even further, but we'll see what we can do. Get going, Shep. I know you're hungry, but that's part of the charm. You're a fat slag, Shep. You need to lose some weight. Now get climbing and get starving. There we go. That'll give her the inspiration she needs to climb up here. She's moving faster thanks to the crampons. Yeah, Turnip, I saw it was you cursing the natural steamstress powers of Shepherd, but don't worry, I forgive you. Because Shepherd gets this done in a 1. Yeah, this isn't a blizzard, I can still see. And honestly, it's not that bad. Heck, I'm only feeling the -8 degrees here, this should be fine. The question is if I can get up to the climbing area without getting too knackered. That one climb took out 1/3 of my stamina. If I did that climb 3 times, I would be able to sleep for 12 hours straight. You shouldn't sleep for 12 hours straight on Interloper though, because after 10 hours you will go from full hydration to no hydration. Me as well, actually. I'm getting a bit thirsty. Fortunately, I can one-handedly get my water out, although I still need to look where I'm going. Oh. Ah, this would be an awesome time to get mauled by a bear. Ah, man, I really question the tiny amount of water that Shepherd drinks. I drink so much water every day. It's an 800ml bottle. I keep 2 of them on rotation in my fridge. I finish one, I refill it, throw it in the fridge and take out the other one. And I should probably start taking track of how many times I drink one per day, but it's a lot. Water breaks are about the only breaks that I take when streaming. I drink a lot of water. And it is, of course, water, the ultimate gamer fuel. It's funny because... oh, no, this is becoming a blizzard. Ah, bollocks. Well, nobody said Shepard would have it easy today. Oh, and I can't map in a blizzard either, so it makes it kind of pointless going up to to climbers, whatever it's called. And I think the rabbits despawned from here. Remember when there were rabbits here? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah, no, I think there's Scarp. Yeah, it's over there and then a climb, but no, Shepard needs to take shelter. I got lost doing this before. I hope I don't get lost again, but I'm pretty sure I got lost because I took that route instead of this route. Come on, Shep. Let's not get ultra frostbite. Wait, is this the right way? Maybe. Probably. Alright, we'll follow it. We'll trust the plan. Fortunately, I have a lot of health, so if I get a lot of frostbite, not frostbite,
so cold.
the other thing.
I just want to lay down for a bit.
Hypothermic damage, then it's no big deal. But yeah, this is one ill-timed blizzard. In fact, the blizzards have been very on point on being very poorly timed. Oh, and I can't see where I'm going. What's the right way? Was it here? No, that looks remarkably not the right way. I'm pretty sure I came this way before, and I'm pretty sure I made that wrong turn as well. Enjoy those 3 warm days that Sweden gets. I'm not in Sweden anymore. On top of that, I signed for selling my my apartment in Sweden. So hopefully I'll never be part of Sweden again. Hopefully I'll never even have to go back. Oh god, I'm just getting lost here. This, I think, is the biggest danger that blizzards have, is murdering your perception and visibility. Sure, the cold is bad, the damage that it does to your clothes is bad, the fact that it makes your clothes wet, which makes them heavier and less able to insulate you, is also bad, but it's the getting lost that I think really kills. I am so not in the right place right now. This might be promising. Looks promising. Okay, good, good. This must be the way. Did I go to this cave? What a conveniently located cave. Looks incredibly dark, but we don't need to worry about that because we have lantern. And yes, I was here. I made this campfire and I think I made some tea, but I'm not making tea this time. Southern, northern Sweden are very different. Yeah, south of Sweden is Denmark. Face it, if you're Skånian, you are Danish. You can lie to yourself, say, no, no, it's not true. Totally distinct people. This voice has charm, but you're lying to yourself before you're lying to anyone else. Hang on, it's quite the trek. And I gotta make this trek back, because I want to get to that Vista point. There's It's an old torch I left behind, surely to help guide the way, and this is good. You know, I was talking about losing your way. Oh man, I'm gonna stand in the middle and look both ways. How do we get off this thing? Oh my days, this would be fun. Look at that gap! I bet we could just squeeze down through it. No, no, we're alright. Shepard would not survive that fall. Whoa, whoa, crikey. Just went off the edge there. It's all fun and games until I actually lose the run. And I don't plan on losing any run, let alone this run. I was prepared for losing Forlorn Muskeg. That didn't mean I was... I forget the word I was using. Let's say ready. Hang on, where's the house here? Foreman's house or something like that. That's it, that's it. Onwards to Maniac Mansion. Don't get me heated up, Mr. Scotland. Your country is called Great Britain these days. I wouldn't know. I haven't been there for like 8 years, maybe. Maybe longer. That's a scary thought. Ah, well, we are sodding wet. But we're technically warm in here, and we don't need to waste a match to see, because... Whomph. Did I leave anything for future Shepherd here? I left one recycled can. And some raggedy leather shoes. I should probably tear apart all the cloth in the house right now. God, I got very tired coming here. Okay, can I reach those curtains? I don't think it's possible to reach those other curtains, but it's certainly possible to reach these ones. So, Shepherd, get a feel for where they are, and then rip them apart. What's happening these days? Where are you residing? What happened after Paradox? Well, Jings, I left Paradox in 2019, so was that 4 years ago? And I decided to go full-time on streaming. I've been doing that since. I've been highly enjoying it. Ever since I went full-time streaming, I decided, well, I definitely want to get out of Sweden, because I don't like living here. The entire world conspired against me to make that not happen, but over the past year or so, I've been kind of journeying around trying to find where I want to go to. Went around Europe, went to Japan, and in the end, I thought Austria and Hungary and Japan looked the best, so I gave... There we go. I gave Austria and Hungary another visit, and I ended up settling by Balaton in Hungary, and I love it here. I mean, it's the honeymoon phase, so of course I'm loving it. We'll see how I'm still handling this after the incredible heat of summer has been and gone, but for now I'm really McLoving it. Here, have 7 whole cattails, Shepherd. Cattails, water, 10 hours of sleep, and then we may or may not get those 10 hours. You're bound to lose a run every now and again. They can't all be me. You don't lose your runs, eh, Kitty? I don't know what we define those outcomes as. Right, well, since I have little else to do, I'm gonna make my goodies. And drink my tons of water. No, I've not started learning Hungarian at all. I know igen, nem problem, kisanem, and that's about as far as it goes. I don't even know how to order a beer in Hungarian. Which is fine, I don't drink beer. But I don't know how to order a whiskey in Hungarian, and that could become a problem. Alright, let's pass a healthy amount of time making ingredients. That might be a little bit too much time to pass, because I like to be able to prepare ingredients next to a fire. It makes me feel like I'm using my time productively. But this isn't too bad either, because I can... I'll just sleep until until all is well. And then drink some water and get moving. If it's not windy, I'm going to make a fire in here. so that I can remain warmer for longer when I'm out, and then I can get a warming up bonus from something that I make if it is windy. For the love of God, it's just nothing but blizzards in Ash Canyon. Okay, well, there's no way in heck I'm going out in that because I can't map in this condition. What makes Balaton such a lovely place to live? So Hungary is not the wealthiest country. It's not known for its incredible wealth within Europe. Which means there are two places that are going to be kind of nice to live amenities-wise. One is the capital, Budapest, and whilst I do love Budapest, I don't think I'd want to live in any capital. But the other reasonable option would be a resort town, because resort towns need to be kept nice for the tourists to come in. The reason it sucks to live there is because there tend to not really be jobs, but that's not a problem for me as long as I have internet access. Which did become a bit of a worrying problem, but we got over that to a degree. So I thought, yeah, this might work out. I'd never lived in a resort town before, and now that I do, I think it's pretty swell. There are plenty of people that come along. I mean, this place is a lot busier right now than it was in, say, November or the start of April. So there's interesting people to meet, have decent nightlife. I prefer Budapest though, and in fact I'm going to Budapest tomorrow to enjoy exactly that. And amenities-wise, it's pretty good. Alright, I'm just trying to think of anything else to do here whilst that storm rages on. I did already fix all of my clothes. Not my socks though, socks are almost never worth repairing. And I didn't bring a book to read. This is one of the very rare cases when I would say it's a good idea to read a book. And yeah, that is extremely rare. Oh, well, would you look at that? We did actually manage to pass the storm. Excellent. In that case, I am going to make a couple cups of tea and start this fire using my ample amount of matches. Get in there. Ooh, I'm very low on tinder, so let's hope this doesn't fail 3 times, because I also don't have any accelerant. The stream quality went poor on Paradox when you left. You made those tournaments more flavoury. I think Paradox needs someone that can pull that off. Well, they did bring me back in to do one last dev clash, which was pretty good. They didn't bring me back again after that. Granted, I did tell them I was leaving, so stands to reason. Right, a couple of sticks in there, and let's cook ourselves up some... I don't need the birch bark, actually. Make some racial tea and some rose hips. 13 minutes, 12 minutes. That should be fine. I can take one last torch out of there. I'm going to break down this really... Oh man, 2 really crappy condition torches. They're just a waste of space if they're below 20% condition, in my opinion. Translator app will get you whiskey or just wearing a kilt. So I got a fond memory of when I was in Murzuschlach in Austria. It was nighttime and I kind of fancied going out and getting a drink. So I wandered around and I found a bar. And I walk in, but when I travel, I am 90% of the time wearing a kilt, so I was fully kilted up for this. And I open the door, and just the whole place is silent. Everybody turns and looks at me. And I just walk up to the counter and go, whiskey? And then they serve me some whiskey. All was well, but I gotta say that whole moment of everybody turning and being quiet was a bit Village of the Damned-esque. Not that I know that film, but let's assume that I do. Right, let's go. We have got a fair bit of climbing to do, but that's alright. The shepherd can walk along frozen fence beams, so he can climb up a rope. Which whiskey is your favourite? Oh, well, now. There is a bottle of Penderyn, which was limited produced by the Scottish Malt Whisky Society. Its name is Down the Fruit Mines, or Down the Old Fruit Mines, one or the other. It is so good. It has to be the best whiskey I've ever tasted. Really fruity, as you might imply, but I've got a hell of a sweet tooth. And Penderyn overall is a distillery which I really like. It's Welsh. I get a lot of flack from that from whiskey ponces, but As pretentious as I like to be about my whiskey, I always maintain drink what you like. In any case, it would be that. Oh, it's so good. Failing that, there's Adelphi's Spirit of Speyside. Or is it Breath of Speyside? Anyway, I just finished the bottle and I don't think I'll ever get another one because that was another limited bottling. Ah. Do you have a blacksmith in your family who could make a claymore? No, but my middle brother owns a claymore. Long time ago, the family got swords for Christmas. And yeah, middle brother got a claymore. I forgot what the oldest brother got. I got some kind of weird katana thing. Yeah, gifts are sometimes weird. But they often included video games, so that was good. Oh yeah, it's totally possible to fall off the bridge, Baron. But you kind of have to try for it. If you just walk forward, you're going to be fine. It sways a bit, so if it sways a bit too much, move to the side. But you're fine. I often wondered, what's the logistics of moving from a country to a country? Do you just get a container, or do you travel light? Personally, what I do is I just grab a backpack, and then I go and travel around looking for a place to live. But when the actual move happened, I just contracted a moving company, and I said, I have an apartment worth of crap. I need it moved from here to there. Give me a quote. They give me a quote, and then I just met the driver, filled up his truck, and then I flew over to Hungary and met him a few days later and unloaded the stuff. Very uncomplicated. And since it was all done inside Schengen, it was hardly an issue of movement. Probably going to be a lot harder if you have to move overseas, a lot more expensive too. Happy Father's Day, Jake. Are you implying that I'm a father to you all? Because I hope to God not. I'd have some alimony to pay. Okay. This has been quite the back and forth trek. It better be worth it. I've got a lot of mapping to do here. But on the plus side, we've actually covered a significant amount of Ash Canyon with this. It's a complicated place to move around, but I largely, let's say in broad strokes, I knew the way that I was going. I might have taken a wrong turn here or there, especially into Wolf Creek, but it's been pretty good. You're going back the way you came. That's the intention. The reason I passed by on this is because the weather was really foul, meaning I couldn't map. Not to mention it was just getting worse and worse and I was already really tired. But yes, this is the way I'm meant to be going. I think. I'm starting to feel a lot less confident in that. I was hoping... I'm just going to keep going and assume that I'm going in the right direction. Because if I'm not, I'm in trouble. Oh, leave no trace. I should be finding a rope bridge over to an even higher plateau. Ah, here we go. That's our hope bridge. And that's an even higher-ish plateau? Let's believe that it is and go. I came over here a while back and I'm 90% sure this is the Vista location. Down there was where I was yesterday. I found Climber's Cave down there and it contained a box of matches, which is always a welcome find, no matter the difficulty. Shepherd will continue to complain, don't worry about it. I'm certainly not worrying about it. This warming up bonus is really carrying me a fair bit. Now, I believe somewhere around here is going to be the Vista point. It should show up in the top left that I'm at the Vista point, or the Polaroid location, or whatever it chooses to call it. Oh, thank God. If this hadn't happened, I was going to be a little bit worried. I think this fire will hold out for the mapping. Watch this! Yeah, that was actually a lot smaller location shown than I'd hoped. Kinda awful, actually. I was hoping for much more than that. Well, there's High Meadow, there's the Lower Meadow, this is the low-down area, that's our Angler's Den where our base is. And apparently there are rabbits over there, that's actually good information to have. That is welcome information. Now, I'm interested in doing a bit of climbing around here while the going is good. I live in Hungary near the Slovakian border. We sometimes pop over. All you need is your ID. It's great. Yeah, Schengen is great. I really value being able to easily travel and work and live wherever I want. Tempted to go down there. Really tempted to go down there. Where does the other rope take me? Hope this wind doesn't pick up much more. It sounds like it wants to. Might take me down to a slightly lower area, which I'd be interested in investigating on the way back down. But I'd also like to go and hunt some rabbits. And I might tear apart a deer. How much burnables do I have? How many burnables do I have? Oh, a reasonable amount. Not too far. You know what? Let's give it a go. I didn't come here to be scared away by the prospect of adventure. Might not like being... I might not like being in Sweden, but having the paperwork to say that I'm a Swede is pretty handy. It has minimal downsides, but it does have downsides, like going to Japan and having the Ryokan receptionist bust out a translator that gave me what she wanted to say in Swedish. That one's gonna sting for quite a while. Right, what do we have down here? We've got a sign that says nothing. But we should have that corpse I was looking at from up there. A lot of scrub brushes that you can destroy with a hatchet, but I notably don't have a hatchet and never will. Getting a bit chilly around here though. Here we go. This is the real reason we came down. We got a good friend, the Commander Shepherd's right here. What a miserable way to die. Trying to block off the wind with... I can't tell if that's corrugated iron or wood. But yeah, what a way to go. Do you have any loot? Moldy beef jerky, ketchup chips, and more ketchup crisps. A couple bits of reclaimed wood and my old torch. Not bad. But where was that? Where was that? I swear from up there I looked down and saw a deer carcass. Maybe it was kind of around the other corner. I'm not going out of my way to do that, but I will be coming down to this plateau. Because I feel like I insufficiently searched it earlier. We'll spend our night in Angler's Den tonight. And then after that, well, heavens knows where we're going to go. According to you, there's a corpse around here. I don't see a corpse. Ah, now I see a corpse. Do I want you? Do I want to unfreeze you just to have you? Well... Yeah, it's kind of hard to justify at this point. But I'm gonna do it. When I die, lay me down with my ketchup chips. What a waste of good crisps. I just leave you the packet and say I did it. So this fire should slowly thaw you out. It will also help keep me warm a bit. Just throw on the reclaimed wood, it burns for a good long time-ish. Whilst that is going, it's a good opportunity for me to, you guessed it, make water and make water. And even while that is going, it wouldn't hurt to find something to do to pass the time. Kinda wish I had a rabbit or two to dismantle. If I had the hacksaw, I'd be tearing this thing apart already. But I do not have the hacksaw. Well, this is kind of why I leave myself the ability to make the rose hips. This isn't warm enough for me. I'm not going to throw on coal, but I am going to throw on some sticks. 6 more degrees should go a long way. Look at that warmth meter of mine grow barely. Okay, it's not ton of water, but it'll do. I don't like this wind picking up. And it is picking up a fair bit. I was hoping it would come from that direction so we'd be sheltered, but we shall see if it ends up putting out my fire. I'm not very injured. I don't need some warm birch bark, so instead I'll just cook up some of these delicious racial mushrooms, which I have tons of. Nothing else to make or do or care about, really. This headrath is dying horribly, and I'm not sure I'm going to find any headgear at this point. Alright, there we go. Boiled nicely, burning nicely. Make me just a little bit more water. Keep this fire going for a good bit longer. And give me that frozen deer arse. And don't blow my fire out, I want that. There we go. Just in time for this to be boiled. Just in time for there we go. And I like to sort by weight. Usually puts the meat to the top. 40 minutes. 7 till boiled. Probably going to overboil, but whatever. Give me those guts. I don't care about your hide. Maybe I should care about the hide. More water. More water. And I'll, yeah, I got the time. I'll just take everything off of this, this deer. Give me 2 hours. And just give me the hide. This is really metal, just ripping hide off with your bare hands. And to make some food prepping for the family. See you later. Oh, nice. I love food prepping. Boiling dry, boiling dry. More. More. Is it getting late? James, it's getting to dusk already. Hope those rabbits are still around. Give me that gut. Yummy. Alright, I've got to take the guts. Shepherd has earned this. You can just eat the whole venison. Delicious. Take the water, check the water, drink the water, grab torches and we go. Hopefully I'm not too heavy. Weight check tells me 22 out of 35 and that is way under heavy. And I think I even have some ruined torches to take care of. You might have been using your teeth. Well, that's what survivalism's about, right? Use the resources you have to hand. I'm even going to take out this crappy torch. 14% is not worth carrying around. It's not worth the 300 grams of carry weight. Add a stick, add a stick, add a stick, and take 4 torches. That one's really terrible. That one is mediocre. That one is mediocre. And our last one is mediocre. Well, strength in numbers when it comes to mediocrity. Down we go. I'm going to have another check around here for items I may have missed, as well as any rabbits I may have missed, and then I'm going down to Angler's area. Probably drop off my guts first, because I don't want to stink to high hell for all the dogs. Did I see something that looked like a rabbit over there? No, I did not. I saw a rabbity-shaped bush. Huh. Sounds pretty cute. One somewhat unfortunate thing we still have to do is more mapping up at the gold mine, but there's a route up to there that I will probably take tomorrow, provided I have enough rabbity things to make some rabbity goods. I want the rabbit hat. The mittens that I have on right now are fine, the hat is not. I'd like to replace the really crappy hat, because your makeshift cloth clothes get degraded extremely fast. What, I've had the hat for 2 days? Maybe, and it's already down to 69%, and it's really not worth maintaining. Those are absolute makeshifts until you find better gear. But like I said, Trash Canyon here is not full of amazing synthetic gear. It's a great place for natural resources. It's got birch bark out the wahoo, all the sticks you could want, tea ingredients, probably survive multiple loads of cracked ribs and little stomach friends, the parasites. because you need a daily racialty for 20 days to offset those. And it has a surprising amount of matches. The main reason anybody comes here, of course, is for the technical backpack. Technical backpack, once you have it, is nothing but a bonus. 5 kilos extra carry weight, even if you are completely drained of fatigue. If you're fully fatigued, your carry capacity goes down to 15. But the plus 5 is added on top of that, so it actually goes down to 20. Well fed brings it up to 25, and if on top of that you also have the moose hide satchel, you actually end up with 30 kilos carry capacity, which is your standard amount, even if you're completely drained of energy. It's very powerful. I recommend it. Because a lot of what you do in this game is just... Oh, no, let's not drop that. I wanted to check my stone capacity. 5. A lot of what you do is traveling around dragging gear, kind of centralizing resources. So being able to carry more for no real downside is great. So well-fed bonus, moose hide satchel, and technical backpack. Get all 3 as a matter of priority. Well-fed you can get inside 3 days. The technical backpack depends on your spawn, but it's always worth considering moving in the direction of Ash Canyon for it. And the moose hide satchel, as soon as you have a bow, or if you luck out on getting a flare gun, I'd probably recommend the bow over the flare gun approach though. Anyway, shoot a moose to death, tear off its hide, cure it for, I forget if it's 10 or 12 days, and then enjoy your carrying capacity bonus. This looks very, very dangerous to go down. There must be a point at which we can eat. Ooh, what's over there? What indeed is over there? Let's find out together. It's something, isn't it? I didn't know that was there. Fresh torch, please. All your meters seem very healthy, I'm concerned. Yeah, it would be a royal flush of great fortune if I didn't have bleeding frostbite. Huh. Down you go, Shep. Don't break anything. Especially not snapping off one of your fingers. Again. We have a bench, which I could break down for reclaimed wood. We have a table. And absolutely nothing else. Who in the world built or dragged a bench up here? Will this shed further clues in the situation? There's a plate, there's some hay. Oh, a second storm. Oh, this one's broken. Okay, so there's no storm lantern. You think there's something inside these crates? I am wondering about that.
Anything.
You think we should find out? Come on, curiosity's getting the better of me. Let's see if there's anything in these crates. This is going to take a long time and not be worth it, but I gotta know.
Come on, little fire.
And I do not have a hatchet or a hammer to make this easier. Oh, I have no tinder. That's okay. What one can do is make makeshift tinder using a tinder block. Only takes 5 minutes and it takes a stick. And heavens knows I have a stick. Right, don't let me down again, please. Contains a wilderness survival kit for cold weather. Wouldn't that be useful? Wind and a blizzard could... Oh my god, come on, Shepherd.
Come on, little fire.
We've been so good at making clothes, but we can't start a fire. Holy
That didn't work.
crap, you're bad at this, Shepherd. I need a fresh torch for this, or else I'm going to lose out when making more. Alright, here, have... No, just 2. I'm sure she'll get the job done. She's also getting a touch sleepy. Steady by time for Shepherd. I'm really close to the angler's place, I think, unless I popped off this area in the wrong direction. I should actually look over and make sure I'm in the right place before I break these things down, because I'm going to be quite tired when I'm done with it.
Perfect.
Angler's place, I'm quite certain, is on the other side of that rock. Quite certain, he says. Yeah, the layout seems like it must be there. How could it not? Alright. Goodbye, you. Hello, campfire. I'm going to throw in a bit of coal for added temperature. Give ourselves 2 hours on you. I'm going to make a ton of water. This crate's going to take an hour and a half for me to break apart with my bare hands, but let's do it anyway. Yeah.
Look for shelter.
There was nothing inside it. However, maybe the other crate has the goodies, right? Gotta think positive. Do I want that water so much that I'm willing to wait half an hour for this? Can't think of anything else that I could reasonably do. Did I damage any clothing that could be reasonably repaired? You know what? My poor socks. I never bother repairing socks because it's a waste of time, but... There we go, just so that most of our clothes are in amazing nick. Except for the head wrap. Screw the head wrap. These are actually really good. I shouldn't be down talking them so much. One of these at full condition gives 1 degree of warmth plus half a degree of wind resistance. Which is actually really quite good. Alright, this time when making water just 1.5 litres should suffice. Take this reclaimed wood and... Come on, crate gacha! Can't believe I'd be betrayed like this. There was nothing all along. Okay, well, take the water, take the torches, and let's get moving. How are the 30 days working out? Really well. This I have no reason to believe I'm going to be taking the full 30 days for this. I feel like I want more torches, please. Add another stick on it as well, and then take 3 more torches. That's not luck, it was preparation. In fact, the only thing that's been particularly unlucky is the frostbite. Well, actually, the massive amount of blizzards I've had to face have been quite misfortunate. We sure there's nothing else? I mean, this just seems like such a set piece. No backpack, no corpse. Just a broken stormlight and broken dreams inside those crates. Well, that's how it goes sometimes. But yeah, we climbed down from one of the tallest areas here, down to the very bottom. And we are going to Gingheim. Oh, well, before I call it for a night, I'm going to check and see if there are any bunnykins around. Also, lest we forget, we have a huge amount of calories by way of fish over here. Nothing hanging around on this side, just my old campfire. Fine by me. So I came back here just so I can dump the guts and the fresh deer hide. Do I have other things I want to shove aside in here? I got way too much reclaimed wood. I don't have too many sticks. Man, okay, tinder. I can't believe I ran low on tinder, but I did. Gonna leave behind 12 matches, because heavens knows I have too many. Leave behind some birch bark. I'll keep those, they're very light. Fine, fine-ish. I'll grab more cattails tomorrow. You know, that's way too many recycled cans. I only want 1 on me because I have the cooking pot.
Surrounded by snow and nothing to drink.
And this seems fine. Alright, let's see if those bunnies are out there. If they are, great. If they're not, eh. So according to the map that we drew from the location, there's a rabbit grove up here. So to me, that looks like this direction. If I can grab just 1 bunny, then I'll have enough pelts for the rabbit hat. Although I will certainly want to work towards making more than just 1. I would also... I normally don't say that I'm not going to go for them, but I think this time I'm going to go for a bit of deer clothes. Maybe either some trousers or more likely some shoes. I've got good shoes right now, but imagine having better shoes. I'm imagining having better shoes. Alright, that looks like a bunny. That looks like a bunny and the bunny's best friend. It's okay. You'll be like the sworn brothers of Shu. There goes Guan Yu. Coming for you, Zhang Fei. It's not too much of this torch, so let's keep the fire alive. Not that I really need the heat or the fire for cooking or anything, but I want the security against wolves. Because down in this lower area, it's rampant with wolves. It's a very inconveniently placed hump right there. The rabbits are much harder to hit when they are going up and down wee humpy bits like that. Of course, there's nothing too hard for Commander Shepard. Wolves are edible, but I have no capacity with which to kill them. I don't even have a hammer or a... no hammer, no pry bar, no hatchet, no knife, no ability to kill them. Of course, no bow and no firearm either. There weren't any other rabbity coves around here, were there? No, plenty of cattails apparently. It seems to indicate that I missed one, which seems unlikely, but I'll check. I think those things always show on the map, even if you pick them. I mean, I just ruined all those bunnies' lives, but oh god, the rabbit cove is gone. Huh. Does that mean if I pick this cattail stalk, that will also be gone? I don't know what to make of this. My ignorance is showing because I don't often do mapping. In any case, it's been a good day for Shepard. You're going to get a good long night's sleep. I need to consider if I want to give you anything, so let's not let our fire run out just yet. Nothing here really to cook. I'm just going to... Well, there is the rabbit, I suppose. Do I want to cook the rabbit tonight? That was alright out there. I could cook it in this potbelly stove as well, depending on how much there is. Nah, you know what? That rabbit meat I can keep outside and cook at a later date. So, farewell, my light. Give me the torch, and let's get harvesting. So, first off, harvest crappy torches. It only takes 2 minutes in-game, which is... It's pretty much the time it takes for this thing to go around. It's a very short amount of time. That short should like 20%, really crappy, not worth it. A house, items, a bed. Ever since the Outerloper run, it all looks like disgusting fortune. Yeah, I don't think SRS would fit well with Outerloping. I'd love to make it work, but I can't think of a way. Outerloper was so good, but I need to come up, or I need to find another even better challenge. Well, it doesn't have to be better. If it's at least as good, that's fine. Right, just give me all this stuff. I don't mind if this takes a while. We're going to get all of our health back from a good night's sleep anyway. And since it's warm in here, barely. Well, +4 is alright. Since it's warm in here, we don't need to worry too much about losing condition. This is a chunky rabbit. I think the heaviest they can be is 1.4 or 1.5, and this one's been eaten for 2. Give it to me. Don't worry, these are happy sounds. The rabbit is happy making these noises. So, ditch the guts, ditch the pelts. Find the leave cabin button. Keep the meat outside and don't accidentally eat it. Oh yeah, crikey, I'm glad I didn't stay out here and cook. The weather turned to crap. And we just go forward until we hit the end, turn around and look down, and there's our bed. There's our bed. I messed it up. Well, it doesn't matter, we have this. Oh wow, how did I mess coming in here so badly? One thing I will also do though, is I will grab my jerry can, and I'll refuel you whilst you're burning. That doesn't seem dangerous at all. And shove it back. The jerry can is too heavy to carry around like this. 2 kilos of the storm lantern might also seem like a bit excessive, but I think it's worth it. So, lots of things curing in here. Time for a lovely meal of cattails and a big old drink. Eat 6 cattails, Shepard.
So tired, I could lay down right here.
That might have even been a bit much, but that's okay. Mechanical fire. Blasphemy. Right, 10 hours of sleep. full condition, we'll be back. No problemo. So yeah, for this next day, we're actually going to probably take the route back up to the M&M. Yeah, we're going to go back up to the up to the gold mine.
Think about his food.
I was trying to think if that was actually a good idea or not, but we'll do it. It's kind of late on in the day, but you know what? That's fine. We'll even travel at night. We're not scared. Give ourselves another couple hours of sleep, and then we're getting moving. We're taking a very different route from last time, though, so this doesn't hold that many similarities to the last run. Good time of day. I don't mind that Shepherd is hungry. Plenty of time for all these things to be curing. Our weight is manageable. Still surprisingly high, though. So I'm carrying way too much water. 4 liters, 3 liters, 2 liters should suffice. Hungry Shepherd also suffices. Ah, not like that though. There we go, 12 cattails is a good amount to roll with, and I have way too much cloth. And I don't need that. That's fine, that's fine. You're a little beat up, so I'll change you out, she'll just break. Actually, yeah, I'll just switch you out, you'll break otherwise. Fine, fine. I'll find sticks where I'm going. I'll burn these first and foremost, though. No. Reclaimed wood is not good for burning on the move. It doesn't give a lot of heat for its weight, and it's not very malleable in how much warmth you apply to a fire. Right, I'm not worried about losing heat on the way out, because it's the warmest time of day. In fact, we barely even feel the cold. I am more concerned with orienteering, actually. Time goes down is on this side. This is the way that I want to go. Yeah, the cave that I'm going into, I will be warm enough inside it, and I have the storm lantern, meaning I don't need to waste a match today. We wasted a lot of early matches. I want to not do that so much. I wonder just how much of the land we're going to unveil by mapping all the way up there. I mean, that is high. Well, let's go for it. I should have 0 ropes to climb doing this. I could take the shortcut that I pretty much established back at Miner's Folly-ish, but I don't want to take that route. I want to take a different route. On these single region survivors, I actually want to walk over every bit of, or go to every area on a map. Now there's a chance that I'll miss some, especially some out of the way areas, and there's even a chance there's some areas that I don't even know about, but by and large I want to go to all the main areas of every map. Would interloping with no clothing allowed be possible? It absolutely would be possible. I think it would be rather tedious though, because there would be a lot of stopping and warming up even indoors. And I don't want challenges that add just plain tedium to it. That's why I'm not interested in no-goa, although people often bring it up. I want resources to be more scarce. That's the main thing I want. Fewer sticks, fewer tea ingredients, fewer matches. I want to find a box of matches and only have like 1, 2, or 3 matches in it. Yeah, that would be more like it. Barely any sewing kits. In fact, what if there were just no sewing kits? That'd be cool. You have to make your own sewing kits out of scrap metal and guts. Yeah, I will have to use mods to satisfy my need for difficulty. And that isn't easy because the mods very regularly just become outdated for this game. And the modding support for the game is next to nil, because the developers don't like mods. They've even soft banned talking about mods on their Steam discussion place. I don't know or understand why, especially since the pinned topic in the Steam discussions for the game is instructions on the multiplayer mod for the game, so I have no idea. Multiplayer mod is apparently very popular though. Where are they? Where are all the wolves? This place is normally wolf infested. I'm gonna check over here for goodies though. Anything nice? Anything with my name on it? Tell you what, one thing we will do, even though I talk about how I don't do it, is we're going to map here. It's a relatively high area for this part. And it'll show the difference between mapping this like that. Oh god, that showed practically nothing. And mapping up at the Vista point up there. Yep, that is how high we need to ascend. But we're not going to climb any ropes. Rope climbing is a shortcut. There is a rope climbing route that takes us up there. There's no way I would do that without stims and or coffee and or bedroll. Even if you started with maximum awakeness, you would die on the way up. And in fact, I have died on the way up in one of my earlier runs of this. Not single region survivor, but I don't know, like a year ago when I started doing Interloper. I'm always amazed when a modder is able to make a strictly single player game run in multiplayer. It's incredible. From what I've seen, it's incredibly jank as well, but sure enough, incredible. Ah, there's my wolfy friend. I wonder if I can get around you up here. This doesn't feel very get-aroundy, but come on, Shepherd. There we go, I knew Shep wouldn't let me down. I was quite certain Shepherd would let me down. Doesn't matter if I run a fair bit, I think. Actually, where am I going to sleep when I get up there? Am I going to sleep in the coal mine, the mine again? I don't really trust billy goating my way down that thing. I keep thinking I'm in Hushed River Valley and I'm going to end up over in, I think it's called Mammoth Falls up in the far north, but pretty sure that's a Hushed River Valley thing. We have not rolled the Hushed River Valley map. In fact, on the last vote, it was between this place. Oh. Thought I heard Wolfiekins around the corner here. Wolf, fetch! Fetch more in that direction. Running out of stones for playing fetch, boy. Right, that'll have to do. There we go, they're going to investigate the noise I made over there and allow me to just sneak on by. Yeah, well, you noticed me, probably because I started running. It's alright though, just walk the dog a bit. I don't like it because it puts a bit of pressure on me to loot this place quickly, and I wanted to take my time here. That's alright though. No crows to indicate corpses. Plenty of sticks, not really what I'm here for. Down there, somewhere. There it is, there's the cave. I want some replacement stones though, because Wolverine there is after me. There's a fat lot of nothing over here. I suppose this place really is means to an end to get the long way up and over to Miner's Folly and the gold mine, but still. Ah, here we go. There was this stash of stones earlier on in the game when I needed them. Got to admit that was pretty good going with the stones earlier. You don't have to admit it, but I'd like it if you did. Right, you're safe over inside transition zones. A couple of exceptions though. There are 3 indoor wolves in the game. One is in a cave in Desolation Point. One used to be in the dam, but is now in
This'll come in handy.
Excellent find. That's a second get out of jail free card. Yeah, it used to be in the dam and is now in somewhere else. I don't remember exactly where. Right, top tip. If you're going to be walking through water like this, strip. Commander Shepard loves the feeling of... Why do I not have my train? Oh, I took my shoes off. Commander Shepard loves that feeling. Oh, hell yeah.
Damn, I'm freezing.
Nothing like it. Really makes you feel alive, doesn't it, Shep? Although I'm surprised that puts out a... an airtight, I'm assuming it's somewhat airtight, storm lantern. But that's kind of the whole selling point of the lantern. And assuming that there's no other water for me to have to jump through, I can put my clothes back on. Put the crappy one on the outside. There we go. And now we're warming up once more. Can't be fully airtight, sort of needs oxygen. Why would it take the oxygen from the top then? Don't know, like I said, I'm not great on the physical sciences. I've got a friend who I went to university with. Still keep in touch today. In fact, I was over at his wedding last year. And he was a lot more of an egghead than me. Right? He actually like studied and went to classes and things. And he majored in biochemistry, and I believe he professionally works with it. But every time I talk about his work, it's all Greek to me. Anyway, occasionally I would just send him a message or call him up or leave a message, and always start with, "Hey, you're a biochemist, right?" I go, "Yeah," and then I'd ask him some ridiculous, inane question. My favorite one was, "What's a sponge?" Starts explaining to me what a sea sponge is, and I said, no, the sponge I'm using in the kitchen. And he just lets out this wonderful defeated sigh, and every time I hear it, it's just wonderful. Didn't I find a carcass last time I was in here? I think the fact that I clicked on it started its degradation, and that's why it's not still here for me today. What a shame, I wanted its guts and things. Alright, no problem. Yeah, don't interact with corpses that you want to harvest later, because that starts their degradation. Until you interact with them, they will stay there permanently, and in fact that's useful for you if you want to use them as a kind of a factory for feathers, because crows will always drop feathers on them every day, and that's a great way to get feathers for your archery. Right, it is too cold for this journey. I don't want to spend a match, so I won't, but it's still a bit of a journey to make, so I'm going to put you away, and we'll start running. Remember, my goal here is to do some mapping. What was with a sudden change of music made me think that Lord Barrington might be over there. I don't hear him though. Hang on, was this the way? Yeah, I think this is the way. I think this is the way that I came. Yeah, over there's Miner's Folly. Right, I'm going the right way. Just convince myself I'm going the right way. Wouldn't happen to be some rabbits here, would there? Ooh, actually, a decent opportunity to get some heat back. Oh, right, it's not here.
It's too cold. I think.
I'm used to there being a snow shelter here. But today there is not. It's a little risky to sleep for a long time in a snow shelter. A blizzard can come and make it so cold that you're not even warm inside there. But that's the risk you take. So I would recommend just sleeping for a short while when you're out in a snow shelter. Yeah, look at this. I'm going to hold still, right? I'm not moving whatsoever. I mean, now I am. Way! But look at that. It's actually physically swaying under you. You can fall out in these big open gaps in a rope. But we won't. We're Commander Shepard. And this is our favorite bridge in Ash Canyon. We're even going to run across it. Yeah. God, I love heights. Very few crucial items found so far compared to earlier runs. It's a godsend compared to Forlorn Muskeg. We got matches. But yeah, as I said, Trash Canyon is not very good for finding... That's a hell of a lot of stones. Too many stones. Ash Canyon is not great for the manufactured goods. Which is funny, because Hushed River Valley, which is even more remote than Ash Canyon, it has no man-made buildings in it outside of the Prepper Cache. Oh, we haven't been to the Prepper Cache. But outside of that, Hushed River Valley has nothing, and yet it is laden with manufactured items. You'll find a bedroll, you will likely find a hammer, you could find a magnifying glass. I'm pretty sure I've seen the flare gun there. I've definitely seen the storm lantern there. You'll find the pry bar, maybe? There are guaranteed matches, and I think there's a guaranteed sewing kit. I think the sewing kit is always next to the mysterious signal fire. So yeah, you are loaded in Hushed River Valley. And Hushed River Valley is no less full of natural ingredients than Ash Canyon. Might even have more so. Maybe not as many cattails, but certainly loads of wooded areas to grab sticks from. Keeping an eye on that risk of being cold here. I don't want to get hypothermic. I am getting a little wet though, aren't I? Not much actually. Our second time around here. Oh, I have made an error. I don't think I can map because it's going to be too dark. Let's hope we can get here just in time to map. Vista location, save me now. Whew! Just before it's too dark. Go, go, gadget, shepherd eyes. Look at that. That's a good deal of mapping. How he was able to tell that from this is beyond me, but the power of the Polaroid is that good. Nice. Well, at least I'll get to go and check that area next to the mine that I wanted to check before, but it was too blizzardy. But there's nowhere for me to go right now other than the mine. I have nowhere to sleep, and I will need to sleep. Sounds like Reaper tech. No, no. This is the Lazarus Project. We pieced together what was left of Shepherd that we found in Forlorn Muskeg. It's okay, I don't mind tiring myself out with a fair bit of journeying like this. I might even take the rope down this time for the hell of it. Felt a bit cheap to billy goat down on probably the game's biggest rope climb, so let's properly climb down next time. It's not that cold. Am I going to heat up inside here? I'm going to find... Oh, I am actually. Quite a bit, in fact. Give me my firewood. Hey, a sewing premiere that I didn't throw away. I'll hold on to you this time. I'll even take 2 books to increase odds of starting a good fire. Anything I can do to pass time while I'm in here. Well, it's probably not bright enough to do a lot of the things that I do want to do, and I doubt I can get an hour of view read, but I can oh. Yeah, there's no way I'd get an hour of that done when it's this late. Alright, that's enough warming up for you, Shepherd. Get back out there. For humanity.
Wait. I'm so cold, I'm warming up a bit.
Oh yeah, I know the body armor in Blackrock. If I'm not mistaken, and I'm not, we actually picked it up during our run of Blackrock. Alright. Let's get going. If this fails, we're a very dead shepherd. Dum-de-dum-dum. There's some firewood over there. I don't think I want to stop and get it, though. I mean, it is tempting, isn't it? Go on. I am still underweight. You cannot use a rope if you are overweight, so don't even try. This would be exhilarating to me. You know, one little slip, one little sneeze, down you go. You probably wouldn't die from this. Depends how you land, I guess, but there's a lot of snow down there. What if it's horribly frozen snow, though? What if you veer off and hit those rocks? Another bedrolls are for wimps. I would graciously take a bedroll. Very graciously I would take a bedroll, but I don't have one. Let's just, for everyone's benefit. Get a bit of light going. It's not like I'm short on lantern fuel. I've got a whole jerry can full of the stuff. But this time I won't get lost, because even though it's dark, it's not blizzarding, so at least I can see where I'm going. Come on, Shepard, I don't mind you getting tired. There's a long bit of sleep to be had inside the gold mine. And what a baller place to be sleeping. Surrounded by gold. I don't care that much for gold, it's just knowing that other people care about it so much. Right, so I was convinced that I'd found a backpack here before. Today I see no backpack. Granted, most backpacks, you know, maybe they spawn, maybe they don't. And even if they do spawn, it's interloper, you're not going to find anything in them. But, really? Oh, a corpse! Well, that's even better than a backpack. Hooray, there was nothing. Well, that's the interloper experience. And if you don't like it, you can go and suck your thumb and go back to Stalker. At least there's more animals in Stalker. But that's good and bad. Sure, it's more danger, but once you're able to kill them, that's a lot more food. And since it's Stalker, you can find guns. It's a hell of a lot more food. Chemically, gold is very useful. Oh yeah, some of my computer stuff advertises the sheer amount of gold that goes into every meter of cable or so. I checked you? Yeah. Panning for gold done here. I remember doing panning for gold at some theme parks area. Come on, I didn't check this that thoroughly because I was dying of cold last time. There's got to be something for poor Shepard. Well, there's hypothermic risk for Shepard. Maybe I shouldn't be spending my time here. Yeah, sadly there appears to be a fat lot of nothing. It's always worth checking everywhere twice for what it's worth. So easy to overlook stuff in this. Heck, I overlooked a tin of fish until I double checked it earlier. Alright, Shep, I know you're warming up a bit, but take those shoes and socks off, because we're going to be trudging through water. Your feet can get wet, but I don't want your clothes to get wet. So we already checked you. I have no interest in that book. I'm not going to karate chop that chair. And I certainly don't want that. What a difference it makes having a storm lantern, though. Goodbye, my feet. Walking through the water and freezing my feet had nothing to do with that sprain risk. Did I pass through here? Nothing at all to do with me wanting to hear Shepard scream out in pain a bit more. That's unrelated. Thought I checked the supply bin. I did. Okay then, unless I have horribly overlooked something, then there's nothing else for us to worry about in here. And these tinder plugs I turned my back on earlier. You know what, we're going to take the purification tablets this time. And even these halfway crappy torches. And Shepard's going to get a good night of sleep, because she certainly needs it. She got roughed up on this journey, but we'll get the mapping done. Yeah, eat your crisps, why not? Yum, yum, yum. And then chow down on 4 cattail stalks should do you. I wouldn't want you getting fat, Shep. What would humanity think? And there we go, 10 hours of sleep, pretty please. Alright, it's morning, we're not very tired. I'm still going to sleep for as much as I can. I think we can squeeze out almost another hour, because I want to be fully awake. When we come out of here, there's nothing saying I have to go all the way back to Angler's den, so I wouldn't mind taking a bit of a detour. Problem is it's probably going to be a bit cold, but I'm sure we can live with that. Come on, Shep.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
Yeah, no. I've kept hundreds of Frostpunk denizens starving, Shepard. You are not going to be the one to convince me.
Getting a bit thirsty.
It does sound a bit stormy out there. Keep ourselves satiated on the water. We still have those nasty climb downs to do again. Let's perhaps remember to put on the crampons this time. And maybe if it's not too stormy, maybe not be in such a hurry. There might be something to find out there. I think I have some crappy yeah, let's waste not, want not with torches. I don't kill the kids in Frostpunk. They simply don't survive. Kind of a shame not to have the mag lens. I know that's rich when I'm dripping with matches, but it always feels like on a sunny day you should be using the mag lens to spare yourself a match. I feel that less like that these days though, because you can find matches in beachcombing. Beachcombing turns up corpses, rucksacks, and well, a bunch of containers in fact, and they can have matches in them. About as decent a chance as anywhere else. Okay, it is bollocking cold. It's also day 8, so it hasn't even had a chance to get much colder. Oops, 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 oops. This was not the way I should be taking, but thankfully that went unpunished. Yeah, let's check this out. I swear I found... Yeah, over in that corner. I feel like there's been a corpse before. Let's pick up the pace. I don't mind stopping over at the angler's place later on if I need to warm up or... Actually, that's probably exactly what'll happen. I'll take a 1 hour break over in the angler's place. Will I? I mean, I don't have to. Whoa, okay, let's not run over there. I guess there's no corpse for Shepard today. How about over at the other rope? I remember staggering around here and dying in one of my early Loper runs before I knew anything. Didn't know where matches were. Didn't really know any of the meta stuff for the game. Gib. And let's go. Still going to take the opportunity to grab the stick, grab the cedar, check for anything around here. I bet I could run onto that and then graciously or gracefully make my way down, but no, I'm committed to using the ropes. I'm interested with the cougar. It doesn't sound very thematic, but I hear cougar and I think hot country animal. I'd be useless around a cougar though. My instinct would be to pet the thing and it would probably tear me to shreds. Was that the first or second rope I went down? It's the first. There's still another one to go, isn't there? Yeah, let's totally not go down there. I have staggered and died around there as well before. In fact, there's been a lot of me dying in Ash Canyon. But that was a younger, more naive me. I clearly didn't have the will to win. Oh, look who we have there. Yeah. It's the moose. The moose is on the prowl, sire. He gets spooked by stones, so I got no problem stoning him. But I do have a problem coming down here and immediately getting shanked by him, so I want him a bit further away. There we go. Get the hell out of here. That moose could turn my entire rib cage into shepherd gravy. No, we could do better than that. He could turn my rib cage into shepherd's pie, so I have no intention of tangling with the moose. I have no defense against him. He's not cowed by fire. The defense against the moose is just stay the hell away from him and have an exit strategy, which is usually something like get inside a car or a building, or if nothing else, shoot him twice in the face and hope that that kills him. And if you can't do that, well, you're just in for a very, very bad time. Thinking about it, I probably will go back to Angler's Den. It's really bloody cold and Shepard's really bloody tired. And I need to make sure I have good sight lines on the moose. So, crest this. The moose is there. Scare the moose. And make good my escape. Trying to see if there's anything down here worth my time. Not spotting anything. I thought maybe there'd be a corpse or something. You know, someone else that previously tangled with the moose. Glad I kept all these stones, now that I think about it. But I'm kind of chasing him into a choke point. Not ideal. Far from ideal. It's okay, we breathe a bit more here in terms of space. That's okay. Also, hey, birch bark. Now, it's not too bad if he just gets standoffish, but that is your cue to move the heck away, because if you don't, he's going for you. Kind of feel bad for this moose. It's getting guys spooked by stones falling out of the sky. But that's the thing, the moose gets spooked, but generally herbivores get spooked. The carnivores investigate, because I suppose to them it's like, ooh, that might be food making a noise nearby. Whereas to the herbivores, I guess it's, oh, my prey might be nearby. No, the hunter. I would be the prey. You know, scaring you over in this direction might work to my benefit. If you go down, I am going to skin you and eat you. No, 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 don't waste the stones. The stones have been very useful to me. It's a damn shame that I don't have the hacksaw, so tearing apart a full animal takes a long time. But it's rewarding. Definitely rewarding. Where did it go? Up or down? Wait, what? I don't think it knows. Shepherd is getting extremely cold. She just wants to rest, but this wind is agonizingly in my face. And yeah, just look at this horrific lack of speed. Even running into it makes you very tired, and I think it burns even more calories running into the wind. Just like if you're super overburdened. Good to know there's deer over there. I might try and drag a wolf over there to hunt it for me. But right now I'm focused on getting into shelter and sleeping. Sleep for 6 hours would be really good for Shepherd right now. This freaking wind, crikey. It does make it feel like real life very well. It's like someone was saying, it's like them being in Leeds, where the wind just finds a way to be in your face constantly. I'm sure they said Leeds or somewhere similarly depressing. That's not fair. Leeds has been a real up-and-coming place in the past 15 years or so. Got gentrified hard. Downside though, wolves are not affected by the wind, so I am slower and he is gaining on me. I could, if I felt really confident, Throw a stone in his face. I've done it before, and it's awesome when it works. Significantly less awesome when it does not work. God, this wind's getting no better. Right. Job well done, Shepherd, but in you go. Let's take 5. Maybe a bit more than 5. Ah. Well, guts are curing nicely. Quarter of the way done. Although, I only have... let me think. I have 4 here, but I have 2 more elsewhere, so I've got 6 in total. Deerskin boots need 4. Deerskin pants also need 4. The rabbity mitts need 2, and the rabbit hat needs 1. So I could make 1 rabbit hat for 1, and then use 4 for deery anything, but I don't have the deer ingredients. A little slacking on that front. In any case, Shepherd is many things, including hungry. Have 3 cattails. Have a big old slurp of water. Actually, more than just a slurp of water. I want to regain health quite a bit, so drink down some birch bark. That gives me calories, hydration, and 5 more healing. And then sleep for 6 hours. Sleep for as long as you need, Shepherd. And you certainly did, but it should be warm and nice out there for you. I got loads of water, so it's easy to just grab this, gulp it down, and get moving.
I need to find food.
You really don't need food, Shepherd. It's a moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips. Right, how is it out here? It is surprisingly cold for this time of day, but it's a gorgeous day. It's actually very surprisingly cold for this time of day. I'm not too heavy, but I probably should have considered ditching some stuff before I left. Well, too late now. Couldn't possibly change my mind at this moment. I'll see if I can't lead a wolf back to that deer, because I would love to disembowel a deer entirely.
Feels like an empty pit.
It's skin, it's meat, it's guts, the whole thing. Man, just thinking about that, I'm gonna have to go out and get some of that Hungarian almost haggis. It's good. It's not great, but it's good. If only... I don't know who I need to talk to convince Hungarians to use oats instead of rice in their almost haggis. And maybe some more pungent spices. But whilst that might be here and there, the blood pudding here is on point. Make your own? Nah. Why solve the problem for myself when I can convince everybody else to solve the problem? Or the convincing part is convincing them that it is a problem. Right, this is kind of good. I want Wolfiekins over in this direction, and we're gonna go hunting. Tell me you're following me, please. Yeah, good, good. I'm sure you can smell me. We'll take the high road in case the deer is taking the high road. Easier to go from up to down and all that. Also, nice to grab some more birch bark. And the temperature is dropping, not increasing. Like I said, normally this is the warmest time of day. Minus 17 is really cold for first week interloper. At least at this time of day. I mean, minus 30 and beyond is not unheard of. Pretty sure we had it earlier. But what I mean is, at this time of day, when it's not windy or otherwise horrible, is that wolf still after me? Yeah, good. Come on. Come on, Fido. What's better, goulash or haggis? Don't make me pick sides here, right? I love all of my culinary children. Actually, I'd probably choose goulash. Flavors are better, texture's better, and it just feels like a more malleable dish. haggis is something I want smothered over oatcakes or mixed into mixed into tatties, and really not much else. Ah, crap! I spooked it. Is the wolf still after me though? Oh, that's a yes. Right. Well then, wolf, you've got a job to do, and I'm not the. Oh, he knows. He knows. Oh god, he still wants me. Well, don't go for me. Go for the juicy deer. Oh, he did. Sweet. Well, this just worked out fantastically. Get out of here. And time for you. On top of that,
Starting to feel numb.
this could be a problem. Right. First thing, let's get this fire going so that the wolfie buggers off. Go away. Like, truly go away. I need to find somewhere that I can put this down. Normally, a slope can be good, but if I can't place this fire down, then it... this is bad. I guess I can do you here. There we go. Oh, he might go for me. He really might go for me. There we go. Whew, that was too close. When he does that stop and gurring, he is contemplating a strike. He is cowed by the fire, but he might still go for you.
Come on, little fire.
Jesus Christ, Shepherd, come on. I hope there's a warranty on the Lazarus Project. Getting... Oh my god, Shepherd, come on!
Come on, little fire.
That's not too bad. If this is one of those early game fires where you don't have a torch ready, this would be agate. For fun's sake! Running out of torch here, Shepherd. What would your compatriots say? You are pathetic, Shepherd. Come on. This is making up for the ghastly luck I had. Ghastly as in it was too good when I was making my clothes. I'm glad I brought in 10 loads of tinder here.
Come on, little fire.
Almost, almost. That's it, Shepherd, that's it. Right.
Lucky day.
Lucky day indeed. Oh, I should have used the book. What was I thinking? Add some coal. Add some fur. This is going to take a while, so add quite a bit of fur. And let's hope that it doesn't blow out, because it might blow out. Make 2 liters of water. And this shouldn't be freezing on me, so let's just grab meat. 1 kilo at a time. Yeah, I know, Shepherd. You're really hungry. Well, too bad. It's going to take an hour to do. Well, I'll take meat for an hour. Hup. And that should be... Oh, still a bit until you're boiled. Right, off you go, on you go. Another half hour. Another half hour is another big old load of meat out of you. I'm grateful that the wind is so still. It just takes one bad bit of wind blowing into this, and most of it would blow into that fire. So the longer it holds off, the better it is for me. That's fine. Let's cook up that lovely bit of meat. 29, 45. Another half hour of meat harvesting with our bare hands, I might add. I do not think I would be able to disembowel a deer with my bare hands. I would not really know what I'm doing. 13 minutes until you're ready, huh? Let's grab the 0.8 kilos then. Still taking damage from how hungry we are. Okay, 38, 28, cooked, cooked, ruined, cooked. Give me another kilo. Oh, bollocks. Yeah, no way I can sustain that. Fun times, okay. This is pretty bad for a number of reasons. That's an outright blizzard as well. The venison will cook, so that's okay. I really, really wanted you, though. Are we sure we can't just, like, barely keep this alive? We're not sheltered from the wind mysteriously over here? No, no, this is very not going to work. Right. Just give me all the meat. Give me that. Holy Jesus, go away. You're a problem. You are a big problem. Okay. He's gonna follow me home. Also, I've kind of lost my way. Right. So, in blizzards, animals don't spawn, but if the animal has already spawned near you... Oh, he's gonna eat me. He's gonna try and eat me. Witness my resolve. Oh. Oh, he certainly is. There we go. Yeah. I can climb things. Completely ruin... Oh, God. He better not be running next to me. He is! Oh, Jesus, this is bad. He's gonna turn around on me real soon, and the blizzard is in my face, and I can't see. Alright, can we have a repeat of that, please? Me going up this?
So
You not
cold.
catching me?
I wanna lay down for a bit.
Yeah, I got your back. Go away. Oh no, he keeps running where I'm trying to go. Right, I gotta get back home, and fast. Without getting too lost, and I'm very lost. Well, not quite. I think I know where I'm going. I'm pretty much at the spawn point for Vanilla Interloper here. But boy, what an unclean situation this is. I never considered Ash Canyon to be one of the more blizzard-heavy areas. I always thought that was reserved by the likes of Bleak Inlet. Oh, this is dangerous. This is very dangerous. I can't really see well where I'm going. So, am I heading towards the angler's place? Am I not? I don't know. I'm gonna hope so. Kind of feels like it was in this direction. But I'm seeing a lot of trees around me. And a lot of no angler den. Wait, I think I'm on it. Yeah. Oh, man. Who is this orienteering god? Herculean exemplar of direction. It's me. Bye-bye, food. Give me one. Ah. Jolly good shepherd. Jolly good indeed. Let's celebrate by actually seeing where we are. There we go. Ain't that nice? Ain't that cozy? Boy, that head wrap is in rags. I might actually just make a new one given how the situation is. Well, I can consider that in the morning. For now, Shepherd needs to sleep. So, not much for it. I'm just going to holster. I'm going to chow down on my delicious fresh venison cooked. God of orienteering. Can't find the oven in a one-room hall. What? Now, why I have to put up with any of this? Right, sleep up, Shep. That was pretty good on the meat getting. It's a shame I didn't rip out its guts or its hide. I'd need to defrost it if I want those. I want morning time. Do I have anything that I can prepare waiting for that? Prepare the birch bark, of course.
I could eat anything right now.
Yeah, we do have a stove in here, but it's just got a single cooking slot, so it's not really worth anyone's time. I'm going to wait a bit, sleep a bit, and then see if I can't get back out for the rest of that deer. Well, is the rest of the deer really worth it? I grabbed most of its meat. I'm not sure I'm dying to have its hide. After all, I need 3 of those hides, don't I?
Man, I could eat anything.
Alright, chug some more birch bark tea. Heavens knows we have plenty of that. And consider your weight, Shepherd. 29. Glad I got all those cattail heads. Maybe I will carry the sewing premiere, just in case I get stuck in one of those grim situations again. Use that book for... Holy crap, that's why I'm so bleeding heavy. That's entirely too many sticks. And guess I'm gonna store even more sticks in here. There we go, just shove 30 sticks in a drawer and call it housekeeping. My clothes are doing surprisingly well, although I am going to make another head wrap. Improvised head wrap. Heavens knows I have the cloth. It's just faster and ultimately a bit cheaper than repairing the one that I have. Look at this thing. Repair amount 25%. Could fail. Yeah, no, it's better just to harvest this crappy one for its cloth and use that cloth towards making a new one. Improvised clothes are not built to last. Some of my stuff has been taking a real battering. I put it down to the vast amount of blizzards. Of course, everything takes double damage on Interloper. But we can work around that. Guts are fine. Rabbity pelts are almost good to go. I will need to make the pilgrimage back and get the rest of my stuff. But I'm keen on that wolf hides. Not wolf hide, the deer goods. So as long as it's nice enough, and I would qualify this as nice enough, back we go for it. I don't mind putting down another fire because I am drowning in matches and fire starting accoutrements. My sleep meds are starting to kick in. I read improvised head wrap as impoverished head wrap. Well, it certainly was. Just look at the thing. Reflecting on it, I have a rather large area to the south still to explore, and I have the west-southwest to explore. But once we do that, we have pretty much conquered the region. So my goal is to rip apart this deer, rip apart another deer, do that exploring, make myself a rabbity hat, some deery skin boots, and then we're going to tie this up and put a bow on it. I got 1 billion matches, so water won't be an issue. I've got a lot of food, and once I'm done with my cattail grabbing in the south, there's going to be no question on who ate all the shepherd pies. We have multiple places to sleep, and, well, temperature comes and goes, but the shelter gives us plenty of wiggle room in that front. Yeah, these blizzards probably caused a lot more birch bark to fall. I should be salvaging for that as well. Get moving, shepherd. Come on, burn off those calories. I feel like I should be laying into shepherd a bit more for eating too much. Okay, good. The wolf cleared away. That wolf really threw a wobbler in the works. Remember, I have no weapons to combat in a struggle, so it would just be left to the gods what happens to me there. Right. This time, for once, I'm going to remember to use my book. Better burn chance if you use a book. 20% better. Really good in the early game to start your fires with books, and I've been forgetting every time on this run. Birch bark is indeed tinder.
On fire.
But it's also used for making tea, and that is the ultimate use for it, because birch bark tea is incredibly powerful. Right, I'm going to slam on one bit of coal and a bunch of sticks. Mostly want the temperature out of those sticks. And that will hopefully, yeah, that's just close enough to thaw out that carcass. It's got a kind of radius around it at which part it thaws out any carcass. And I'm pretty sure that it just need, like here we don't feel the effect of it. We get a little bit more, quite a bit, and then maximum effect here. I'm pretty sure it's binary, as in you're either thawing or not. I don't think a hotter fire defrosts faster. Now, if you could please make me a liter of water, because I always believe in making water. And you make me some delicious birch bark. Because there's one thing I believe in more than water, it's birch bark. Do I have the wherewithal to check for birch bark around here? As long as I don't run into my moosey friend, it's possible. Wonder what caused a fire here. This definitely looks like a forest that's eaten a fire. My elf eyes do not reveal. And I don't think I want to take the cold damage from heading down there, so I will pass. This is where having things like a bedroll or just anything to pass the time would be better. And no, I can't read the book. The book you have to do in 1 hour chunks. Right, just give me that birch bark. Yum, yum, yum. Okay, still have birch bark. Good. 6 makings for mushrooms, 4 makings for rosehip tea. No more makings for birch bark, so all the more reason I want to go down there and search. The blizzard should have caused a huge amount of birch bark to fall down by now. And with all the calories Shepard's having from that really fattening tea she's drinking, we are actually regaining condition due to having all of our needs somewhat met. Ravenous, slaked, rested, and cold. I'm going to need the fire for longer than that. Have some cedar wood, please. I'll just take that, and I don't particularly need much more tea, so just give me some more snow to melt. 64% done, just pass time for that. 53. And there we go. Let's grab the last of this meat.
God, eat soon.
Let's hope the wind doesn't come back for a nasty round 2 on me. You're really at the mercy of the wind. Ugh, mouldy old venison. That's okay, you gain 50% condition on everything you cook. So if it's down at 1%, you cook it, it'll be at 51%, which is still, you know, reasonably not going to give you poisoning. And this is 45, it'll go up to 95. This thing's at 47, so yeah, it degrades fast out in the open. What a lovely day. How hot is it away from my fire? Oh, it's freezing cold. God, that is cold. 22 minutes. Alright, let's get ripping that hide clean off with our bare hands. Don't burn that steak. Shepard's done well. I think she can eat that steak. Don't particularly want to wander around reeking of meat anyway, but I'm going to reek of these guts, aren't I? Yeah, just eat it up, Shep. Thinking about it, I left some meat back at base. Right, those guts have got to go. It's going to take me an hour 20 to do so. That's a good time to get 1.5 liters done. So that'll take an hour and a half. And give me the guts. Again, just barehandedly ripping it out. 9 minutes till you're done, and I'm a carcass harvesting novice. Level 2 on carcass and cooking, nowhere near on mending because it's just such a slow thing to level up. And how am I doing on torch gacha? Oh, I've got a really crappy one, that one's gonna go. Otherwise, I think I will still pull them. I think I might take the long way back Oh no, the wind's picking up. Right, never mind. I will take a very direct route back. Drop off the... Oh, I should have a warming up bonus drink, shouldn't I? More birch bark, since I'm probably going to enjoy more birch bark. You'll be done slightly faster in here. How many areas have you not done in single region survival? I've done about half of them by now. Strikes me as a good lot. No, don't use the matches. Use the fire right in front of you, Shepherd. Yeah, no, I don't really want to go back the way I came. I will do the checking for birch bark along here. Yeah, that seems only fair. I did say that the risk is wolves will get me because I stink of guts. But hey, that's okay. Check for birch bark, grab the guts. We'll check out the western area today, and tomorrow we are going down to the south area. And if I can get one more deer, I should have the makings for that delightful deer shoes. Not that there's anything wrong with the trail boots I've been wearing, but it's just a nice mark of conquest. Not to mention so many cattails with my name on them down south. Salivating at the very thought. Truth be told, we did largely do this area already. I suppose there is one little bit, there's kind of the wolfy alcove that I took a wrong turn into earlier. We should check there and see if there's anything. Lots of sticks, not lots of birch bark. I suppose it's conceivable that they didn't actually end up tying birch bark generation to blizzards. But that's kind of sad if they didn't, because that's a nice organic way for the goods to reappear. I'm certain sticks reappear from blizzards. Or maybe I'm talking about rear end, because here's some birch bark right here. And there's some more over there. And let's keep this fire going. It occurred to me that you've exhausted the majority of the content in the game. I was wondering if you were eyeing another game to take its place as a go-to game. I'm just playing this game because I really want to have a nicely completed run of each area. It gets me more familiar with it. And I do actually want to play more challenging runs of this yet. But I reckon I'm going to do the Single Region Survivor series to its end. I will figure out some harder run. I also want to do As the Dead Sleep. And then I'll probably be done with the game. That's okay, I just play it once a week. Twice this week, but only because of mitigating circumstances. Weekly one-shot was way too short. Whoever submitted it clearly thought very little of me. Or way too much of how long to beat. Yeah, this is birch bark up the wahoo. There's some excellent places for birch bark here, in Pleasant Valley, Mystery Lake, the Ravine. Yeah, this is almost enough birch bark to see us through. And the regain condition of it is just the extra boon of it all. Right, you know what, we'll do this area while we're here. There is a route up and around this way. It might not lead to anything, or it might lead to something. Guess we'll find out. It doesn't really show up on the map, does it? Not really, no. Here we go, little tucked away area at the back here. Anything over on the outlook? Not a sausage. Did any of the single region challenges end up in failure? Yep, I failed Forlorn Muskeg twice. But in my opinion, Forlorn Muskeg is by a long way the hardest of all the regions, because you have almost nothing. You have one source of fire, and once it's gone, it is gone. So I used that one source of fire, kept it alive for as long as I could, made all the water I needed to survive the rest of the challenge. But unfortunately that wasn't enough. I died to cabin fever, because I stayed inside the prepper bunker for too long, and then Shepard refused to sleep, even though getting inside the bed was the only thing that would keep him alive. So he just keeled over and died. So backpack up here, it's empty, as most backpacks are in Interloper, but you never know, sometimes you find something really good. Sometimes you get some food, sometimes some matches, sometimes like a took or even a Mackinaw. Now a Mackinaw's a big find. But it's not just that, there's this kind of little area of somewhat immature birch trees. I really perked up today, I'm only feeling -7. Look at this wonderful little location, and there's a corpse. What kind of corpse? Deer corpse. Right, let's get that thing defrosting. I want its guts. I should be safe over here, shouldn't be any wolfy things, and I see the size of that thing. And I know you see the size of that thing. I want to get it and admire it.
Come on, little fire. Come on.
Look at it. It should be in a museum. Right, let's keep you rolling for a good long time. Take both of my cedars and a bit of coal, and that's it, just in case a bit of wind comes and ruins you. Look at that thing. Jings. And I know there is larger still out there. Anyway, I'll come here and grab what there is whilst this is going, and whilst it's going, you know what I always think? It's make more water. Make double water. No water like double water. Just drop my guts down here for the time being, they'll be fine. Ooh. I've seen screenshots of some truly enormous bits of birch bark, easily 4 times the size of what we just picked up there. And I went to birch bark gym. With this though, I'll have largely checked out this area. I think I'll check the Wolf Canyon on the way back. Even though I'm gonna stink of meat and stuff, it'll go with some friends, right? We might be alone out here in this frozen hellhole known as Canada. That doesn't mean we can't make some friends. I might even map this area just so it's on my map. You don't mind, do you, Shepard?
Sure getting cold.
There we go. It was pretty much, yeah, it was already on the map actually. Don't know why people could enjoy mapping. I don't think it's a particularly fun part of the game. Right. Burnt out campfire with absolutely nothing around it. Normally you find at least something next to a campfire.
God, freezing.
Even if it's a tin of spray paint or an old bit of food. And this is a one-way journey back down there. I'm not too keen on taking a one-way trip, so I won't. Even if I hadn't gone for the food poisoning Crickney, I'm quite certain I was dead. There was an argument to be said for heading out to the Spencer farm and sleeping there during the warmer time of the day to dispel my cabin fever, maybe. But I didn't and I died. And it was a lot more time I needed to get rid of cabin fever with. It was 30 days and I only made like 14, I think. Right, there we go. How are you feeling, Mr. Deer? Well, Mrs. Doe, rather, and she's ready to be processed. Take the opportunity to prepare. Wow, I got a lot of birch bark to prepare. I'll just make one for now. Boiled in 5 minutes. Sure, we'll get you boiled. Then we'll make another small amount of water. Whilst I rip you to... Oh, there's barely anything on you. Huh. Well, how about that? If that's the case, just boil that tiny fraction of water and instead make me another birch bark tea. 13, 10, 19. There we go, and then grab that, cook up the moldy venison, which is at very low percentage, so I might just eat that before I head back as well. Wind is picking up, that's not good. I put a lot of fuel in you, so that's very not good. Let's just hope that it's going to hold, and I'm going to rip everything off of you, I think. Well, not everything, I need that done soon. Give me the hide. Okay, it's still holding. Kind of. Oh, it's not anymore. But I swear that doesn't seem like a very strong wind, does it? I'm not even getting any wind chill here. Yeah, just eat it up, Shepherd. You deserve it. Too windy to sustain, you say? Well, I have a cunning plan regarding that. I am going to cook up my rosehip tea. And then I'm going to have another rosehip tea at the ready. Just barely keep this fire alive. I'm going to rip its guts out using my warming up bonus. Then I got a risky journey back, don't I? Actually, you're kind of holding. If I get you up to that, say. You don't appear to be blowing out. Mechanically, this is kind of messed up sometimes, but still. Let's just rip out a gut. Just one. Did our fire survive? Yes, it did. I want that other gut.
Feels like night is coming.
Uh-oh, he's definitely gone now. Oh my god, another freaking blizzard. Right. The doe carcass is already freezing. Right. Okay, think. Where the hell was I? Right, over here. We'll take that one-way exit now. Sure enough, my tea is all frozen.
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
We've been keeping track of the number of blizzards, because I think we've had more blizzards than days here. We had 2 blizzards on the first day. Feels like we've had a blizzard every day since. Maybe I'm just being bitter. But once again, it is blowing against the direction that I'm trying to go. On the plus side, I got all of the goods out of that deer, so it's not a question of if I can make a deep pair of deerskin booties, it's when. And when is once these have all dried out in the angler's
I've never felt so cold.
Go for it, Shep. In the middle of a blizzard, just jump down this wall. Don't spray in anything though, I want to be able to leg it just in case one of those wolves has decided that it wants round 2 with us. If that wolf really wanted me, it should have had opposable thumbs so it could lift the branch out of the way, but it did not. Oh, well, yoink. What? That was huge. Right. I think if I just go in this general direction, I'm going to be heading back towards Angler oh god, I don't want to see a rock here. I always say never do anything right, so let's never do anything right. Already regretting my choice. This could be pulling me towards the rope climb that takes us up to the gold mine. But I don't think it is. I think this is the right way, even though it was left.
Rest suit, I'm gonna fight.
So, okay, Shep, you'll get a good night's sleep. You're surprisingly tired. Why am I so tired? I don't think Shepard was really exerting herself today. Maybe in the amount of venison she was packing away. That's about it. Jeez, was the second or third time I've got to make it back to the anglers in these conditions. At least I'm getting a bit more confident in the direction. And that's why it's quite nice to do single region Survivor, in my opinion. Just getting more confident with the map. Don't want to pat myself on the back too much, but I had it right. Map knowledge is so much of this game's difficulty. Mechanically, it's not even that deep, really. But for me, the good experience is the exploration, and you need at least a foundation of map knowledge to be able to get by on Interloper for that. And I don't think there's any joy to be had in easier settings. Right, get in there, Shep. Also, quick stock check. I have 1 bit of raw, 2 bit of raw, fresh.
Anything right now.
Oh yeah, these are raw as well, so I'll keep you next to that. And in terms of food, I got cattails, and I even have manufactured food galore back here. I do terrible then. My memory is awful. I've got to put down markers everywhere. But the game allows that. There are untold numbers of spray cans in this game. You could spray half the world if you wanted. Be like a dog in a city. Quite a nice sloshing sound putting that down. Right, guts. And deer hide 1, 2, 3. There we go. In 5 days, the deer hides will be ready to be processed into booties. And tomorrow, we go south. Pretty much to the last place we have to explore. We haven't done Wolf Canyon. I will do that after I do the south. Kind of depends on the weather a bit. Grab another book so I can start fires easier. Yeah, here's one of our spray cans if you want to spray stuff. I saw Baron doing a lot of that in his run, which was fun to see. Foodalicious? Yeah. I mean, you know what? Shepard's worked really hard. I think she deserves to eat a tin of dog food. Wolf it down, Shep. Oh, I'm sure she can barely wait. Really big white maggots writhing around inside that tinny, but oh, she loves it. Right, with that down your gullet, and it being relatively late at night, we're just gonna drink our water and get to sleep. By the by, back when you did your Interloper run, it inspired me to pick up the game again. I got the 100-day achievement on Interloper the other day. It's a fantastic game. I'm glad you enjoy it, Jupiter. There we go. This will get us back up to full health. But damn, that frostbite. I was seconds away from not having it, and I didn't even realize it. It's okay, though. It really doesn't have any meaningful, lasting stuff on this. At least just one of them does. Multiple, then it starts to get a little bit more hairy.
Can you eat trees?
Don't eat the trees, Shepard. Just drink some drink and be satisfied with it. And she's still a touch tired, so where's my bed? If that's the deer hide, the bed will be over here. Yes. Sleep as long as you can, Shepard. And hopefully it's a still day, as in not windy, because I would really like to go out there with a torch. We'll check what it's like before I make any commitments. That is eerily still. Okay, good. In that case, let's start ourselves off with a fire. Let's look at all the huge amounts of matches I have, bearing in mind that I also have matches in here, and I've also got matches over in Homestead Place. I made one note there and I never took further notes. I tell you what, give me that charcoal. And let's not use the book because we're not in any hurry here. We're plenty warm. At least you got a cabin on this map. All maps aside from Forlorn Muskeg have some kind of place to go into.
Come on, little fire.
Now in Hushed River Valley, it's not a manufactured place, but there are the ice caves. And the ice caves are great for you. They're relatively warm. come on, for the love of God, Shepherd. They're relatively warm, they're packed with goodies, you're safe, and there are 4 entrances to them across the whole area. It's kind of like having 4 well-placed cabins. They also really take you around, up and down, side to side. There we go. How hard was that, Shepherd? You did it for humanity. Just bung in some sticks. I'm gonna take care of that. Well, actually, first and foremost, warm up a racial tea, warm up birch bark tea, and warm up a rosehip tea. And I swear I wanted to go over here and check something. Holy crap, it's a lot of birch bark. That gives me something to do if I end up stuck. I won't need more cattail heads because I'm going to be gathering a lot of those. Struggle to think of anything I truly need for heading out here. I'll just chuck that away. Why is it not going away? Huh. Did something break regarding that? Is it a mod conflict? Normally when you chuck a ruined item into a container, it disappears entirely. But it's not doing that here. Also, we got an extra tinner, so let's just chuck that down there. Oh, that's right, I need to grab my my guts and hides. Rabbit pelts are almost cured. The ones back home will be fully cured. I think it's more than just a small delay. I saw this earlier as well. Right, never mind. Grab some hot drinks with me. Grab... I may as well grab some more. More of you. I'm very underweight as it is. That's a really crap torch. So I didn't put tools on my list of tools in the top left because they really don't enable anything. You need them to fix the hacksaw. But the hacksaw is very sturdy. It's something you do not need to fix often. So being able to fix it doesn't really enable anything. You always find them in pretty good condition as well. If somebody wants to contest me on that and say I picked up a hacksaw that was in, say, 24% condition, then I'd love to hear it, because I like to... When a game really sinks its teeth into me, I want to know everything there is to know about it. That's why I get really bummed by stats in the game that don't explain themselves at all, and there's no reasonable way to find out. Like, here's your luck stat. It makes you a little bit better at everything. Here's your wisdom stat. Mages want a lot of this. So, okay, what does it do? This thing will give you +5 to a stat with no baseline to it. State of Decay is guilty of that. You get +100 infection resistance from a hero bonus. In fact, we got that. We got it twice in our earlier run. +100 relative to what? What does that do? It doesn't tell you. There's nowhere to find out. That kind of stuff bothers me. Hacksaws do not spawn under 70%, I think. Well, that's good. I managed to break a hacksaw trying to open up the summit in my outer loper run, and I wouldn't say livid, but I certainly was not overjoyed by the turn of events. Because you break the hacksaw, you cannot repair it, and you also break the container that you were trying to open, and you no longer are able to open it. That sucks to happen on the summit, because some of the... In fact, the summit is the single densest, best looting area in the entire game. I don't think anything even comes close. What does it have? It has 4 guaranteed containers full of different goods, including medicine, pelts, clothes, food, drinks, and probably something else that I'm missing. Guaranteed fire striker, guaranteed stim, guaranteed matches, maybe? Tons of wood to be had from breaking apart thing. Guaranteed... It might have changed by now, but previously guaranteed distress pistol. Oh yeah, God, it's good. And there's probably still some stuff I'm missing out in. Furthermore, the summit is safe. There are no predators up there. I don't think there's any prey either, but that's fine. Yeah, what a hell of a place. High-end clothing. It's pretty much worth climbing up the airplane just for the ear warmers and the stim. Yeah, if anything, it's too good. Right, so I'm just checking over here for the heck of it. I'm also taking note that I'm getting a bit cold, so let's fix that with a lovely hot rosehip tea. I made this rosehip tea before I got level 2 cooking. I can tell because it only gave me 100 calories instead of 110. By sheer power of cooking, you can squeeze extra calories even out of rosehips that you pluck around the place. Oh, there's a cave over it now. See, I didn't know that. And you know what a cave means? It means we could go inside. And we're not actually warm in here, which is a shame, but I might as well map here. There we go. Was that on my Vista mapping that I did earlier? I don't know. Fur and fur, extremely heavy, but burns amazingly well. Coal, coal, and coal, also heavy. Also burns extremely well. Better than fur. Well, by weight. Much more temperature. You get plus 20 degrees out of coal. And coal is the only way to warm a furnace, or rather a forge, up to forging temperature. It needs to be over 150 degrees, but wooden things only take it up to 80. Fire sources that aren't a forge don't go that hot, I don't think. I think they just go up to 80. Shepherd, you ate pretty much an entire deer and you're still hungry. I don't think I've eaten anything other than like a cup full of oats today. And their accompanying muesli style dried fruits. But I'm the hungry one here, Shepherd. And it's Sunday, so nothing's open. I do appreciate that they actually take their time off here in Hungary. A lot of being around here makes me feel like I'm living back in the UK in the 90s. And that fills me with a sense of comfort and optimism. It's possible to heat up the forge with coal, and then it just keeps burning with other Yes, yes. Just get it up to the desired temperature, and then you can maintain it with other things. What's the interloper part? Interloper is the difficulty setting. Interloper is the hardest difficulty that the game offers, although there are custom ways to make it even harder. One of these days I'll do that. This is windy, but it's just barely not windy enough to blow out my fire. Which is good, because this fire is good for me. I like it. And I'm probably going to set down a fire and heat up my my teas again. But I'm going to do it behind here where I'm sheltered from the wind. In fact, I might even sit by this fire and warm up a bit. Heavens knows I have loads of coal back home, and I just found some more, so there's no good reason not to slam 2 bits of coal on here and warm back up. Plus I got plenty of birch bark to... Oh, for God's sake, Shepherd. Use the book if you're so incompetent. Oh, I might have a problem creeping up on me.
Come on, little fire.
I don't even stink, and it knows I'm here. Phew, that was going to become a problem if my torch had run out. Alright. 2 lumps of coal, just for the hell of heating up. Fire starting as level 2, so now whatever I burn, burns for 10% longer. And yeah, I knew it. The dog knew I was here, and he wasn't happy. Prepare some mushrooms. Prepare the rose hips. Lament at my lack of water for a moment. But while that's happening, prep the birch bark. Okay, just look at how fast you heat up next to a couple bits of burning coal. But you can't start a fire with coal alone. It doesn't work that way. I want a good bit more water here, please. Quite a bit more water. Keep that going for about half an hour whilst I make the rest of the birch bark. I was hoping the wind would die down. Seems to be doing anything but dying. More birch bark, more better. There we go. The teas will keep me going. Yes, the endless teas. I'll pull torches and then I'll keep moving. I'll just hope that this wind dies down. Does not. Well, actually, we can test that right now, can't we? Wind, do you want to blow out my torch? The answer is it really wants to, but it is currently unable to. Where did that stick come from? Don't even really want to drink you. I'd rather have some hot racial... Oh, now that is a wind that blows out a fire. This fire is in grave danger. In fact, it's already dying. Okay. Well, ain't that sweet. But it's wrong. Racial tea. Still gonna move out in this though. Worst case scenario, I just take shelter up at the homestead retreat. Actually, the wolves are gonna have a word or two with me about that, but don't fear the wolves fear you. Drink your racial tea, grab your goods and get going. I'll try my luck with a torch. It's not gonna work, but... Oh, I didn't pull my torch gacha either. Yeah, as I thought. Okay, well... I've got my my mean stare to make these wolves go away, and that's about it. Alright, get moving, shepherd. That was risky. I was dangerously close to that wolf, and I don't see any way to evade the wolf here. God, the weather here is so bad. I really had it in my head that Ash Canyon is not that bad in terms of weather. But Ash Canyon woke up today and it said, you know what, I'm going to be in my A game today. Absolutely has. There's a bit to walk under. Thought there was a cave there, but there's not. Yeah, I do have flares. I don't want to be wasteful with them, though. I can grab those cattails on the way back. I go past this area anyway. Yeah, Jesus, this is a bad bloody day to be doing this area, and it's even worse to be followed by the wolves. And once again, the wind knows exactly where I'm going and is blowing in my face. I really wonder if the game somehow knows that. Does it look in the general direction that you're traveling and put the wind in accordingly? Or is it really random? Because it feels like it's in my face far more often than it's like,
so hungry.
Than it's coming up my back. It's okay, even if I sprain my foot, I can take a 4-hour kip and repair it, or even just bandage it. Oh, well, Christ. Talk about getting off on the wrong foot, shepherd. That was bad. Now I can't even run my way across here. Oh my god, you've even got crampons on and you're underweight. And you've just gone and broken both of your ankles. Canadians, man, what are they made of? Pink wafers. That's what's coming to mind for me. Could go for a pink wafer. Oh yeah.
Ow.
I actually asked for a care package from home and I didn't think to ask for some pink wafers. What a mistake. Yeah, this is what I'm complaining about when I talk about delicate Canadian ankles. Because Commander Shepard just breaks apart at the seams.
Need some first aid soon.
Come on, don't screw me at the final hurdle here. Up and over, Shep. That's the stuff. I don't plan on going up and over there for a third time. I'm just coming here so I can take shelter from the elements. Because it is once again a grim, bloody day, and I am glad I brought emergency rations with me.
It's a bit. I'll make it.
There we are, anyway. Day 10.
Ow. Ow.
I'm also a little curious about the map area here. Shepard, how do you feel about mapping this? I bet you feel really good. There we go.
If I don't
Yeah,
explore him up.
surprisingly small amount of the area mapped by the Vista points, and there's a bit of overlap in them. Disappointing, because I do not like doing a lot of mapping. Gut secured, pelt is cured, pelt is cured. This is the main reason I came back here. Like, overall, but right now I'm here just to take a nice kip. Take a couple of cattails, drink up, and just rest up. Rest until no longer tired. Hopefully that'll be enough to make the nasty wind outside go away. I'm not actually sleeping 10 hours. You don't sleep longer than you need to on Interloper, unless you have an affliction like food poisoning. And you can sleep all you want with that. Same with your broken ribcage. Did I leave water here? I did. I don't think I'll be coming back here, but I'll leave the water. Alright, amazing weather. Hit me. Yeah, time for a bit of a nap. Well, in a very rare case of me actually deciding to do it, let's read. We're too hungry to read, of course, but that's why we have additional cattails. Eat 4 of them, save 6 for a midnight snack or something, Shepherd. Better to read 1 hour at a time, because if you suddenly break in the middle of your reading, Shepherd just forgets everything she's read. You could read for 4.5 hours straight, and it would count as 0 hours read if you got interrupted. Right, that's much better. Much, much better. So now we're going to explore down here. We're going to go all the way to the transition area to Timberwolf, and then we're going to loop all the way back. There are a bazillion cattails to be had, and I have a decent amount of carry capacity, about 10 spare kilos. And I can even go over that with relative ease. And I am going to bring a lit torch with me, because there's no need to be stingy. Not when I have this many matches. So cattails are typically found around the edges of fresh water. Although this seems more like a murky mire, would you really call this fresh water? Back where I used to live in Sweden, there was a lake nearby and it had massive cattails next to it. That's actually where I went and ate a cattail after being inspired by this game. I did take a bite out of the top bit, and no, it wasn't very edible and was not pleasant at all, so don't do that. Don't take my word for it. If you're curious, take a bite. It's probably not poisonous. Certainly didn't hurt me. But the cattail itself, stiff, unpleasant. Just didn't even taste the grass. At least grass has a grassy taste to it. More like eating a barley stem. Your wrists would snap if all you've eaten for weeks is cattails, but we haven't just eaten cattails. We ate rabbit, we ate venison, we ate some candy bars. We've eaten dog food, loads of tins of soup. In fact, oh my god, I knew I forgot to get something when I was out. I wanted a tin of tomato soup. Sometimes it's a bit frustrating on the lack of brands I find here in Hungary. I don't find Heinz very often. I found one bit of Cadbury's chocolate on sale. I bought it, but it was very expensive. I think it was like £4 for one of those 100-gram bars. That did not feel economical. It's part of the reason I went on the dog and bone back home and said, could I get a care package, please? I occasionally send stuff back home, and they occasionally send me stuff. It's usually when I need kilt-related supplies. Much better to get some family back home to send it over rather than me make the pilgrimage out there. So, large central area here. I will loop back around following the left side on my way back. For now, I'm taking this way. And we're going to keep our eyes peeled, see if there's anything interesting in the woods other than wood. Heavens knows there's plenty of wood. And I already regret not bringing or making some tea for Shepherd. I might warm myself up down at the end, make some tea, and then double back with it. I got plenty of health. In the end, the frostbite was completely insubstantial. It has done nothing to me. Hasn't even changed any decisions that I've made. I don't know, I don't feel the need to stubbornly refuse Hungarian on the same basis as Swedish. Because in Sweden, everybody spoke English. In Hungary, about 10% of people speak some pretty broken English. And the rest, none at all. Which I actually kind of find surprising if you have such an isolated language. Surely you'd want to learn another one, but that is steeped in Anglo bias, I'm well aware of that.
Can you eat trees? 'Cause I'm gonna.
Don't eat the trees, Shepherd. You've got all the mini trees that you want here. Wet corn dog delight. Normally there's wolves around here. I'm surprised we're not seeing any. Every third Hungarian speaks a second language. We are not bilingual. I imagine there's a fair bit of German picked up here.
It's so cold.
Because sometimes I've had a Hungarian say to me, "Sprachen Sie Deutsch?" Yeah, no. I do not. My journey around Austria taught me nothing. And unsurprisingly, my limited knowledge of Japanese is not helping me out much here. I have seen a grand total of 1 Japanese group here. And I did not feel the need to strike up conversation. In fact, when I'm out at the beach in the sun, generally the last thing I want to be doing is talking to someone. So we reached the end of the road here, but is it really the end? There's a little lip up here, and we're going to go and check it out as we gather yet more of the tea ingredients, as if we didn't have enough cups of bloody tea. Oh yeah, Russian seems like a sensible language here. Russian, German, maybe Polish? So if you take the route up and around here, it's one of your 2 ways out of Ash Canyon. Both of them lead to Timberwolf, and we're not allowed to take either because single region survivor. The clue is in the name. Hello? Are you what we've been waiting on? Well, possibly. All backpacks are almost empty in Interloper. But you still grab them and check. You hold out that hope that maybe this will be the one. I think this is the pathway. Certainly going too far if it is. But I'll make use of this area anyway. That's the stuff. That's the way out of Ash Canyon and into Timberwolf Mountain. Another region that we haven't done yet. There's plenty to do in Timberwolf, and there's also good places to take shelter. You know what? I'd rather have the ability to walk around you. So I'll put you down here. I'm just going to warm up a touch, make myself some tea, and then continue on. You know, I brought up the word Finno-Ugric, and a Hungarian, he seemed ready to pop. He did not like the term.
Come on!
He was telling me about that being some anti-Hungarian propaganda, that there's any link between Hungarian and Finno-Ugric.
Come on, little fire!
But that was one guy, and I don't know what to believe. And more than that, I don't know what to care, because it's certainly not that. This is risky. The wind just picked up, so I'm going to hope that it doesn't throw out my fire here. I'll use sticks rather than anything more valuable, and if nothing else, I'm going to make sure that my teas are on the go. Get me some birch bark and get me some rose hips. I think I'll be safe here. Seems fine enough.
I'd eat snow if the hypothermia wouldn't kill me.
I think I put too much in this fire, but the extra temperature has been really good for warming up. Right, you just stay warm. I do want to, I think... Oh yeah, I'm pretty low on water, aren't I? Can we make a wee touch of water here? Just enough to grease the wheels.
The sun is setting. It'll get a lot colder soon.
And then I'll enjoy my hot rose hip and keep the birch bark at the ready. 30 minutes till it burns. Let my cup runneth over. Grab you, grab you. I shouldn't need the birch bark healing properties. But I'm a little unhappy at how the weather has turned during my southern expedition here. In fact, the weather has done nothing but turn on me. I'll go and enjoy myself some nice gacha torches and then head back. Yeah, I think that's what he was saying. It was something like Habsburg propaganda, and he was particularly unhappy at the suggestion. But, you know, that's none of my business. I don't know, and I certainly don't care. There we go. Just want to make my way away with a good torch, although it's probably going to be absolutely laid flat by the wind. Oh yeah, no way in hell was it surviving first contact. Still though, before I wander back, I'm going to make use of the fact that I still have the warming up bonus, even though I am getting extremely cold extremely fast. And I'm going to check a little alcove that I have not yet checked, and I'm just going to hope that there are no wolves. If there are, if I can't seem to outrun them, I'll just use the flare. I don't really mind. I have them, I may as well use them. It's not like I'm holding on to them for some kind of 1,000-day run. I'm actually bothered by the fact that there's a 500-day achievement for this. That is such a grind. If you've lasted for 100 days, you can last for 500 days. You're not really proving anything with the last 400 days, in my opinion. 100 days is plenty to make all the goods that you need to make and to stockpile a base in every region. That said, didn't my outer loper run go on for about 120 days? To be fair, that faced some setbacks, not to mention it was outer loper. Yeah, Lizard's there to set me straight with the question, how long was outer loper? Shepherd's getting hungry because the only thing she's really had to eat today is cattails and tea. A well-balanced diet for a well-balanced commander.
Where can I find something to eat?
Wonder how long she gets delirious enough to eat the flare. As if she's holding on to some blueberry-flavoured lollipop. Actually, comparing it to an ice lolly is probably not a great way to make something seem appetizing in this frozen wasteland. Alright, I am going to drink my piping hot rose tea. It's calories and it's water, but more than anything, look at the heat bonus. Yeah, that's good stuff. That'll keep me going in this hellhole. Did we cross over this? I think we crossed over that when we spawned. Yeah, we went south to go and check something out. But of course, below us was this area. Good God, the wind is once again right in my face. And even when I try walking in that direction, it's still going to be blowing into me. I'm just here to check if there's anything of value. Because we have found a suspiciously low amount of tools. I mean, a storm lantern and pretty much nothing else. Matches can be found anywhere. I mean, they're not guaranteed everywhere, but they can be found anywhere. They can be found in Forlorn Muskeg. If you want an easy run, just keep re-rolling it until you find matches inside a container, especially in the downed helicopter. But I digress. The only actual tool we found here is the storm lantern, and I find that peculiar. Like, that's such a small amount of advanced tools to find. Or progression items, as I think of them. Makes me feel like I've missed somewhere in the region. And there is still one area that I haven't checked properly. That's Wolf Canyon. It's probably not its name, but it's what I'm calling it, because it's a canyon and it's full of wolves. Around here, though... Nah. Hold on, doesn't this lead into Wolf Canyon? I thought it was a dead end here, but I might be talking out my rear end for that. The Storm Lantern was... I forget.
I think my stomach is eating itself.
I think this might lead to Wolf Canyon, which makes it a very, very bad choice for me to enter right now. So let's not do that. Let's head back and sleep until tomorrow, because I want it to not be obscenely windy. Yeah, just for once. Okay, that's not fair. We did have a good outing 1 or 2 days here where it wasn't windy to high hell, but dear lord, it's like the map is trying to tell me something. The Storm Lantern was in the fishing hut. Thank you. Yes, it was in the fishing hut that's been blown open. Which I think is the only fishing hut in the area. But works just as well as any other fishing hut. You're still protected from the wind, largely. There's a pot-bellied stove that was 100% protected from wind anyway. And you can fish there. Not to mention it's got a little note that hints towards getting out of the place. Or maybe it hinted towards the gold mine, one or the other. Jeez, the shepherd's not having a good day here. In fact, you could just call this Commander Shepard's very bad day. Alright, Shep, well, I think we've seen enough. We're going to finally make use of that rope that we put down at the, well, the start of the run, I think. Oh god, it's getting worse.
I can't feel my hands.
Ash Canyon has either the lantern or the hammer. What makes you so confident about that? I don't think the new loot tables from Tales from the Far Territories are adequately explored enough to say that with confidence. I will truthfully say I don't know where I am. I mean, on paper, I should be near the place that takes me up to the homestead retreat. In fact, maybe it's right over there. Let's believe that and go towards it. I think it is. Okay, I'll believe it. I do already have my monitor brightness increased to a blinding 25%. Yeah, that's it. That's 100% it. Thank goodness. Shepard will be glad to get out of here. Ash Canyon is either a lantern or hammer, and it hasn't been wrong since. I think that's the loot tables that I was linked to. I have managed to debunk that a few times. Well, not debunk, but find things that weren't on it, which makes me think it isn't very absolute. I don't like using it for these single region survivor runs though, because it takes a bit of the mystery out of what I'm going to find. Not even for you, I'm thinking for me. Believe it or not, I play games on stream to enjoy them. Punishment games, even punishment games. I mean, sure, they can be awful and horrible, and I regret every minute of them, but they add a bit of a price to the weekly one-shot, and I like that tension. Although, tension is one thing we did not have today. There we go. What a miserable day for Shepard. But hey, we're back here. And on reflection, I have not... Oh, right, I was going to say I didn't have much food here, but... No, we're fine. In fact, Shepard's going to stow this away. 12 cattails, so that in an emergency... yeah, you're not getting any more water. But in an emergency, I can always come back here and wait out a nasty night. Job well done, Shep. Take the opportunity to prepare yet more rose hips. And I'm actually going to pass a bit of time waiting because I want to sleep for a good long time. I'll wait until it's about midnight and then I'll sleep for maybe 10 hours or so. Well, I'm not here to take hydration damage though. Hunger damage is fine though, it's pretty tame. Right, that should do me fine if I eat 5 cattails, that's 750 calories.
I would drink almost anything about now.
Anything, Shepherd. Here's some actually potable water. And 10 hours of sleep. There's still random loot though, at least for some of the less important. Yeah, I do mean particularly the progression items like hammer, pry bar, lantern, distress pistol. Anyway, I haven't seen anything there be wrong yet, it's just not complete.
I could eat a horse.
I know, I'm sounding too fussy, aren't I? Right. Is it windy? Can I actually just go out and explore? There's only one place I really need to go anymore. Oh, yeah. Finally. It's a great time. In that case, let's enjoy having light and... There we go. I'll still use the warm-up teas. It's still pretty cold out there. This isn't like starting in Pleasant Valley where you can get untold amounts of good clothes. That crash plane in Pleasant Valley is just great.
Perfect.
Alright, I don't care about this torch, just leave it behind. And add ourselves just a couple of sticks, enough to get our... I don't need to do that. Birch bark. Rosehip, but not birch bark. I always like my secondary tea to be racial and rosehip. That'll do me fine. 7 minutes, grab torch, drink racial tea, mostly for warming up bonus. And you're hot. Let's go. You're hot and I'm not. That's the other way around, isn't it? Alright. Down we go. This is a very easy way down. It's not even billy goating, you're just walking down a snowbank. Well, a bit more to it than that, but easy peasy. Lemon easy. Oh yeah, so much easier to see and just exist on a warm day. A clear day, rather. It's certainly not warm. Minus 20 ambient, minus 9 on the wind chill as well. I'll veer towards this direction, then I'll path around there, and then I'll go up into Wolf Cove, and then we're going back home. And then we're going to make ourselves some lovely warm goodies and tie a bow on all of this. Relatively warm. I suppose for late-ish morning, minus 20 isn't bad on Interloper. We have now passed 10 days, so the whole world has grown 4 degrees colder. Every 10 days it gets 4 degrees colder for 50 days until the whole world is 20 degrees ambient colder on Interloper. And that's a way of the game telling you, make your fancy clothes. Make your rabbit skin hat, your rabbit gloves, your deerskin boots and trousers, your wolf and or bearskin coat. And I'm sure I'm missing something in all of that. Actually, I might not be. Plus you have to go and loot yourself some long johns, socks, shirts. That's fine, we don't fear the wolf fears us. Go away, Fido, I'm not afraid of... Whoa, what the... Where did my torch go? It kind of flung around my back there. The boomerang throw. I think it got caught on the cattails? It's my best explanation, and it's not a good one. I'm not running from the wolf, I'm just checking out this area. Wolfie, come on over here. See the fire and be scared of the fire. And good, he actually turned around rather than continue on. So this would have been a much, much better place to be faced with the stringencies of Forlorn Muskeg. Having just one source of fire would be much better here, because there's such a plethora of wood to be had. Of course, not all things are equal here. We have nice indoor areas to take refuge in, the homestead, the anglers, even the cave and the mine. But even if you wiped all that away, I would have rather had the single flare challenge be done here. Because holy moly, Forlorn Muskeg is a hostile place. Might have been something broken here, but no. Alright, through Wolf Canyon and into the end. The game's last chance to take one big bite out of Commander Shepard, because it has failed to put me in even a struggle during all of this. You make a different noise walking on the ice when you get the crampons on. It's kind of satisfying to hear. Kind of feels like I'm breaking it beneath me. And good, my rosehip tea is still warm. I want to chug that. They haven't added the thermos into the game yet, have they? They talked about that. Would be rather nice, a way to keep some warm goods warmer for longer. And I missed a corpse here earlier. It is a human corpse, all curled up next to a tree. You got a nice toque? He's got a message. The storm goes on. And it's a hint to go to the gold mine. Well, I've been to the gold mine. Hang on, what was that other thing next to it? Plastic container, but I already checked that. Damn, got me all excited for another trip to the gold mine. Wow, that warming up bonus didn't last long. I guess there wasn't much heat left in that tea. Honestly, a good enough reason to stop and just make another one. Yeah, sadly long pork is not an option, Bellicosity. I would have no problem just eating human meat in this kind of situation.
Come on, little fire.
But then I'm pretty hungry right now. It's probably my stomach doing the talking. Things to do in Forlorn Muskeg. 1. Forge. 2. Leave. Harsh and bitter truths. Good heavens, I got a fair few sticks. Right, rosehip tea. You warm me up from the core. And birch bark tea, you keep me going. That's fine. Don't even care about leaving that behind. Saw those and thought there was something up there, but no, it's just the other ones. It's their shadow being cast. Yeah, I'd avoid the brain. Bryons sound terrifying. I'm not sure if I've eaten any brain. I know pork brains aren't too uncommon, but I don't recall having ever eaten them. I'd give them a go. I'd like to try eating anything edible once, maybe twice. We've got a bad habit of not liking something and refusing to have it again. That's why I always try to overcome that and eat it again. Well now, I'm unfamiliar with this route, but it's definitely down between the higher up areas that I've been navigating earlier here. I think I saw this tree. No, it must have been another tree. But I'm sure I saw a tree leading down to an area like this, and I thought, ooh, where does this go? And I remarked upon how it just went down. Not that tree, though. The other one would have been further up. Come on, Shep. Clump. Ooh, wow. These are certainly not birch trees, unless they're burnt out birch trees. Ah, birch saplings. Maybe some birch trees up there that blew it down. I've definitely been here before. This feels like somewhere that I've died in before. But it's not quite a dead end. Hello, see? I knew it would be worth it. Look at all the turkey, beef, chicken, calcium, vitamin A, D, and K? Vitamin K cannot be a real thing. That must be a marketing term. Like vitamin K9. Which sounds bad, makes it sound like you're eating a dog. So one of the problems about Shepard's complaints is I'm kind of teasing them out by constantly keeping her either in the red or right next to the red with hunger. But I don't have much of a problem with that. Drink another cup of tea for a minute amount of calories and keep on moving, Shepard. Forgive me for having hoped to find something, but I actually think Storm Lantern was the only progression item here. Reinforcing the fact that you should come to Ash Canyon for the backpack, or to just have a nice challenging place to survive in, but it'd probably be much better coming back here with a bedroll, a hacksaw, and a knife. Well, probably a bow as well, you'd want to be able to hunt, but nothing stopping you just using the wolves to hunt for you. Nothing quite like a free meal.
Did I say I hate being cold? Because I really do.
Vitamin K is real and necessary for humans. Tell me more, Salty. Where do we find it from and what does it do? I kind of feel like I should be mapping this area. At least give me an idea of where in the world I am. Man says he hates mapping and now just does all this mapping. Oh god, right. So this is Wolf Canyon. The more we know. A, D, E, and K are fat-soluble vitamins. You can overdose on them. Now, what can't you overdose on? Ooh, a cave. Now, this is where I should have mapped from. Even some firewood. Come on, cave, surprise me. Well done, cave. I was expecting anything, and you gave me nothing. That's a surprise. If you kill the bear in Miner's Folly, you have a huge predator-free area with an outdoor working bench. Yeah, Miner Folly's a sweet place.
Come on, little fire. 2
different buildings with beds in there, so it's pretty hard to get lost even in a snowstorm to find a place to take shelter. Outdoor working benches, as you said, and I think you could even start the fire in a windproof area there. Just shove on some coal. I got loads of coal back home. Just here to warm up a touch. Maybe even, how am I doing on water? Ooh, terrible. In that case, make water, water make. Prepare some birchy barky. Vitamin K, abundant spinach, hazelnuts, chicken, oh yeah. God, I'm hungry. I don't even know what I have to eat tonight. It's also already tonight. Right, there we go. Give me the water. And, oh my. It's the Ash Canyon specialty. This is more blizzards than I get in Bleeding Bleak Inlet. What the heck is this? Alright, racial tea, rose hips. Once they're done, we're getting out in that. Well, at least there'll be no wolves in Wolf Canyon. So we got that going for us. Isn't it dangerous to light a fire in a cave since it could cause a cave-in? Probably not. I can't imagine this fire is giving out so much heat that it's going to cause the stones to rearrange. But that's exactly the kind of thinking that would get me killed. Alright, Shepard, you've seen this 100 times before, and who knows, maybe we'll be sheltered down here. See? Tall walls around us, ensuring that... oh, never mind. I sod that torch, it was crummy anyway. How am I not sheltered from the... I think I am sheltered from the wind, but it's still really cold. Blizzards drop the entire ambient temperature down a lot, whether you're sheltered or not. And I am not sheltered for some reason. I mean, I am, but I'm still slowed down. I don't know what to make of that. I heard that it expands the moisture in the rocks in some areas. I didn't read proper research. Okay, it just sounds like hearsay to me. Get me some certifiable sources. And then I won't read them. Well, this has been some bloody awful weather. But in spite of that, we survived pretty well. Don't pay attention to the frostbite. That was... I'd like to play it off, but... No, that was an error in my judgment. I underestimated how quickly I would get frostbite in that nasty blizzard. I should have thought something was up because I didn't see frostbite risk pop up, but it happened when I was climbing. Well, last area in Wolf Canyon, and in fact we've already been here because I already went down that way a little bit, so we already know there's sod all here. Lord Shepherd, this is grim. We're gonna leave Shepherd with a nice full stomach though. I got so much fish and venison and rabbit and cattails. In fact, this Shepherd I think is going to finish up with the best variety of food out of every single region survivor Shepherd. I think there's going to be
Sure getting cold.
At least 10 different kinds of food for Shepherd to enjoy. Provided we're taking it... Oh, hello. Were you always here? Yes, you were. And I already checked you, so we'll just trample you underfoot for good measure. And I know I've been here before.
Freezing.
Because I've left a torch behind. That might have been in my desperate run away from Fido at some point, though. Moose markings. And there is a moose loose. This is going a little less good though. Where in the world am I? Why am I not seeing water? There's water. Okay, good. In that case, probably right over there is my angler's den. He's so freaking good at orienteering. How does he do it? That's a good throw on you, Shepherd. I don't think I could throw that high. But then I'm terrible at throwing. Right, let's have a lovely homey end to this. There we go. Get the pot-belly stove, get the cooking pot on, and let's do the very safe thing indoors and light it up. Using a jerry can full of fuel.
Drop any of this gear.
You may not. There we go. Warm friend of mine did this back when we were living together. I had never been so fearful that the house was going to burn down. We were starting a wee fire to cook with, and he went, let's get this up and roaring. He just cowps open a can of fuel on it. I don't know what fuel, but it stank, so probably nothing great. There we go, just burn all this stuff. Go on, Shepherd. You burnt it. And let's give you some delicious rabbity goodness. Wow, these guts aren't even cured. I'm surprised. However, these guts are, and these rabbity pelts are. Wow, the pelts aren't cured. I feel like they just paused curing for a bit. I mean, look at this, 11% cured. 5 days. If it were 1 day, it would have at least been 10%. Did I really... Something isn't adding up. Isn't it common sense to never put fuel like that on a fire that's already going? Yeah, I would have clocked him as one of the most sensible people in that household, myself included. But still, he did what he wanted to do, and in a way that's admirable. I thought I brought in the other piece of rabbit here. Come on, get Shepherd a nice big chunky bit of rabbit. Yeah, 1 whole kilo of rabbit. Really need to go down to the butcher's and see what kind of meat they have. It's all in Hungarian, so I don't understand a word it says. There we go, some lovely venison. Let's get the workbench all greasy. I'm going to be working on it soon. Some lovely rabbity goodness. Some cooked base. Now let's wash it all down with some dog food. Who needs refrigerators? You can stick your food out in the windows. Exactly, you don't. Leave your food outside and it's kept good for very long. So how many different kinds of food does Shepherd have? Will I count teas? Nah. Anyway, you've got rabbit 1, fish 2. They're probably both the same kind of fish, so 2. Venison 3. Cattails 4. Beef jerky 5. Chocolate bar 6. Dog food 7. Granola 8. Ketchup chips 9. Sardines 10. On the money. Now that wasn't an objective, I just wanted to remark on Shepherd having lots of access to delicious food. Okie dokie. Shepherd probably feels appalled still wearing the improvised head wrap, so I'm going to make the rabbit skin thing and then call it a day. So you know what, just give me that. And let's very wastefully end this fire. We don't particularly need it, so just chomp, chomp, chomp it down. Chomp it down some more. Man, that does sound good. Actually, I'm really hungry myself. I haven't eaten since breakfast a long time ago. It's okay, we'll get that all sorted. So, we're not that tired, but we're just going to pass time for the heck of it, and then once we're tired enough, we shall sleep till morning. Well, actually, I don't need to sleep till morning, do I? I just need these bleeding pelts cured. And they shouldn't need that long. What are they? 89%? You know what? We got a lovely fire here. Let's just keep the fire going. So while that is happening, I'll just sleep until I'm no longer tired, and then hopefully the rabbit pelts are good to go. This is incredibly wasteful, don't do this. I'm just trying to round it up with a nice rabbit skin hat. 98% cured, and that looks like an Aurora. Oh, right, yeah, I haven't got a good screenshot for the YouTube thumbnail yet. Should it include the house that we've been staying in? I think so. Oh, it's even got a bit of smoke coming out the top. Oh, no, that is gorgeous. Right. Display, HUD, off. Wait until all the saving stuff is out of the way. Let me get this rock out of the way. Beautiful. And take more just in case, especially with that screenshot taken thing out of the way. You can't see it, but I certainly can. Can we get a bit more of a collection of smoke lines? How high is that going to reach? I'll take the one that looks best. Gorgeous looking game, this. I heard someone say that they thought the graphics of this game sucked, and I don't know what planet they're on. Right, come on, I want my rabbits. Rabbit's good to go. Give them another hour. Shepherd's getting really thirsty waiting on them. 99, okay. Give me some water going, can't go wrong with more water. There we go, all good and cured. And now we get to work. Spend an hour and a half on it for now. Poor Shepherd's so tired. The graphics in this game is based on one artist's painting of snowy landscapes. I'd probably find out who if you're interested. I am not. Sorry, that sounded very ungrateful, but I'm not. Right, almost can't see because this fire's been running way low, but I've kept plenty of burnables here. Oh, especially the reclaimed firewood, just chuck that in. Yeah, I'm not into art at all, so nothing resembling interest there. Right, we'll get it finished off. You ever plan on playing Victoria 3? Not really. It doesn't seem very appealing. And even the die-hard Vicky 3 fans are still telling me, yeah, stay away from it for now. It'll be finished in the future, I'm sure. Finished, fixed. Potato, potato. I just put that there. There we go. So granted, I didn't end up making the deer stuff, but it's pretty elementary at this point. It'd be trivial to go out and get the rest of the rabbit stuff. We have enough for deer stuff. Plenty of guts, loads of food, warmth, matches, shelter, and cacophony of delicious food for Shepherd to enjoy. You know what, it's pretty much how you started, so we might as well have it finished. Shepherd's going to crack open one delicious tin of dog food. And that'll be our lot for today. And indeed for this week. I'll be back on Wednesday afternoon to probably finish off State of Decay. And on Thursday, I'm not putting up to vote, I'm going to do Bleak Inlet next. Because I'm really hungry to get into Bleak Inlet. It's got timberwolves, it's got god-awful weather. It's just actually a challenging region, and so far, Forlorn Muskeg aside, these have been pretty simple. Simpler than I thought. I really thought these would be harder given the low access to goods, but... Well, one thing to consider is I'm pretty sure that Bleak Inlet is not rife with cattails, so there's no eternally subsisting off of those when we're over there. Why don't we bring up Bleak Inlet? I love me some Bleak Inlet. So we're going to save and come out of here. GG Shepherd. Actually, is there anything worth checking before then? As is often the case, we got to level 2 in carcass harvesting and cooking. I don't think we often get to level 2 in fire starting though. There's a lot of fire starting for this one. Mending is just sad, it always is. But here we go. 11 days, 6% of the world explored. Not many people, I think, burn 24,000 calories in 11 days. Although I suppose with enough DDR I could do that. Still more hours indoors and outdoors, but it counts caves as well with that. 12 repair jobs. Oh, it counts close encounters, 30 of them, and it counts my distracting them as well. Don't pay attention to that rabbits killed number, there's nothing there, kitty. Alright, good going, but let's go and have a quick preview of Bleak Inlet. And no Salty Tempest, I haven't seen much need to go back to Urban Dead for streams, because, well, we've had some fun sieges there, but the world is just so depopulated that it's kind of hard to find anything worth the time. Right, let's have a look at you, shall we? Custom game, interloper, over to Bleak Inlet. Every other area says whether it is for advanced, intermediate, or newbie players, but not Bleak Inlet. It's a shame they broke off of that. Anyway, yes, Timberwolf territory. Horribly windy, very, very cold. It's got the weak ice thing that you have over in Forlorn Muskeg. The weak ice is here and all along here, the darker bits of this otherwise ice area. Timberwolves just bleeding everywhere. But let's have a look inside. We'll be playing as Commander Shepherd for the next one. That's okay, I'm just going to throw this one away. Well, it's not much showing it off if it's completely dark. Let's get that time over to 10 o'clock. It's nice and clear at least. And let's park ourselves somewhere safe. Yeah, they'll never get us up here. Right, Bleak Inlet. It's a large area. Really large. Holy smokes. Pretty much everything you see here can be traversed upon. I played this quite a bit in Outer Loper. Actually, not quite a bit. It was a horrifying place in Outer Loper. In that one, I came in via the ravine, so I entered from here. I came down, I was getting immediately cold. I couldn't use this for shelter because it counted as indoors for the run. And of course, there's timberwolves on your case. You set a rope. Now there's there is this whole raised area here which pretty much stretches from the signal tower all the way over here, the area I just talked about there, and the connection to the ravine. And that is all locked off when you spawn in here, because you will always spawn in this much larger lower area. I have a cunning plan regarding that, but we'll see to it next time that we're here. There are places to take shelter. There's a lovely cabin out here. There are caves aplenty. There's the best cooking spot in the game here inside the lighthouse. This is the only outdoor 6-hob cooker in the game. Since it's outdoor, it lasts longer if it's cold, and since it's 6-hob, one fire is going to cook up to 6 things at once. Amazing. Especially for making water en masse, but only if you've got 6 things to cook on it. It also has beachcombing. Beachcombing might single-handedly make this one okay, because just look at the amount of stuff that washes up on the shore. That's a took right there. Took, firewood, 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 and more firewood. It's actually pretty heavy on the firewood. And the cannery. I might see to getting inside the cannery on our run, but we're gonna need an Aurora. I do not know about guaranteed fire, actually. That's one of the biggest issues here. I don't actually know where or even if there are guaranteed matches in Bleak Inlet. So, yeah, part of what made Ash Canyon so easy today was the easy access to fire. We had, I think, 4 boxes of matches found here. We'll be lucky if we find one. In any case, that will be my challenge next week. So until I am back with that, and State of Decay, and whatever else, so cheers and cheerio.